Chapter 488. You are no match for me. Naga's lips curled into a mocking smile. Li Xiaotian, don't overestimate yourself. You might be able to win if you meet someone else, but if you meet me, Naga, you will die. That's not necessarily true. Li Xiaotian's eyes twitched wildly as he gritted his teeth. It's still unknown who will win. All right, Naga, Li Xiaotian, don't argue with each other. The devilish man with reddish-brown skin hurriedly came out to mediate. 32 people will first be divided into 16 groups to fight. At least in the first round, the probability of us meeting each other is relatively low. He paused for a moment before continuing. In fact, I have also looked at the images of the 32 people. The kid who killed the Beast King's soul-severing blade actually appeared in there. A expanded point realm trash, after being silent for a few rounds, has now jumped out and actually dared to participate in the final battle. This is truly a miracle. This is courting death. Li Xiaotian licked his lips. I thought that kid had already teleported away. Who would have thought that he would appear again? I hope that my first opponent will be him. That way, I will be able to advance steadily in the first round. This will increase my confidence. Furthermore, I can obtain his corpse and refine his bloodline genes. The first round is very important. If we can win, it will greatly increase our confidence and morale. I also hope that we will meet that expanded point realm kid in the first round. The devilish man with reddish-brown skin also said with certainty. Naga curled his lips in disdain. It seemed that no matter who he met, to him, it would be the same. The outcome would be the same. Inside Xiao Han's wooden house. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed. The liquid spiritual power planet in his sea of consciousness pulsated vigorously, releasing the primordial divine light, that bright and resplendent spiritual power halo. That bright and resplendent mental power halo seeped out, illuminating the entire wooden house. The origin blade chi of the great accomplishment stage was like an evil dragon. It resided in the sea of consciousness. Every cell in his body was emitting the light of the immortal world. Xiao Han's body glowed brightly, faintly emitting traces of the immortal body. Currently, Xiao Han's physical strength had reached 700 billion cauldrons, and he could attempt to break through to the 20th level of the exterminating sky decimating earth mental technique. He even had 21 sets of spiritual finger seals. However, Xiao Han was not in a hurry to break through to the next level. Tomorrow was the day of the battle. Xiao Han had to be completely focused and adjust his body's condition to its peak. I hope I can defeat my opponent tomorrow. After that, there would be 3 days of rest. In these 3 days, I can make the best use of my time to break through the follow-up of the exterminating sky decimating earth mental technique. Tomorrow, I must win. No matter who the opponent is. Xiao Han's eyes turned, his fighting spirit rising. So what if it's Naga's? The night passed. Day had arrived. Wang, from the light screen in the middle of the wooden hut came the urgent sound of a short flute. Then, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded, all 32 evil heroes, please get into position quickly. Now, you will be randomly selected for the first round of 32 to 16 opponents, it's time. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. He leaped to the side of the light screen and stared at it. In Xiao Mingchu's wooden hut. Xiao Mingchu stood nervously in front of the light screen. He put his hands together in a praying position and silently prayed. The strong are as many as trees in a forest, a battle of life and death. I hope that Junior Xiao Han can avoid the most terrifying guys. Out of the 32, only one will survive. I hope that it will be Junior Xiao Han. Is it starting? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. The muscles at the corner of Naga's eyes twitched. His eyes flashed with boundless killing intent and arrogance as he stared at the light screen. To me, Naga, any opponent is like a blade of grass. It doesn't matter who I meet. Xiao Han stared at the light screen. At this moment, Wang, on the light screen, the images of the 32 evil heroes began to rotate rapidly. The speed of rotation was abnormally fast. Faster and faster. In the beginning, Xiao Han could still rely on his powerful mental strength to grasp the positions and trajectories of the 32 images on the light screen. But towards the end, the images of the 32 chivalrous men were completely distorted and turned into rays of light and shadows. Even Xiao Han's mental fluctuations could not be seen clearly. At this moment, boom! The light screen shook. The images of the 32 evil heroes suddenly lined up one by one, matched in pairs. Evil heroes, the battle of the top 32 has officially begun. Your respective opponents have been randomly selected. After 10 breaths, you will be transported to the arena. The first round of the battle of the top 32 is also considered the Immortal Stone competition. There are 20 rounds in total, and the rules for the Immortal Stone rewards will not change. I wish you all good luck. The opponent was selected. Xiao Han scanned with his mental strength and found that his opponent was actually a black evil hero. It's a black man. Before Xiao Han could react, a beam of light shot out from the light screen and directly enveloped Xiao Han. A whirlpool suddenly appeared. In the next moment, Xiao Han was already swept into the light screen. Chaos on all sides. Xiao Han stood on a square-shaped arena. Across from Xiao Han was his opponent, the Black Demon Hero. The Black Devil's feet seemed to be suspended in the air. His body was extremely huge, and the space around his body was completely distorted. Under the distorted space, it was impossible to distinguish his appearance. People could only vaguely see that his skin was charcoal black. Countless mysterious patterns and talismans were intertwining. This Black Devil was constantly emitting a pressure that could cause one's will to collapse. 9th level of True Qi, True Treasure Realm. Xiao Han had already assessed his opponent's realm. At the same time, Xiao Han also saw a light yellow brocade bag floating above the Black Vigilante's head. There were countless celestial stones stored inside, and they were as numerous as the sands in the vast ocean. It seemed that this Black Devil hadn't taken the Immortal Stone yet. He exchanged it for an immortal card. As long as I defeat him, I will be rich. Xiao Han could not help but lick his lips. But very quickly, Xiao Han put away his distracting thoughts. His heart was as calm as an ancient well, and he quietly observed his opponent. Before he entered the arena, Xiao Han was still a little nervous before the big battle. But now, standing on the arena and facing his opponent in a life-and-death battle, Xiao Han surprisingly calmed down. The saber intent in his sea of consciousness swept across, causing him to enter a supreme realm where there was no one and no me. In his heart, there was no longer any filth. Everything was clear. Good. Very good. Very good, said the Black Fiend. The Black Devil let out a violent rumbling sound. In the surrounding space, the sun and moon sank, and the stars swayed. In his tone, it was full of relief. Xiao Han was slightly stunned. I didn't expect that the top 32 life and death battle. The first opponent I encountered was actually you. The Black Devil spoke with fervor and assurance. There was a kind of high and mighty posture, as if he was the king of the world. It seemed that he had firmly grasped Xiao Han. Oh. I get it now. It's because my Jinshi realm is insignificant, only at the expanded aperture realm. As such, you were overjoyed to meet me, thinking that you would be able to defeat me effortlessly, right? Xiao Han burst into laughter. At that moment, Xiao Han controlled his body perfectly, hiding the power of furious lightning in every single pore and cell on his body. At the same time, he used the spirit turtle's true qi to envelop his life force. As a result, it was impossible to tell just how tough Xiao Han's body was. He did not disguise the pulses of his true qi at all. His cultivation at the 6th layer of true qi was exposed without restraint. It was a mixture of truth and falsehood, filled with deception. Yes. On one hand, it's because you are indeed the weakest in the top 32. This is publicly acknowledged. In reality, every single one of us wanted to encounter trash like you in the first round. That way, we could defeat you easily and advance to the next round. Moreover, the increase in confidence goes without saying. Looks like my luck is indeed heaven-defying. There are a total of 16 battles. I could have encountered 16 different opponents, but I just had to encounter trash like you. Do you think I should not be happy? Anne. I recognize you. You recognize me? It can't be, right? We come from different planes. It's impossible for us to have any interaction. You actually recognize me? Xiao Han was dumbfounded. I saw that you came from the same plane as that trash. You and that trash still call each other senior and junior brothers. The black demon roared. His tone was filled with resentment and hatred. You mean, my eldest senior brother? Xiao Han was stunned. That bastard killed my most beloved and most valued disciple, Kino, in the arena. Unforgivable. However, after that trash did not dare to fight anymore. Even though I wanted to avenge Kino, I could not find a chance. Originally, I planned to kill that trash after leaving the Genius Zone. At the same time, I would ask our pagoda master to send troops to destroy your plane. But now, I did not expect that I would encounter you, that trash's junior brother. Die. I will blast you into pieces. I will avenge my disciple Kino. Roar. The black demon let out a beast-like howl. In an instant, his battle intent rose. His entire aura became flawless, flickering, and unpredictable. It was like a dazzling pearl spinning under the starry sky. He had already pushed his true chi divine art to the limit. Xiao Han was on high alert. He was ready to deal with any changes. The spirit turtle true chi that sealed the power of his body was also ready to be released at any time. It erupted with the power to tear apart continents and destroy planets. At this moment, die. Die with my disciple Kino. The black demon flicked his finger. Countless true talisman arrays were born and destroyed. Immediately, a terrifying destructive power filled the entire arena. All the space was compressed and twisted. Supreme Maha Infinite Vajra Divine Strength Technique. Streams of hurricane-like true energy burst out from the black man's fingertips. Rumble. Rumble. The space trembled. The black demon's body emitted an aura that was like that of an ancient god. His true chi divine technique had the domineering aura of a king. It swept through everything. It was much stronger than the Beast King's soul-severing saber that Xiao Han had encountered before. In a trance, Sanskrit chants rang out. A dark shadow rose up behind the black demon. It looked like a bald statue. Its hands were clasped together, and it was chanting some mysterious spell. Boom! A giant golden finger, as tall as a pillar, pierced through the sky and pressed down on Xiao Han. This giant golden finger emitted a brilliant golden light. One could see densely packed runes and arrays on its surface. It had the terrifying power to destroy everything. The power of this finger was absolutely heaven-defying. It could crush everything. This black demon was a miraculous genius in his dimension. When he was in the expanded meridian realm, his meridian expanded by 300 times. The pure true chi attack power was 18 million ding. When he was in the talisman transformation realm, he refined the talismans 10 times, increasing the quality of his true chi by 400 times. The pure true chi attack power also reached a terrifying 8 billion ding. When he was in the talisman formation realm, the arrays created by the talismans increased the pure true chi attack power by 20 times, reaching 160 billion ding of pure true chi attack power. Finally, when he entered the true treasure realm, the pure true chi attack power increased by 2 times. Without using any true chi cultivation technique, his pure true chi attack power was around 320 billion ding. At this moment, the Black Fiend had activated a peerless true chi divine art, the supreme great Maha Infinite Vajra Strength divine art. His attack power was forcibly increased to around 600 billion cauldrons, and he attacked Xiao Han. Die. Blast them into ashes. The black demon bared his teeth. He wanted to kill Xiao Han in one blow. He did not want to give Xiao Han any chance. He wanted to turn Xiao Han into ashes. Xiao Han instantly entered battle mode. Release. Thunder God Tyrant Body. Boom! Xiao Han's spirit turtle true chi spread out. Shockingly, the space between the heavens and the earth was constantly tumbling. Dark clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed. Xiao Han's entire body seemed to have become tall and strong. He pointed at the sky and stepped on the ground, looking like a king. Chapter 489. The Immortal Stone competition in the Genius area had finally reached its climax. Tens of millions of elite chivalrous heroes under the age of 10,000 came from different planes of the universe. Each of them had their own ambitions, aspirations, and pride. Finally, they gathered at the first level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, the Genius area, to compete for the many treasures. Until now, there were only 32 people who still had the courage and competitiveness. 32 genius chivalrous heroes fought in pairs. In the battle for the top 32 to the top 16, Xiao Han met a black chivalrous hero. That black chivalrous hero used his true chi to support a true chi divine skill, and had a violent attack power of 600 million ding. With this attack power, it was not impossible for him to kill people and destroy a small planet. In Xiao Han's plane, Shengguan Wudi, an ancient giant on the chivalrous hero ranking, was at the 10th level of true chi and could be ranked in the top 30. But his maximum attack power was only around 200 million ding. If he met this black chivalrous hero, he would be poked to death with one finger. Even if this black chivalrous hero went to Xiao Han's plane, he could single-handedly fight all the chivalrous heroes in Xiao Han's plane, and directly destroy the chivalrous tower, which was known to be undefeatable. At this moment, in addition to the top 32 chivalrous heroes who were about to fight to the death, there were still more than 10,000 chivalrous heroes who stayed in the giant hall to watch the show. In Xiao Mingchu's room, because there were only 16 battles, Xiao Mingchu's spiritual wave swept through and found the battle between Xiao Han and the black chivalrous hero, this guy. Seeing the black chivalrous hero, Xiao Mingchu almost bared his teeth, and there were flames of anger in his eyes. This black chivalrous hero once threatened me. At that time, I killed his disciple in a round of competition. After killing his disciple, he declared that he would take revenge and exterminate all living beings in our realm. Now that he has encountered junior brother Xiao Han, he will definitely vent his anger on junior brother Xiao Han and use the cruelest methods to deal with junior brother Xiao Han. At this moment. Boom! 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 When the black chivalrous hero used his ultimate attack, the entire light screen shook, and numbers actually rose in the battle between Xiao Han and the black chivalrous hero. 618, 7 billion ding. With the attack of the black chivalrous man, the light curtain shook violently and a golden light bloomed. A clear set of data appeared in front of him. What? Was this the attack power of the black vigilante? Was it read by the light screen? Xiao Mingchu cried out involuntarily. He had completely lost his composure. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he almost fainted from fright. Was he still human? This attack actually contained the power to destroy a planet, an ancient powerhouse of our plane. No, it wasn't just the ancient potentates. Even the elders and the pagoda masters didn't have that kind of power. Crap. Junior brother Xiao Han, how are you going to block it? Xiao Mingchu's heart tightened, and he felt like he was suffocating. Although junior brother Xiao Han is monstrous, his strength is only around 100 million cauldrons. These few days, junior brother Xiao Han has been extremely mysterious. He hid himself and went into seclusion. I think he must have made great progress. But 100 million cauldrons of strength can't increase too much. It can't suddenly increase. Crap. This black man's strength is dozens of times that of junior brother Xiao Han. It's like hitting a stone with an egg. Junior brother Xiao Han, you have to hold on. Luo Tianyu's room. Luo Tianyu stood in front of the light screen. He screamed in shock. 618, 7 billion cauldrons. This is beyond my understanding. Could it be that this is the power of an immortal? How can a mortal have this kind of power? Even the most powerful chivalrous hero in our plane can't reach 100 billion cauldrons. Little brother Shao Han, actually encountered such a strong opponent. At the same time, the tens of thousands of chivalrous heroes who were watching the battle were extremely nervous. When they saw the battle between Shao Han and the black chivalrous hero, they couldn't help but conclude with a few words: heaven and earth. Among the 16 life and death battles, only this one has the least suspense. The winner can be decided almost instantly. On the arena. Evil creature, die under my divine ultimate skill, the supreme Maha Infinite Vajra divine strength technique. The black chivalrous hero released his divine power and poked at Shao Han like a deity. At this time, in a breath, Shao Han also directly released the restraint of the thunder god tyrant body. Crackle. Crackle. Suddenly, in the pores of Shao Han's body, lightning intertwined, thunder talismans circled, and immortal light bloomed. His strength rose steadily. The first battle must be won cleanly and cleanly. Full power. Shao Han did not hide his strength at all. The power of 700 billion cauldrons was added to his body. At this moment, Shao Han stood tall like a deity. His entire body was invincible. The light from his body purified all the filth of the mortal world. The divine thunder of the immortal world judged all living beings. Countless lightning bolts crisscrossed, the wind blew, the clouds surged, the sky changed color, and illusions appeared everywhere. From behind Shao Han, a thunder god rose up, as if it was real. This thunder god stepped on dark clouds, wearing a beautiful robe with mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, and a crown on his head. He was majestic and commanding, above all living beings, ruling the world, and no one dared to disobey him. All the lightning in the sky and on the ground were under his command. The 5 elements, 8 trigrams, yin and yang qi existed for him. Die. Shao Han's eyes lit up, and countless phantoms appeared in his eyes: the 4 seasons, the sun and moon, mountains and rivers, all living beings, the immortal world. When Shao Han opened his eyes, billions of lightning bolts, divine light and holy light shone, as if all the lightning in the world was hidden in his eyes. Roar. Shao Han let out a long roar that shook the surroundings. The entire arena showed signs of collapsing. Pucci, Shao Han's body moved, and he had already forcibly torn the space apart and punched out. Boom! This was the fist of the embryonic form of the immortal body, driven by the power of 700 billion cauldrons. He did not hold back too much. This fist was the descent of the deity. This punch was full of power. Pucci, without waiting for the black man to react, his true chi absolute kill attacked. It was forcibly torn apart by Shao Han's fist. Waves of chi rolled everywhere, sweeping in all directions. In all directions, there were gloomy shadows. Shao Han's fist broke the strong enemy's attack. His body slightly flashed, and he had already flashed in front of the black demon, and once again punched out. He did not give the opponent a chance to react at all. Boom, this fist. Once again, it exploded with a power of 700 billion cauldrons, sweeping in all directions, dominating the wilderness, crushing everything. Evil creature. The black demon felt Shao Han's mighty and terrifying power, and a fierce and ominous premonition rose in his heart. He immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was too late for him to move and dodge. He could only activate the true chi talisman array in his body and collide head-on with Shao Han. Shao Han's fist was too fast. His embryonic form of the immortal body could cross time and space in a flash. It was not something the black demon could dodge at all. Bang! Finally, Shao Han's fist and the black demon's true chi counterattack collided head-on. It was like a collision of comets. Heaven and earth seemed to tremble. However, puff, the black demon violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The true chi in his body was shaken by Shao Han's fist until it was scattered like water ripples, unable to condense. In all directions, space exploded, and mushroom clouds rose violently. Moreover, Xiao Han's fist contained violent thunder and lightning elements. When his fist blasted out, there was a dense electric light. Like a dragon or a snake, mercury spilled on the ground, pervasive, and penetrated into the black demon's body. The electric light was like a thin thread. Thousands of threads penetrated into the black demon's body. Bones. Meridians. Blood. Even the sea of consciousness. A strong sense of numbness instantly seized the black demon, causing his thinking and reaction speed to slightly slow down. His entire body's movements were also slightly sluggish. Evil creature. Get lost. Die. The black demon howled in horror. Boom! Xiao Han was simply unforgiving. Another punch, bombarded out. Xiao Mingchu's wooden house. The light screen shook violently. Shaking. Following Xiao Han's punch, the light screen suddenly exploded with a dazzling golden light. 7,000 cauldron. Xiao Mingchu clearly saw that it was exactly the power of 7,000 cauldrons. Kakik kakik, Xiao Mingchu was completely suffocated. His neck seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, and a strange owl-like sound came out. After a long time, he wailed as if he was in a dream. 7,000 cauldrons? This power, what is going on? This is junior brother Xiao Han's power? Xiao Mingchu completely did not dare to believe his eyes. He suspected that this 7,000 cauldrons of power came from the black demon, and not from Xiao Han. Xiao Mingchu used all his strength to rub his eyes, and stared at the light screen as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, the light screen continuously shook violently, and one by one, new data continuously appeared. Boom! 7,000 cauldrons. Boom! 7,000 cauldrons. Boom! 7,000 cauldrons. Looking carefully at the screen, on the screen, Xiao Han was closing in step by step, punching out one punch after another. Every punch landed on the black demon's body. The black demon kept retreating, spitting out blood. His face was extremely ferocious, and he was in a sorry state, imminent danger. It really is junior brother Xiao Han, his power. 7,000 cauldrons. Xiao Mingchu was on the verge of collapsing. Freak. What a freak. What a monster. Heaven-defying. A few days ago, junior brother Xiao Han's limit was only around 100 million cauldrons, but now, it has exploded to 7,000 cauldrons. How is it possible for him to improve so rapidly in just a few days? Xiao Mingchu was incoherent. This is definitely a rare thing, on the stage. Bang 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 bang. Xiao Han continuously punched out, bombarding the black demon's body. More and more lightning bolts drilled into the black demon's body, causing him to be in a sorry state. His whole body was paralyzed, and he could not control himself. Die. 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 Xiao Han still did not know fatigue. Like a god descending to the mortal world, he punched out again and again. He was in high spirits. Every punch swept through the universe, dominating the world. His skin was now glittering and translucent, and immortal lightning flowed through it. His 5 viscera, 6 bowels, bone structure, and blood vessels rumbled as if they were being punished by the heavens. His physical strength, the embryonic form of the immortal body, was so tyrannical that it could even destroy a steel mountain. The black demon no longer had the ability to fight back. He could only keep retreating, spitting out blood, his mouth spitting out meaningless threats, wailing and cursing. At this moment, all of a sudden, a foul stench filled the air. From the black demon's crotch, some filthy things fell out. He was actually beaten up by Xiao Han, and shit came out. Chapter 490. Xiao Han was beating up the Black Yao repeatedly. Furthermore, the strength of each of Xiao Han's punches was exactly 700 million cauldrons. The black man was only able to block the attacks and had no strength to fight back. He was beating the shit out of him. Furthermore, the Black Yao's Jinqi was greatly depleted. On one hand, he had to use his Jinqi to defend against Xiao Han's punches. On the other hand, he had to use some of his Jinqi to defend against the lightning divine light that was invading his internal organs and meridians. He was being pushed back step by step. It was only a matter of time before he was killed by Xiao Han. In countless wooden houses, the chivalrous swordsmen who were watching the battle were now almost in a state of stupefaction and astonishment, staring at the light screen stupidly. On the light screen, the figure of 7,000 cauldrons rose continuously, causing the light screen to tremble. It seemed as though the light screen was about to explode. How is this possible? This kid, how did he manage to unleash a force of 700 million ding? He is only at the expanded acupoint realm. How could his small body contain such a violent and destructive force? Could it be that he used some kind of immortal artifact to raise his strength? A white-robed middle-aged man was shocked. Immortal artifact? It is definitely not an immortal artifact. A red-robed, one-eyed man had a cold expression. However, there was an unconcealable fear in his eyes. Furthermore, his strength is purely the strength of his physical body, and not the strength of his true energy. Could it be that this is the special physique that is known to be as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilan horns in the boundless countless plains? A jade-like man wearing a crown and apricot yellow dragon robe stood in front of the light screen and nodded his head. It is not difficult to unleash a maximum attack power of 700 million ding. Not only the top 32 participants in the final battle could produce such a level of attack. Even the experts who did not participate in the top 32 were able to unleash a force of 700 million ding. Even the experts who did not participate in the top 32 were able to unleash a force of 700 million ding. However, to be like this young man and continuously unleash a force of 700 million ding. That was too difficult. A force of 700 million ding. Every time it was unleashed, it would consume a huge amount of energy. If one didn't have enough foundation, even after dozens or hundreds of such extreme attacks, one would still be exhausted. But this young man had already thrown out close to 100 punches, and each punch contained exactly 700 million cauldrons. This was too difficult. Even I can only unleash a force of 700 million cauldrons 200 times. After 200 cycles, one would no longer be able to maintain it, and the power would gradually weaken. This youth's power was surging and imposing, lasting and long, dense and tenacious, wave after wave like the tides of the rivers, the sun, and the moon. Continuous attacks, every punch was incomparably violent. Under such continuous attacks, even a half-immortal's body would explode sooner or later. Powerful, too powerful. However, this black demon hero was also powerful, to actually resist for so long. They haven't been completely defeated yet, there's no weakling in the top 32. In the arena, Xiao Han was getting more and more ferocious. One punch after another, as if he didn't know fatigue. An immortal physique is an immortal physique. You are indeed the best in the world. Xiao Han was getting more and more excited the more he fought. In layman's terms, in addition to the ability to resist attacks, the immortal body is also very tough. If my true chi strength reached 700 million cauldrons. But a few more punches would definitely consume a lot of my strength. Seriously speaking, although true chi attacks were powerful, they would be consumed for a long time. One would also be drained and hollowed out. But at this moment, Xiao Han didn't show any signs of exhaustion at all. This was also the huge advantage of the immortal body. There was a huge difference between the immortal body and the ordinary body. At this time, the black demon hero was like a candle in the wind. He was beaten back by Xiao Han, and the space around him was being obliterated and peeled off. Suddenly, true treasure. Golden Buddha sacred robe. Suddenly, every acupoint of the black demon hero's body burst out with Shisha precious chi. In an instant, a golden Kasaya Buddhist robe was put on the black demon hero's body. This was a magic treasure that the black demon hero condensed all the true chi in his body and transformed into. It was a defensive magic treasure. Before this, the black demon hero had been waiting, or it could be said that he was exhausting himself. Although he was beaten back by Xiao Han, he had never taken out his magic treasure. After all, the magic treasure was evolved from the whole body's true chi and essence. Once it was broken, he would immediately run out of oil and be at the mercy of others. Therefore, he would not easily take out this defensive magic treasure. The black demon hero thought that Xiao Han's continuous attacks were fierce at the beginning, but as time went on, he would definitely be weakened. Each attack was 700 million cauldrons, and it was impossible to attack hundreds or thousands of times. As long as he could withstand Xiao Han's storm-like attacks, he would have a chance to turn the tables. However, Xiao Han had already smashed out thousands of punches, and not only did he not weaken at all, but he also became more and more courageous. This caused the black demon hero's psychological defense to completely collapse. He had no choice but to take out his defensive magic treasure. It's useless. Xiao Han completely ignored the black demon hero's magic treasure. If the black demon hero had turned all the true chi in his body into a magic treasure to resist at the beginning, Xiao Han would have some trouble. But now, the black demon hero's momentum had weakened, and he had consumed a lot of his true chi. He could barely take out his defensive magic treasure, but it was also an arrow at the end of its flight. Bang! 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 Xiao Han punched out fiercely one after another. Violent beating. Violent beating. At the moment when the fists were thrown out, there was a strong burst of lightning. It was as if he was communicating with the thunder god of the immortal world. In the lightning of the fists, the shadow of the thunder god was appearing and disappearing. Each of Xiao Han's punches had the power to collapse heaven and earth and cut off the ocean. His fists did not have any magical powers, nor did they have any techniques. The only thing they had was power, absolute power, speed, endurance, and toughness. Each of Xiao Han's punches hit the black demon hero's magic treasure Buddhist robe, destroying a large area of golden light. Each punch hit the flesh, like a dragon or a tiger, like a wolf or a leopard, like a meteor smashing the ground, like the arrival of a natural disaster. After hundreds of punches, finally, Xiao Han punched down, and the golden light of the black demon hero's defensive magic treasure completely dimmed. Then, the magic treasure golden robe shattered inch by inch, exploded, and the true chi formation inside the golden robe collapsed inch by inch. The black demon hero looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood, and then subconsciously howled. Don't fight anymore. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. How could Xiao Han care so much? He attacked like a storm, and now, every punch landed solidly on the black demon hero's body. The black demon hero was immediately beaten up like a big shrimp, and his body arched. Then, the true chi inside his body also exploded, and the true chi formation protecting his internal organs was destroyed one after another, and exploded. The black demon hero's skin. Like a piece of porcelain, fine and dense cracks appeared on it. In the end, it suddenly exploded, and turned into a handful of powder. This black demon hero, who was at the 9th level of true chi, was actually blown up by Xiao Han. Xiao Han stood proudly, and his expression suddenly became calm. His breathing was neither fast nor slow. Xiao Han had blasted out thousands of punches, and each punch contained 700 million cauldrons of strength. Only then was he able to completely destroy the Black Devil. However, at this time, Xiao Han did not show any signs of exhaustion, and his expression gradually became indifferent. It's really hard to deal with. After spending so much time and punching so many times, I finally killed this black demon hero. It seems that there are no weaklings in the top 32. However, I have already passed, and advanced to the top 16. At this time, Xiao, the light yellow brocade pouch that originally belonged to the black demon hero, suddenly opened. The densely packed immortal stones, the number seemingly endless, rolled into Xiao Han's brocade pouch. At the same time, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice also sounded. Congratulations, congratulations, you have successfully passed the top 32 battles, and entered the top 16. According to the rules, you will receive a reward of 248 billion immortal stones. Junior, 10 billion immortal stones can be exchanged for an immortal card. After entering the second floor of this Emperor's treasure trove, you can use the immortal card. The top 32 to top 16 battles have ended. Junior, you have 3 days to rest. 3 days later, you will once again randomly select an opponent for the top 16 battles. And at this time, Xiao Han. More than 500 million immortal stones? Ha 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 ha. I received more than 500 million immortal stones as a reward. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. This is awesome. Xiao Han was overjoyed. Moreover, after the black demon hero was killed, all his immortal stones were plundered by Xiao Han. From the black demon hero, a total of 8 billion immortal stones were plundered. Ha 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 ha. In other words, I now have 700 million immortal stones. Inside Xiao Han's wooden house. Xiao Han stood in front of the light screen, and his mind quickly swept through the inventory. Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixir. The Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixir in the inventory must not be exchanged by the other demon heroes. Now that I have a lot of immortal stones, I can use all the Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixir in the inventory. Xiao Han was impatient. The Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixir was the key for Xiao Han to improve his combat power and create an immortal body. The reason why Xiao Han's combat power could soar to such a monstrous and heaven-defying level in such a short time was entirely because of the Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixir. Whoosh, there are still 2,179 elixirs left. Xiao Han's body shook. Damn it, the last time I checked the inventory of the Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixir, there were still 2,487 elixirs left. Now that I've checked, another few hundred elixirs have been exchanged. I can't be intercepted and killed again. Exchange. 2,179 Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixirs, exchange them all. Whoosh 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 whoosh, from the light yellow brocade pouch, immortal stones rolled into the light screen like flowing water. At the same time, Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixirs with strong medicinal properties and dense thunder light shot out from the light screen and floated around Xiao Han's body. After a short while, 2,179 Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixirs, exchange them all, without missing anything. That's great. Xiao Han's expression changed. His right hand grabbed a large handful of elixirs, about dozens of elixirs, and sent them into his mouth. Today, the scene of my battle with the black demon hero must have been repeatedly studied by the other 15 demon heroes. They probably thought that they had already seen through my trump card. However, as long as I can refine more Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixirs, I will once again create a shock for everyone. Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixirs, refine them for me. Xiao Han was impatient and swallowed a large number of elixirs like a whale. His entire body shone with a golden light and thunder as he frantically refined the elixirs. The strength of his body rose again. The embryonic form of the immortal body became more and more compact, stable, and gradually approaching perfection. Chapter 491. In the first round of the Immortal Stone competition, Xiao Han defeated the Black Devil and successfully entered the top 16. As a result, Xiao Han received billions of immortal stones as a reward. In a spurt of energy, Xiao Han completely exchanged for all the Thunder God's Body Tempering pills in the vault of the enormous hall. 2,179 Thunder God Body Tempering pills only cost him 200 million immortal stones. Boom boom boom, bolts of multicolored celestial world lightning coiled around Xiao Han like dragons and snakes. Xiao Han did not have any distractions in his mind as he swallowed large amounts of immortal pills while tempering his body. Right now, Xiao Han's immortal body was already in its embryonic form. His body and genes were no longer ordinary. He had laid down a solid foundation. Therefore, he could take large amounts of immortal elixirs now. As soon as he swallowed the immortal pills, his body would automatically absorb and refine them. Then, he would activate the golden light of the immortal golden body incantation to perfectly refine the medicinal properties and scatter them into Xiao Han's genes. Against the heavens. Although he had defeated his opponent in the first round, the Black Devil completely crushed his opponent and left him with no room for resistance. Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. However, Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. He knew that in the next round, the opponent he would encounter in the top 16 would be even more terrifying. None of the devil heroes who could enter the next round from the top 32 were weak. Every devil hero in the top 16 was absolutely a heaven-defying existence, a killing machine. For example, Naga, who claimed to kill with one sword. If Xiao Han did not improve his strength, he would not be confident in facing Naga now. In these 3 days of rest, he had to improve his combat power without delay. Xiao Han did not go out at all, seizing every minute and second. He cultivated. He did not have time to meet with Xiao Mingqiu and the others. He did not even have time to watch the other battles of the top 32. Cultivate. 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 Outside the wooden house where Xiao Han lived, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others were in a heated discussion. It was full of fanaticism and disbelief. I really didn't expect junior brother Xiao Han to improve so quickly in just a few days of seclusion. The junior brother Xiao Han from a few days ago is like a different person now. Xiao Mingqiu said with a flushed face. Our plane has been weak since ancient times. Now, a powerful figure has risen up. Junior brother Xiao Han. That's 700 billion cauldrons of energy. It's definitely enough to kill many of our plane's elders. He can even wrestle with the pagoda master. Great. Little brother Xiao Han, you've really risen to power this time. If he can return to this plane now, it's not impossible for him to destroy all the demons in our plane by himself and realize the unification of the human race. Luo Tianyu was so excited that he thumped his chest and stamped his feet. It howled in a low voice, its eyes filled with blazing worship. Afterward, Luo Tianyu said after a slight pause. Such a heaven-defying improvement, could it be that little brother Xiao Han consumed some immortal pill or immortal qi? One of Xiao Han's slaves, the demon hero, chimed in. According to the ancient legends, in our mortal world, there are mysterious incidents of immortals reincarnating. Could it be that Master is an immortal from the upper realm who descended to the mortal world and reincarnated? Alright, stop making wild guesses. Junior brother Xiao Han has just entered the top 16. He will encounter even more powerful opponents. Junior brother Xiao Han must defeat these strong opponents so that he can escape unscathed. Xiao Mingqiu restrained the joy on his face. He said cautiously. All of us have seen the other matches in the top 16 through the light screen. Every match is thrilling. Every match can be called a classic. Other than junior brother Xiao Han, which of the other 15 demon heroes are weak? Seriously speaking, even though junior brother Xiao Han's power has soared and he's famous now, compared to the other 15 advanced evil heroes. Xiao Mingqiu hesitated for a moment, his expression becoming more and more solemn. Then, he said word by word. Junior brother Xiao Han has no advantage. He only has an extremely violent attack power and an abnormally strong flesh shell. However, his attack method seems to be a little simple. Moreover, in the other matches, there are a few demon heroes whose power surpasses junior brother Xiao Han's 700 billion cauldron. Hearing this, Luo Tianyu and the others' expressions became gloomy. Worry was written all over their faces. Junior brother Xiao Han must know his current situation better than us. Therefore, during this 3-day break, junior brother Xiao Han will definitely continue his closed-door training. Let's not disturb him, Xiao Mingqiu said seriously. Of course. Luo Tianyu and the others nodded. In a wooden house. The imposing figure, Li Xiaotian, who was covered in black scale armor and had an aura like an ancient god, stood in front of the light screen with a cold expression. He was using his mind to look at the battles of the top 32 that had already ended. In the battles of the top 32, Li Xiaotian's luck did not seem to be very good. He actually encountered a celestial vision realm expert with 93 open true meridians in his body. However, Li Xiaotian's strength was too tyrannical. In a single exchange, he slapped that celestial vision realm expert to death. At this moment, Li Xiaotian was watching the battle scene of his match. On the light screen, Li Xiaotian's godlike figure appeared. Ha 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 ha. Die. The muscles on Li Xiaotian's entire body swelled, and his figure grew taller. In an instant, he became a giant that was dozens of zhang tall. With a slap, he could topple mountains and overturn the seas, like a natural disaster at the end of the world. Boom, the light screen exploded, and a dazzling golden number bloomed along with Li Xiaotian's palm, 1.9 billion cauldron. His strength was actually so terrifying, reaching 1.9 billion cauldron. Moreover, his strength was the same as Xiao Han's. It did not rely on the eruption of true qi. Li Xiaotian's strength was also the eruption of pure physical strength. He was also a person with a special physique that was rarely seen throughout the ages in the vast and boundless universe. Celestial meteorite body. This special physique was of the earth attribute. Its specialty was that its defense was tyrannical and impregnable. People with this physique could control every cell, every bone, every muscle in their body at will. Their bodies could expand and become bigger as they wished. There were ancient legends that recorded living beings that possessed the celestial meteorite body. After this physique was perfectly stimulated, the body could transform into a celestial body. The body was as big as a planet, and the strength could be calculated in trillions. Of course, Li Xiaotian was still far from reaching the level where his body could transform into a celestial body. Seriously speaking, the potential in his bloodline had already been squeezed dry and exhausted. Special physiques were different from cultivating true qi. Cultivating true qi could also rely on continuous hard work to improve. Diligently advancing and constantly breaking through. However, with a special physique, hard work and diligence were useless. People with special physiques could improve by relying on the genes in their bloodline. Or they could rely on immortal pills, treasures, and all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Oh? It's been a long time since I've tested my strength. Li Xiaotian looked at himself on the light screen, and the corner of his mouth pulled into a faint smile. So it turns out that when I use 70% of my combat strength, my maximum attack power can reach 1.9 billion cauldrons. It's not bad. However, I still desire to improve. Li Xiaotian's mental power fluctuated as he began to watch the battle scenes of the other matches. The linen-clothed, chestnut-haired Naga stood on the stage. His expression was so frivolous, so arrogant, so lonely. His opponent was a female demon warrior with an elegant temperament. This woman. She was as cold as jade, and her expression was cold. Her hands were empty, and she did not hold any weapons. Her entire body emitted a faint, elegant, and otherworldly aura. In between her eyebrows, there was an extremely faint line. She had opened the 100th true meridian, and it was possible for her to open the heaven's eye and open the 101st true meridian. However, as soon as these powerful existences clashed in the arena, the heavenly sword sex disciples were shocked. She was cut by Naga's sword, dismembered into thousands of pieces, and died from 1,000 cuts. A square-faced, green-robed demon warrior. On the stage, he used his true qi killing technique and shouted, "Monarch true qi." Suddenly, he turned his opponent into dust. The light screen vibrated continuously, and the data of 22,987 billion cauldrons burst out. A red-brown-skinned demon man with a demonic red sword aura floating above his head attacked. The entire stage was filled with demonic red sword shadows. These sword shadows divided into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, the entire stage was filled with red sword auras. There were thousands and tens of thousands of them. Pooh! 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 Every red sword aura burst out with the data of 1 billion cauldrons. Tens of thousands of sword auras formed a sword formation. With a single attack, an opponent who was not weak would explode into gas. There are a lot of strong people. Li Xiaotian laughed sinisterly as he watched and studied these battle scenes. Finally, his mental power stopped on Xiao Han's battle scene. In the scene, Xiao Han continuously released a power of 700 billion cauldrons, and finally killed the black demon warrior. This brat. Li Xiaotian's pupils suddenly shrank. His eyes stared straight at Xiao Han in the scene, special physique. Lightning attribute. A few days ago, when I saw his battle, he definitely did not hold back. His limit is definitely not more than 10 billion cauldrons. However, in today's battle, 700 billion cauldrons. In just a few days, his strength had actually advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching such a level. What kind of physique is this? Could it be an immortal physique? No. Absolutely impossible, an immortal physique can't appear in the mortal world. Then, it's possible that his lightning attribute physique is extremely high quality, infinitely close to an immortal physique. There's also a possibility that the lightning gene in his body has awakened in just a few days. Thus, he was able to obtain such abnormal progress. Roar! I must meet this person. In the top 16 battle, I must meet this person. This person is my, Li Xiaotian's, opportunity. The celestial meteorite physique gene in my body has already been exhausted, and my strength can no longer advance. However, if I can kill this person, refine his corpse, and strip away the lightning attribute gene in his body, then I can break through the shackles, causing the celestial meteorite physique to have the lightning attribute. With a dual attribute special physique, I will be invincible in the world. In the mortal world, there will no longer be an opponent for me. If I can meet this person in the top 16 battle, kill him, and refine his corpse, then in a few days of rest, my strength will advance to an unimaginable level. At that time, defeating Naga will be easy. Only by meeting this person in the next round and obtaining his corpse, can I possibly fight to the end and become the only survivor. This brat's limit is not held back at all. Right now, it's 700 billion cauldrons. 3 days later, if I meet him, then I can still easily deal with him. If I drag this on for a few more days, then it's hard to say what kind of progress he will have. Roar! Li Xiaotian let out a heart-wrenching howl. I must meet this brat in the next round. Chapter 492. In Xiao Han's wooden hut. At this moment, the entire wooden hut was filled with lightning. Xiao Han seemed to be wrapped in layers of thick lightning cocoons. He floated in the air with his legs crossed, surrounded by thunder god body tempering pills, like planets orbiting around him. Countless thick lightning bolts seemed to have a mind of their own as they formed numerous lightning dragons, lightning tigers, lightning cheelants, lightning pishio, lightning palaces, ancient lightning temples. They swirled around Xiao Han and merged into his body. Xiao Han's entire body emitted a kind of divine light that did not belong to the mortal world. As the bolts of lightning entered Xiao Han's body, they illuminated his entire body. Vaguely, some of the miraculous conditions in Xiao Han's body could be seen. At this moment, every meridian and bone in Xiao Han's body seemed to have formed a separate realm. As he continued to absorb the power of the thunder god body tempering pills, this realm became more and more perfect. The inner wall of Xiao Han's meridian actually formed a crystal wall. Space crystal wall. The color of this crystal wall was like a glazed jade, and it was engraved with complicated inscriptions of the thunder god. These inscriptions, every word and symbol recorded the glory, majesty, and invincibility of the thunder god. In addition, in every pore of Xiao Han's body, there were endless thunder and lightning elements. Each thunder and lightning element could create a feast of thunder and lightning in the secular world and create a disaster. This body was definitely not that of a mortal's. This was the embryonic form of an immortal body. There were gods' inscriptions and traces of immortals in his body. Xiao Han felt that the surging power in his body could definitely suppress the void, dominate ghosts and gods, and make all enemies retreat. Xiao Han looked solemn. He grabbed a large handful of Thunder God body tempering pills with his right hand and sent them into his mouth. Crackle. Crackle. From within Xiao Han's body, the sound of rolling thunder could be heard. Xiao Han's cultivation had completely entered a state of no one and no self. However, in the outside world, the monsters who had advanced to the top 16 were each making final preparations for the upcoming battle of the top 16. Some of the monsters were repeatedly analyzing the scenes of the battle of the top 32, looking for the weaknesses of the opponents that they might encounter in the next top 16. Some of them were conserving their energy and adjusting their fighting state. Under the moonlight, in an orchard garden, the chestnut-haired Naga sat beside the stone table. There was an evil smile on his lips. A devilish man with reddish-brown skin. He squatted on the thick branch of an immortal tree and ate an immortal fruit with a smile. Li Xiaotian, clad in black armor, stood like a lone crane with his hands behind his back facing Naga's. Tomorrow, the round of 16 will begin at the same time. The three of us are likely to become enemies in the arena. Fight with your life. Naga smiled playfully. Nothing much. Before we become opponents, we can still be considered friends. The bewitching man with reddish-brown skin threw away the immortal fruit in his hand and wiped his hands. I think you've studied the 16 matches in the top 32, right? I didn't study this. Naga smiled arrogantly. To me, I don't need to deliberately study anything. To me, any opponent I encounter is the same. Naga. Don't be too arrogant. Li Xiaotian turned around. Who knows, in the next round of 16, you might fail miserably. Hee, Naga only laughed coldly. Yes. Li Xiaotian, that kid with a special physique, has made great progress. He actually managed to enter the top 16. The devilish man with reddish-brown skin looked at Li Xiaotian and paused for a moment before shrugging. However, from the current situation, the weakest one is still that kid. 700 billion cauldrons of physical strength would indeed be shocking to others. However, to people at our level, 700 billion cauldrons of physical strength is still not enough. Now, the one I hope to meet the most is that kid. Li Xiaotian's eyes were filled with a fanatical expression. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips as he said fiercely. Heh. Li Xiaotian, you might not be able to defeat that kid. Maybe, you will die in his hands. Naga raised his head and sneered. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Naga's comment, Li Xiaotian laughed angrily. What a joke. Naga, you're too funny. I, Li Xiaotian, am unstoppable, crushing everything with my strength. You say that I can't defeat that kid, ha 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 ha, he only has 700 billion ding of strength. He can't even break through my defense. With such little strength, if I want him to die, he will die. His progress is very fast. Naga said thoughtfully. In this world, it is impossible for an ordinary person to improve to this level in just a few days. There must be a secret on his body that no one knows. Suddenly, Naga's mouth curved into a devilish smile as he muttered to himself. Right now, even I'm a little interested in that kid. The battle will start tomorrow. If I meet that kid, Naga, I want you to open your eyes and see how I trample on him. Li Xiaotian flicked his sleeves and left. In Xiao Han's wooden house. Boom. 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 Divine thunder roared. The divine light was like a tide. At this time, the thunder god's body-tempering pills that surrounded Xiao Han's body had been completely refined by him. Phew, Xiao Han let out a long breath of turbid air. I've finally refined all 2179 thunder god's body-tempering pills. Not a single one left. Now, Xiao Han's casual breath could shatter the spatial crystal wall. With just a thought, he could create a storm in the mortal world, a lightning disaster. Xiao Han felt that his immortal body was becoming more and more solid. Moreover, there was a faint sign that he could communicate with the immortal world. However, the number of Thunder God's body-tempering pills that Xiao Han had refined was less than 5,000. It was still a long way from the 10,000 immortal pills needed to perfectly create the Thunder God's tyrant body. Seriously speaking, the current Xiao Han could at best be said to have a half-immortal body. However, in the mortal world, it was extremely terrifying and rare. This time, he condensed his immortal body. Compared to last time, the most obvious difference was that Xiao Han could now control the thunder attribute in his body at will. Without using the spirit turtle true qi, he could hide the faint immortal qi and thunder divine power in his body into his pores and cells, without leaking any trace. If he wrapped it with the spirit turtle true qi, it would be even more seamless. As for strength, Xiao Han had already reached a terrifying 3 trillion cauldrons. The speed of his improvement was simply astounding. It only took him 3 days to go from 700 billion cauldrons to 3 trillion cauldrons. This was something that rarely happened in the universe in billions of years. However, it was not strange when he thought about it. This abnormal speed of improvement was not because Xiao Han's talent was heaven-defying. In fact, it was completely the effect of immortal pills. It was because immortal pills were heaven-defying. However, it did not mean that Xiao Han was useless. The other monsters here had also exchanged for all kinds of immortal pills, but none of them could enjoy immortal pills like Xiao Han. Moreover, he had taken thousands of immortal pills in large doses. Gradually, Xiao Han absorbed the violent lightning in the wooden hut into his body. All of them were absorbed into his body. Soon, the wooden hut became peaceful and tranquil. Xiao Han's aura was also restrained. Walking to the front of the light screen, Xiao Han scanned it with his spirit and blurted out, "Tomorrow is the battle for the top 16. After a pause, Xiao Han could not help but touch his nose and murmur to himself, "I don't know which opponent I will encounter tomorrow. But it doesn't matter. With my current strength, no matter who I encounter, I will not be afraid." Heh. Speaking of which, I am quite looking forward to tomorrow's battle. The incredible improvement this time made Xiao Han's confidence soar. After that, Xiao Han took the time to quickly observe the other 15 battles of the top 32. Xiao Han saw Naga kill his opponent with one sword. He also saw Li Xiaotian's violent suppression. Each is more abnormal than the other. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. After that, Xiao Han completely relaxed and walked out of the wooden hut. He wandered in the moonlight garden, eating some immortal fruits and enjoying a few immortal world flowers. Xiao Han used all kinds of methods to relax before the battle. After that, he sent a message to Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others, asking them to come out and chat with him for a while. Now, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others talked to Xiao Han as a celestial being. The night was silent. The next day, noon. After a night of complete relaxation, Xiao Han's current state of mind was extremely full. There was a kind of spirit piercing through the sky, even a feeling of being reborn. He walked steadily to the front of the light screen. The battle for the top 16. There was a steady smile on the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. At this moment, buzz, from the light screen, there was a sudden sound of a short flute. Xiao Han's spirit slightly tightened. Then, the voice of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao resounded, "Ha ha ha ha, after 3 days of rest, I think the 16 strongest evil heroes must have adjusted their vitality to the best state, right? Ha 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 ha. Good, you should all be impatient. Then, the 16 evil heroes, please get into position quickly. Now, we will randomly draw your opponents for the top 16. It's about to start." Xiao Han was slightly holding his breath now. Who will my opponent be? At the same time, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the other evil heroes who were watching the battle, were nervously staring at the light screen. They all knew that the battle for the top 16 would be more exciting than the battle for the top 32. It would be more exciting, more cruel. I can't wait to harvest the next life. The corner of Naga's mouth curved into a sinister smile. Xiao Han stared at the light screen. At this moment, buzz buzz buzz, on the light screen, the images of the 16 evil heroes began to spin rapidly. The speed of the rotation was unusually fast. Faster and faster. At the beginning, Xiao Han could still rely on his tyrannical and boundless mental strength to grasp the positions and trajectories of the 16 images on the light screen. But towards the end, the images of the 16 evil heroes were completely distorted and turned into rays of light and shadows. Even Xiao Han's mental strength could not be seen clearly. At this moment, boom! The light screen shook. The images of the 16 evil heroes suddenly lined up one by one, matching in pairs. In an instant, it became a situation of 8 pairs against each other. 8 pairs against each other, half of the 16 evil heroes would fall on the arena. Dear evil heroes, the battle for the top 16 has officially begun. Your respective opponents have been randomly selected. After 10 breaths, you will be transported to the arena. The Immortal Stone's reward for the top 16 battle will exceed 10 billion. It can be exchanged for 10 immortal cards to be used in the second level of this Emperor's treasure. Enough idle chatter, let the battle begin. You will be transported to the arena. Good luck to everyone, the opponent was chosen. Xiao Han scanned with his mental strength and discovered that his matched opponent was actually clad in black scale armor. His aura was like that of a god, Li Xiaotian. The top 16, Xiao Han's match, Li Xiaotian. Chapter 493. Xiao Han's opponent had already been randomly selected in the battle of the 16-8. It was Li Xiaotian. In the mortal world, he was a rare one in 100 million with a special physique. In the top 16, he was considered a top expert. His body could change shape at will, reaching a height of 1,000 feet, like a god. With a slap, he could shatter a 10th level true chi, a celestial I-realm opponent. In that split second, some information about this Li Xiaotian appeared in Xiao Han's mind. This person, I've watched his battle videos. In every battle, he was incomparably arrogant, and his killing intent was heaven-defying. Every time before he killed his opponent, he would call out his name. His name is Li Xiaotian. At the same time, in the depths of the light screen, waves of colorful vortexes swept out, and in an instant, Xiao Han was swept into the light screen. The arena. In all directions, there was chaos. Xiao Han was already standing on the arena. In front of Xiao Han, stood Li Xiaotian, who was covered in black scales and had a domineering aura. This Li Xiaotian, just casually standing there, gave people a feeling of ancient desolation. His aura was so strong that it made people tremble in fear, causing the space in all directions to be in an unstable state, as if it was about to collapse. In every pore and cell of his body, danger lurked restlessly. Slaughter, savagery, madness, ruthlessness. In addition, above Li Xiaotian's head, there was a light yellow brocade bag floating. Inside, there were more than 10 immortal cards neatly placed. Each immortal card was worth 1 billion immortal stones. Li Xiaotian? The aura on Xiao Han's body was completely different from Li Xiaotian's. Li Xiaotian was full of sharpness, but Xiao Han was calm and collected. Xiao Han's thunder god tyrant body had already begun to take shape. He was already extraordinary. It was an out-and-out half-immortal body. If he released his aura, it would definitely be brilliant and brilliant. However, he was already able to retract and release it freely, returning to his original state. Xiao Han was calm, even harmless. One was a magma volcano that could erupt at any time, the other was a calm but unfathomable pool. At this moment, facing Xiao Han, Li Xiaotian's eyes were filled with boundless ecstasy. His entire face convulsed, his body twitching non-stop as he looked up at the sky. Suddenly, he let out a long laugh. Ha 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 ha. Luck path. Sure enough, I met you. Ha 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 ha. His wish came true. His wish came true. Ha 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 ha. This is the fate of Li Xiaotian. It seems that the rise of me, Li Xiaotian, cannot be stopped, inside Xiao Mingchu's wooden house. Now, Xiao Mingchu's face was as white as a sheet of paper, and even his breathing had become hurried. His spiritual fluctuation locked onto the light screen and stared closely at the scene of Xiao Han and Li Xiaotian. His heart was gradually sinking into depravity, not good. I'm really, really unlucky. Why? Why did junior brother Xiao Han have to meet this abnormal guy? This person is one of the best in the top 16. In the battle of the top 32, this person's punch directly burst out with a strength of 1.9 trillion ding. He can kill people and ghosts with just a thought. And, the most frightening thing is that when this person killed his opponent in the top 32, he definitely had some strength left. That is to say, 1.9 trillion ding of strength. It's definitely not his maximum attack strength. Hiss. In that case, what was the limit of his attack power? Furthermore, this person's defense was absolutely terrifying. It was impervious to all evil and impenetrable. Truth be told, if junior brother Xiao Han was in the same state as he was 3 days ago, it would be almost impossible for him to defeat this abnormal opponent. Crap. It's terrible now. Xiao Mingchu's heart was completely clenched. Fine and dense cold sweat burst out from the pores of his skin. In a breath, his entire body was soaked in cold sweat, as if he had taken a cold bath. In the arena. Ha 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 ha. Li Xiaotian was still laughing wildly. His laughter shook in all directions, causing the air to collapse and peel off. Just this laughter alone was enough to shake many true energy experts to death. It could be seen how terrifying his physical strength was. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth moved slightly, then he sighed and smiled. Li Xiaotian, are you done laughing? Yes. The battle of the top 16 to the top 8 is more dangerous than the battle of the top 32. You probably thought that encountering me was the best result, right? Because I seem to be the weakest. Besides you, the other people in the top 16 also want to encounter me the most, right? Now that you've gotten your wish, you're so excited. Yes. Li Xiaotian stopped laughing. His emotions had also calmed down. He looked at Xiao Han and said slowly. Good, good. At such a young age, you've already developed the bearing of an expert. There's a sense of being indifferent. Encountering me, Li Xiaotian, with no chance of survival, you actually have the guts to talk so confidently. Even I can't see your fear. Yes, not bad, not bad. What a pity. In the previous battle of the top 32, the guy I met had the same idea as you. However, he died in my hands. Alright, let's do it. Xiao Han's fighting spirit rose bit by bit. His eyes were like torches, and there was a flash of lightning in his pupils. However, Li Xiaotian didn't seem to have the intention to attack immediately. He gently waved his hand and sneered. I'm not a short-sighted person. Kid, if you think that I'm so happy just because I met you, I'm so lucky to meet a weakling and advance without worry. Then, you're underestimating me too much. Huh? Xiao Han didn't understand. Kid, you have a special physique. In the entire universe, in the countless ordinary planes, it's extremely rare. And I also have a special physique. Li Xiaotian looked at Xiao Han proudly. Yes. Xiao Han couldn't help but nod his head. Li Xiaotian, I've seen the images of your battle. Indeed, you also rely on your physical strength to crush everything and defeat your enemy. Strictly speaking, we're the same kind of people. Li Xiaotian stared at Xiao Han. Kid, when I see you today, I actually feel a sense of sympathy for you. Sigh. In the vast universe, countless planes, people with special physiques in the true sense are rare. And you and I, Two people with special physiques, the probability of meeting here is extremely low. If it wasn't because this arena battle is a life and death battle, we could probably become friends. Li Xiaotian's mouth suddenly pulled into a cruel and strange arc. Of course, even if we can become friends, I'll still kill you. Xiao Han was stunned. He didn't understand what Li Xiaotian was trying to say. Because Li Xiaotian looked at Xiao Han coldly. Kid, you're the key to my breakthrough to a higher realm. This is the real reason why I wanted to meet you and lost myself in ecstasy just now. You're the key to my true rise. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Han finally couldn't help but laugh loudly. What does your breakthrough have to do with me? Ignorant junior. Li Xiaotian scolded coldly. However, seeing that you're about to die, and that you're going to help me rise, I can tell you some things. Li Xiaotian wasn't in a hurry to kill, and he was talking non-stop. This made Xiao Han not anxious, and he looked at Li Xiaotian with interest. Kid, you must be a person with a special physique of the thunder attribute. And I, Li Xiaotian, am a person with a special physique of the earth attribute. Li Xiaotian said proudly. Thunder attribute? Earth attribute? Xiao Han was at a loss. You still don't know this, right? Li Xiaotian glanced at Xiao Han with contempt. Before you die, I can tell you. In the vast universe, there are countless planes, and there are many types of special physiques, and they are also divided into various types of physiques. Oh. Xiao Han couldn't help but nod. It should be like this. Generally speaking, special physiques are divided into several types. Fire attribute. Attack fast, invincible, earth attribute. Amazing defense, invulnerable to all evil. Unbreakable, wind attribute. Unpredictable, ethereal, fastest speed, water attribute. Softest. But it represents life, thunder attribute. The most unstable, the most difficult to control, but the most explosive, the most destructive. Li Xiaotian said almost everything he knew. Every physique, when reached the extreme, can be condensed into an immortal physique. Fire attribute. Yen Emperor immortal physique. Earth attribute. Starry Sky Dominator physique. Wind attribute. Wind immortal physique. Water attribute. Water God physique. Thunder attribute. Thunder God Tyrant physique. Of course, other than these few basic special physiques, there are also some special physiques that are even more difficult to appear in the mortal world. For example, Divine Light physique, Darkness physique, Poison Demon physique, Wood Emperor physique. Every physique, when condensed to the extreme, can create an immortal physique. Xiao Han nodded subconsciously. In his heart, he said, as long as I consume and refine 10,000 Thunder God body-quenching pills, I can create a perfect immortal physique. There is no doubt about this. Ha 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 ha. Kid, it is not easy for a mortal to condense an immortal physique. People like us with special physiques are also limited by the bloodline genes. When the physique grows to a certain extent, its potential will be exhausted, and there will be no more breakthroughs. People with special physiques in the mortal world, the bloodline genes in their bodies are still very far away from a true immortal physique. For example, my celestial meteorite physique belongs to the earth attribute special physique. If the genes are perfect, I can condense an immortal physique. However, the earth attribute gene in my body is still about 80% away from being perfect. There's still an 80% difference? These words made Xiao Han completely puzzled. Simply put, the special bloodline genes in my body have been exhausted. If my physique is converted to an immortal physique, then I am at most 20% of an immortal physique, which is 80% away from a true immortal physique. Li Xiaotian explained. Xiao Han immediately understood. This is a vague concept, but it can be roughly deduced from the data. Assuming an immortal physique is a complete number, 10, then there is 10% immortal physique, 20% immortal physique, 30% immortal physique, and finally 100% immortal physique. If I consume 10,000 Thunder God body-quenching pills, I can achieve 100% immortal physique. Now that I have consumed 4,000 Thunder God body-quenching pills, I seem to have 40% immortal physique. I seem to understand a little. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Li Xiaotian, in other words, you'll never be able to create a perfect earth elemental celestial body. That's because you only have 20% of the earth elemental genes in your body. You don't have any more potential. Xiao Han looked at Li Xiaotian. Chapter 494. Indeed, my potential has been exhausted. Li Xiaotian didn't deny it. A 20% immortal body isn't even a half immortal body, let alone a true immortal body. I can only do whatever I want in the mundane world. Of course, I can also cultivate true qi and become an immortal. However, the chances are slim. If one's potential is exhausted, one should be able to use immortal pills and external forces to achieve an immortal body, right? Xiao Han blurted out subconsciously. Tisk, how ignorant. Li Xiaotian snorted disdainfully. Yes, immortal pills can indeed defy the heavens and seize fate. For example, if I use the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill, I can indeed break through the shackles of my bloodline and create a 30% immortal body, 40% immortal body. Theoretically speaking, if I have enough Earth Emperor's body refinement pill, I can even directly soar into the clouds and create the perfect Earth element, the starry sky dominator body. That is a true immortal body. I can soar beyond the 9 heavens and ascend to a higher level. From then on, I will be immortal and indestructible. Li Xiaotian's eyes shone with a dreamy and hazy light. There should be many Earth Emperor's body refinement pills in the treasure vault of the Genius Zone, right? Xiao Han frowned. Wouldn't you be able to create an immortal body if you use thousands of them? Idiot. What a fool. Li Xiaotian roared. How can a mortal use an immortal pill? Yes, there are all kinds of immortal pills in the treasure vault of the Genius Zone. I have also exchanged for a portion of the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill. However, I am still immortal. Although I have a special body, I can't recklessly use the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill. Even one will cause my body to explode. A mortal using an immortal pill is courting death. There is no doubt about it. I have to leave the Genius Zone first. I have to return to my hometown and find the strongest alchemist in my plane to refine a neutral medicine. Only then can I use the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill. However, I'm afraid such an alchemist can't be found in my plane. I couldn't find it anywhere. Heh. I, on the other hand, can consume immortal pills as I please because I possess the immortal golden body technique, a body refining technique that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth. TSK, the profundity of the immortal golden body technique is becoming more and more vivid. In the beginning, I only thought of it as a divine technique that can take a beating, but now, it actually manifests the heaven-defying miraculous ability of refining immortal pills and creating an immortal body. Xiao Han could not help but feel pleased with himself for not being able to refine it. Just then, but Brett, even though I, Li Xiaotian, have exhausted all of my earth attribute potential, you still possess the lightning attribute. You are young, but you have a lightning-type bloodline gene in your body. Li Xiaotian stared at Xiao Han with a crazed look on his face. It's definitely stronger than my earth bloodline. You've improved so much in such a short period of time. The lightning-type bloodline genes in your body are extremely pure. However, due to your young age, you have yet to perfectly develop this gene. Ha 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 ha. As long as I kill you, then, I'll refine your corpse. After absorbing and refining the lightning-type bloodline genes in your body, my genes will mutate. Ha 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 ha. Gene mutation? Xiao Han's expression changed slightly. Yes. Gene mutation. Absorb your lightning-type genes. My physical body is tyrannical enough, and my physical strength has reached 1 trillion cauldrons. Although I can't covet the medicinal power of the immortal pill, absorbing your bloodline genes is not a problem at all. But absorbing your genes isn't a problem at all. I can accept it. If that's the case. Ha 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 ha. In my body, I will have the earth and lightning attributes. I will become one of the few people in the human world with a special dual attribute physique. In this way, I will be invincible in the human world. The probability of becoming an immortal and creating an immortal body will also increase by a lot. With a dual attribute physique, defeating a demon of the same age, even if it's that cold-blooded Naga, will be as easy as flipping his hand. Ha 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 ha. Brat, tell me, are you my fortune? Isn't this my lucky chance? What luck! Originally, the potential of the earth attribute genes in my body had been exhausted, but now, I've encountered a fellow with the lightning-type bloodline genes. You are my Li Xiaotian's tonic. Ahahaha. I'm going to completely refine your genes. Hearing this, Xiao Han finally understood Li Xiaotian's ambition and thoughts. This fellow actually wants to refine my thunder god tyrant body. Make him a heaven-defying expert with a dual attribute physique. But stupid. Really stupid. He said a lot. In fact, although there is a trace of reason, there are many places where he is completely wrong. Xiao Han's mind kept flashing. I, this young master, have taken thousands of immortal pills. Inside my body, immortal light is circulating, and there is a trace of being able to communicate with the lightning of the immortal world. But you can't even take a single immortal pill, and you still dare to refine this young master? Hee hee, I'm afraid that even a drop of this young master's blood can make you explode alive. Yes, this Li Xiaotian was indeed completely wrong. He actually wanted to refine Xiao Han alive and obtain the lightning attribute in Xiao Han's body. However, he never thought that Xiao Han had already taken thousands of immortal pills. His body was filled with the medicinal power of the immortal pills. It was far from what Li Xiaotian could covet. At this moment, a vague thought suddenly gripped Xiao Han's mind. Wait. Dual attribute special physique? So there is such a thing as a dual attribute physique in this world. This Li Xiaotian wants to refine the lightning attribute in my body. Then, is it possible for me to obtain the earth attribute physique in his body, thus making me a dual attribute physique as well? Or, I might as well find the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill and use the indestructible golden body to refine the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill like how I refined the Thunder God's body refinement pill? In short, is it possible for me to create a dual attribute physique? This sudden thought suddenly occupied Xiao Han's mind. However, before Xiao Han could brew this thought, Li Xiaotian's entire aura rose infinitely. Alright, kid, that's all I have to say. You will be the cornerstone of my rise. You should feel honored. Then, die. Suddenly, a strong wind blew violently from Li Xiaotian's body. From every pore cell, a tornado that could shatter mountains sprayed out. Li Xiaotian's body began to expand at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. His flesh and blood became pure, and his breathing became more condensed. His aura became even more berserk. The strength of his body, explosive power, endurance, defensive ability. All of them were rising steadily. Very quickly, Li Xiaotian transformed into a terrifying giant spirit that was dozens of feet tall. His entire body was suffused with an earthen yellow color like the earth, emitting a strong aura of earth. There was a flow of air swirling around his entire body. It was like an ancient statue that had existed since the ancient times. In the next moment, his muscles twisted again. Inch by inch, his skin turned into armor. Faint earth god inscriptions faintly flickered on his body. Kid, die. However, I will try my best to leave your corpse intact. Li Xiaotian opened his bloody mouth. There was a rumbling sound. Beneath his feet, streak after streak of talismans appeared as well. They were all ancient formations, their surfaces containing extremely faint immortal energy. Transformed. Xiao Han's body did not move at all. He raised his eyes and looked at Li Xiaotian, who had transformed into an ancient giant. This is a special physique of the earth attribute. It is indeed magical and extraordinary, revealing a kind of terrifying defensive ability. It seems that it is the earth attribute. The biggest characteristic and the biggest advantage is defense. Ha 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 ha. Kid, release your thunder and lightning attribute. Let's fight head on. Li Xiaotian burst out with a thunderous voice. His current voice did not sound like that of a human. Instead, it was like that of an ancient devil, a giant. I like the way of fighting with fists to flesh. Your true chi cultivation base is lousy. It is a special physique and a tyrannical flesh shell. Just what I want. Come on. I will let you die with dignity. The strength of your flesh shell is 700 billion cauldrons, plus your special physique. In terms of defensive ability, there is a certain blessing. Then, I will use 60% of my strength to play with you. Ha 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 ha. As soon as his voice fell, boom, Li Xiaotian's palm slammed down on Xiao Han's head. This palm contained 60% of Li Xiaotian's strength, reaching a huge force of about 1.6 billion cauldrons. With a palm strike, the wind and clouds surged. In all directions, it was the color of earth. A thick aura of earth pervaded everywhere. This palm of his suppressed the heavens, broke through the void, and obtained reality. On the arena, the yellow war flag danced, smoke rose everywhere, and the space collapsed. It was as if there was an eye of the wind in his palm, sucking in the air of the entire arena, forming a terrifying vacuum zone. In Xiao Mingchu's wooden house, his entire body was covered in cold sweat. He was restless and worried as he stared at the light screen. Suddenly, as Li Xiaotian struck out with his palm, the entire light screen violently shook. It seemed as if the light screen was about to explode. Then, a dazzling golden number rose up, 1.6 billion cauldrons. 1.6 billion cauldrons. This Li Xiaotian has unleashed a violent force of 1.6 billion cauldrons, crushing ghosts and gods. And 3 days ago, junior brother Xiao Han's maximum attack power was only 700 billion cauldrons. Can he withstand it? Moreover, this Li Xiaotian's strength is far more than 1.6 billion cauldrons. Luo Tianyo's wooden house. Luo Tianyo's body could not even stand steadily. With one hand supporting the light screen shook, causing Luo Tianyo's body to also sway. He said in a trembling voice. 1.6 billion cauldrons against little brother Xiao Han's 700 billion cauldrons. Although little brother Xiao Han has a special physique that increases his defense, Li Xiaotian must also have a special physique. For Li Xiaotian to be able to transform into an ancient giant, he must also have an extremely powerful special physique. At this moment, many of the spectators had also noticed the duel between Xiao Han and Li Xiaotian. When they saw Li Xiaotian unleash a power of 1.6 trillion cauldrons, they all broke out in a cold sweat for Xiao Han. The duel between these two had nothing to do with technique, true chi, or comprehension. It was purely a fight of strength, using violence to curb violence. Whoever was stronger, who was more resilient, who had greater stamina and explosive power, would be able to defeat their opponent. This was a simple and violent match. It was also a shocking match. In the arena. Boy, die. You have a special physique, so I don't think that this palm of mine will be able to directly smash your body into pieces. However, you will definitely die. Leaving your corpse intact is also a form of respect for you. Li Xiaotian's wild laughter was filled with confidence. He believed that a strike of 1.6 billion cauldrons would definitely be able to kill Xiao Han. You want me to die? Not necessarily. At this moment, Xiao Han's entire body released the spirit turtle true chi, and the aura of the thunder god tyrant body gushed out. Endless lightning intertwined, and the thunder god's inscription swept across the sky. A faint immortal quality bloomed from Xiao Han's body. Within Xiao Han's body, not only was the sound of thunder rumbling, but there was also celestial music drifting out. Do you think that 60% of your strength can kill me? Good. I will also only use 60% of my strength. Explode for me. Xiao Han's body straightened, and his figure was perfect and invincible. He also used 60% of his strength and struck out with his palm. Boom! Xiao Han struck out with his palm, and his palm suddenly enlarged. Moreover, the color of this palm was almost transparent, pure and flawless. It was the color of jade. One could clearly see that every blood vessel and meridian under the palm, and the inner walls of these blood vessels and meridian had condensed into a spatial crystal wall. Within it, thunder and lightning from the immortal realm, and all kinds of inscriptions were constantly being born and destroyed. Suddenly, the power of this palm caused a large area of the void to condense. In the light screen in front of a large number of spectators, another burst of data appeared, 1.8 billion cauldrons. Chapter 495. It was a battle of life and death. Xiao Han versus Li Xiaotian. Both of them were people with special constitutions known for their strength. Their battle style was simple and violent. Li Xiaotian had the earth attribute, and his defense was impenetrable. His body could transform into a celestial body and dominate the starry sky. Although Li Xiaotian was still many times away from the great success stage of the immortal body, once he attacked, he would definitely be able to destroy thousands of troops. Just 60% of his strength had reached a terrifying 160 billion ding. Li Xiaotian thought that this palm could kill Xiao Han directly. However, he never expected that Xiao Han's strength would not lose to him at all. Moreover, the Thunder God Tyrant body, through the refinement of immortal pills, was definitely better than Li Xiaotian's celestial meteorite body. Xiao Han also attacked. 60% of his strength had reached 180 billion ding. The two of them were tit for tat, and they were going all out. They fought with reason, and did not give an inch. Boom! 160 billion ding against 180 billion ding of strength, boom. The entire arena seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed. Countless cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the surrounding space. It was almost breaking. Boom boom boom! Following Xiao Han's attack, the fine and dense electric light wriggled like dragons and snakes, penetrating into Li Xiaotian's body through every opening. It caused Li Xiaotian to feel numb for a moment. Roar! In this direct attack, Li Xiaotian did not gain any advantage at all, but was defeated. On one hand, he underestimated Xiao Han's strength. He did not expect Xiao Han to improve again in just 3 days. On the other hand, his constitution had not been refined by immortal pills, and could not be compared to Xiao Han's constitution. Moreover, the earth attribute's defense was strong enough, but in terms of tearing and explosiveness, it was completely defeated by Xiao Han's lightning attribute. For example, the same 1 trillion ding of strength, when the lightning attribute burst out, the lethality was definitely more terrifying than the earth attribute. However, the earth attribute's defense was slightly stronger. Pooh! Li Xiaotian suddenly spat out a small mouthful of blood. His giant body, which was hundreds of feet tall, was like an ancient giant, and retreated quickly. Streaks of lightning arcs, and waves of power lingered. Li Xiaotian guided them to the ground of the arena to reduce the damage as much as possible. The arena rumbled and collapsed. Smoke and dust billowed and billowed. Kid! Your strength has actually skyrocketed again. What kind of freak are you? What kind of physique do you have? Roar! I, Li Xiaotian, have been famous for thousands of years. My earth physique is mighty and awe-inspiring. It is impossible for me to lose to a brat like you who is still wet behind the ears. Furthermore, your strength will be depleted in 3 days. It had increased from 700 billion ding to almost 2 trillion ding. This was definitely abnormal. You have a special physique, and your bloodline and genes will allow you to ascend. At the very beginning, your strength was less than 10 billion ding. 3 days ago, during the top 32 battle, your bloodline ascended. Raising his strength to 700 billion ding meant that he had successfully ascended. Perhaps, your bloodline will have a second chance. The third time. multiple bloodline ascensions. However, it is absolutely impossible for you to complete a second bloodline ascension in such a short period of time. You can increase your strength from 700 billion ding to almost 2 trillion ding. 2 consecutive bloodline ascensions in such a short period of time will cause you to explode. Right. I know, you must be forcing yourself. Right now, you are exhausting your life potential, exhausting your bloodline genes, and stubbornly resisting. Ha ha ha. I know. You can't hold on much longer. Die. 80% of your strength. As his enormous figure retreated, Li Xiaotian, who had been so confident all this while, finally let out a roar of panic. However, he was still unwilling to give up. He did not believe that Xiao Han had the strength to fight back. Suddenly, his body expanded again, and he transformed into a giant spirit like a demon god. Once again, he launched a palm strike toward Xiao Han. This palm strike contained 80% of Li Xiaotian's strength, reaching a total of 2,100 billion ding. As the palm strike was thrown out, the arena was filled with a bleak yellow aura, and it was as if dusk had fallen. Time flowed like water, and time was like a song. An ancient and desolate aura was revealed. 2,100 billion ding. As for Xiao Han, although he couldn't expand as much as Li Xiaotian, he was still surrounded by crackling lightning, and countless mysterious magical designs appeared behind him, as well as a projection of the god of lightning. His aura was just as shocking as Xiao Han's. Furthermore, although Xiao Han's body had suffered from the recoil of Li Xiaotian's attack, this violent recoil hadn't harmed his body in the slightest. However, it only caused Xiao Han's internal organs to tremble for a moment. Humph. I've swallowed so many immortal pills. How can my body be compared to a barbarian like you? Die. I won't waste any more time. Full strength. 3 trillion ding. After fighting with Li Xiaotian, Xiao Han's confidence was boosted. Moreover, Xiao Han believed that this battle would not be too complicated. This was a collision of strength against strength, and physique against physique. There was no skill, no calculation, and no battle experience. It was just brute force. Boom! Xiao Han did not waste any more time. He immediately unleashed 3 trillion ding of strength. This power was simply all-encompassing, condensing the void, obliterating the past, and destroying everything. The invincible power enveloped Li Xiaotian. Lightning from the immortal realm surrounded Li Xiaotian. Countless lightning bolts condensed into thick and powerful lightning dragons, and lightning tigers. They all pounced on Li Xiaotian. The earthy yellow aura, the aura of the earth, was washed away into nothingness. Ah! In Xiao Mingchu's wooden house, a shattering sound came from the light screen. The first thing Xiao Mingchu saw was Xiao Han striking out with 180 billion ding of force, neutralizing Li Xiaotian's first attack. Then, before Xiao Mingchu could recover from his shock, Li Xiaotian in the light screen rallied and started his counterattack, striking out 200 and 100 billion ding of force. But Xiao Han was even more tyrannical, striking back with 300 billion ding of force. In the light screen, one after another, horrifying numbers were rising. Finally, bam! The light screen shook violently and exploded with a loud bang. Then, all the images disappeared. It's destroyed. Junior Marshal brother Xiao Han and that Li Xiaotian's strength destroyed the light screen. Xiao Mingchu let out a shriek. In Naga's wooden house, Naga had perfectly defeated his opponent. He smoothly entered the top 8. He had a cold smile on his face as he calmly observed the other matches. At this time, when he saw the battle between Xiao Han and Li Xiaotian, his light screen was also destroyed. Oh! Such a strong brute force? Even stronger than Li Xiaotian? Interesting. It's really interesting. It seems that Li Xiaotian is going to die. Naga smiled strangely. Then, he turned around and walked away from the light screen with an indifferent expression. An ant that is slightly stronger than Li Xiaotian, in the arena. Li Xiaotian was heavily injured again. He used 80% of his strength, too. 1 trillion ding. He thought that he could directly kill Xiao Han, but he didn't expect Xiao Han to unleash 3 trillion ding of strength. This had already exceeded Li Xiaotian's limit of 7 trillion ding. Furthermore, Xiao Han's lightning-attributed attack was too ferocious. It only lasted for a short while. Not only did it send Li Xiaotian flying, but the earthy yellow armor on Li Xiaotian's body. Cracks appeared inch by inch. Pooh! Li Xiaotian spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face extremely ferocious. Impossible. How is this possible? In 3 days, his strength has surpassed mine. Li Xiaotian couldn't believe it. Didn't you want to refine my bloodline gene? You really don't know what's good for you. Die for me. Xiao Han didn't spare him. Straightening his body, he had already caught up with him. Once again, he struck out with his palm. 3 trillion ding. Xiao Han's palm struck out with all his strength, and his entire body began to expand. Although it didn't expand to the terrifying extent of Li Xiaotian's, it was still half the height of a person, and his aura was even more like a giant spirit. A god descending to the mortal world. Every pore of Xiao Han's body spewed out thunder astral energy, faintly conveying ancient songs praising the thunder god, connected to the immortal world, and even surging earth, fire, wind, and water, as if there was a supreme thunder and lightning world quietly brewing in Xiao Han's body. Ultimate strength. 7 trillion ding. Meteorite armor to protect me. Now, Li Xiaotian was really scared out of his wits. All of his confidence, his past pride, and his ambitions were all shattered by Xiao Han. At the same time, in his heart, an ominous premonition like a beast on the verge of death surged. He tried his best to reverse the situation. Li Xiaotian also struck out with his ultimate strength, and his entire body was filled with the aura of the earth. In a breath, a layer of dark yellow armor condensed on the surface of his body. At this time, Li Xiaotian seemed to have become one with heaven and earth, showing an indestructible and terrifying defense. Li Xiaotian's earth physique was originally known for its defense. In his realm, as long as he defended with all his strength, even the tower master of his realm couldn't hurt him within a few moves. However, Xiao Han's attack was not as simple as strength. The thunder god's tyrant body supported the bombardment of the divine lightning of the immortal world. Traces of thunder and lightning bombarded the surface of Li Xiaotian's armor, swallowing, destroying, and disintegrating inch by inch. Poof! Li Xiaotian blocked Xiao Han's attack, but he still couldn't stabilize his momentum and was forced to retreat again. Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all. He straightened up again and struck out with his palm, sweeping across all directions, covering heaven and earth, swallowing the sky, and destroying the starry sky. In Xiao Han's attack, there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar, shaking heaven and earth. The airflow in all directions was first distorted, then caved in, then expanded, and finally exploded. Go away. Go away. The yellow horn helmet on Li Xiaotian's head was shattered, and his long hair was disheveled in the wind, making him look unprecedentedly embarrassed. He waved his hands, trying to block Xiao Han's attack. Bang! 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 Xiao Han continued to beat him violently. Inch by inch. Each strike was a full 3 trillion ding, and each strike was the eruption of his strength to the extreme. He beat Li Xiaotian to death. Xiao Han's expression was a little ferocious. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Bang! 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 Xiao Han continuously threw hundreds of punches, and Li Xiaotian blocked hundreds of punches. The armor on his body showed signs of cracking. However, the earth defense was indeed tyrannical to the extreme. Logically speaking, Xiao Han had consumed close to 4,000 Thunder God quenching pills, so his physique should be much higher than Li Xiaotian's. He should be able to defeat Li Xiaotian in a few moves, but Li Xiaotian relied on the defensive advantage of the earth physique to resist stubbornly until now. Of course, Li Xiaotian could only defend now, and he had no chance to counterattack at all. Explode! Suddenly, Xiao Han let out a roar, and his fists rained down like a storm. His legs also kicked out in the air. His fists were like heavy hammers, and his legs were like guillotines. Xiao Han's attack speed was several times faster than before. Several times faster. Moreover, the power of each attack was still 3 trillion ding. Xiao Han's physique was really abnormal. His body didn't have any burden on it at all, and he could completely bear it. One had to know that such a fierce power, if he used all his strength every time, without this physique, his body would have exploded long ago. However, Xiao Han was still more and more energetic, and the more he fought, the more excited he became, and there was no sign of decline at all. On the other hand, Li Xiaotian was like a lamp without oil. In fact, there was even a hint of breathlessness in his voice. At this time, after Xiao Han increased the speed and frequency of his attacks, the void around the battle stage suddenly split open, and countless thick lightning bolts rushed out. These lightning bolts were not of the mortal world, and there was a chaotic aura that came from the immortal world. Thunderous rumbles sounded, as if the immortal world was brewing within them. Ah! There's the aura of an immortal. There's the aura of an immortal in your body. You're creating an immortal body. Roar! How did you do it? Finally, Li Xiaotian burst into a howl of despair, and in the next moment, countless lightning wrapped around Li Xiaotian, who was hundreds of feet tall, and then, exploded. The entire arena seemed to have turned into a chaotic color, and strands of 3 trillion ding of violent power exploded on Li Xiaotian's body. Bang! The sky fell and the earth cracked. The earth armor on Li Xiaotian's body was blown up inch by inch, and shattered into pieces. His tall and sturdy body was like a punctured balloon, deflated and condensed to an extreme degree. His skin, flesh, and blood were all blasted apart. Even his bones were blown apart and splattered everywhere. His whole body was directly blown up by Xiao Han's endless violent attacks. Broken. Destroyed. Chapter 496. The battle between Xiao Han and Li Xiaotian did not have any technical content at all. It could even be said that this was a battle that could be seen at a glance. Both of them were acting recklessly. Whoever had greater strength and tyrannical physique would defeat the opponent. Without a doubt, in terms of strength and physique, Xiao Han completely surpassed Li Xiaotian. As a result, the arrogant Li Xiaotian was now completely destroyed by Xiao Han. The earthen meteorite armor, which was known for its supreme defense, was also smashed into pieces by Xiao Han's wild hammering. When the arena returned to its calm state, Xiao Han had completely retracted the ancient thunder god's berserk demonic aura from before. His entire person had become quiet. His temperament was elegant, like a god holding a flower. As for Li Xiaotian, he had already been destroyed. There was not even a complete corpse. The ground was filled with wriggling flesh and blood, pieces of muscle tissue, and pieces of bone fragments. Congratulations, outstanding young demon. You are getting closer and closer to the final success and victory. You have taken a solid step forward into the top 8. You are also one of the strongest mortals under the age of 10,000 under this starry sky. According to the rules, you will receive a reward of 76 million immortal stones. Junior, 1 billion immortal stones can be exchanged for an immortal card. After entering the second floor of this Emperor's treasure trove, you can use the immortal card. The battle to advance to the top 8 has ended. Junior, you have 3 days to rest. After 3 days, you will once again randomly draw an opponent to advance to the top 4. As Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice echoed on the arena, countless immortal stones rolled into the light yellow brocade bag floating above Xiao Han's head. Furthermore, the dozen or so immortal cards in Li Xiaotian's brocade bag were also taken by Xiao Han and automatically entered Xiao Han's brocade bag. I entered the top 8. Xiao Han secretly nodded his head. At this moment, Xiao Han lowered his gaze and saw that a storage ring had fallen from the arena. It's Li Xiaotian's storage ring. Xiao Han's heart was slightly moved. He reached out and grabbed the storage ring through the air. He grabbed it. After dripping his blood to recognize the owner, Xiao Han's mental power seeped into the storage ring and carefully examined it. Finally, Xiao Han took out a brocade bag from the storage ring. From the brocade bag, he poured out a large amount of pills. This was a khaki-colored pill that gave off a feeling of the heaviness of the earth. Furthermore, it was emitting dense immortal qi. It's an immortal pill. That's right, it must be the Earth Emperor's body-enhancing pill that Li Xiaotian exchanged for. Xiao Han was well aware of this. Then, he put away the storage ring. Before leaving the arena, Xiao Han put Li Xiaotian's dismembered corpse into his storage ring. We have 3 days to rest and reorganize. I'm going to study the dual attribute physique that Li Xiaotian mentioned. He returned to his wooden house from the arena. Xiao Han only casually chatted with Xiao Mingchu and the rest before going into seclusion again. In the storage room of the giant hall, there were no more Thunder God body tempering pills, so Xiao Han's seclusion wasn't to temper his Thunder God tyrant body. During his battle with Li Xiaotian, he had learned many things about people with special constitutions from Li Xiaotian. Now that he knew about the dual attribute physique, Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind clear of all distracting thoughts. His expression was one of deep contemplation as he muttered to himself. There are many types of special physiques. The most basic special physique. There are the earth physique, the lightning physique, and the fire physique. The wind physique, the water physique. By developing every special physique to the limit, one can create an immortal physique. However, the bloodline genes of people with special physiques in the mortal world are definitely not enough to create an immortal physique. For example, Li Xiaotian has the earth physique, but it's still far from an immortal physique. His potential has been exhausted, and at most, he can only act like a tyrant in the mortal world and ordinary planes. Unless he relies on an immortal pill to defy the heavens and change his fate. But in the end, Li Xiaotian is still immortal. It's impossible for him to enjoy the elixir. Even if he found a neutralizing medicine, he would only be able to consume 1 or 2 elixirs. It's absolutely impossible for him to consume thousands of elixirs like I did with the Thunder God body tempering pill, and me? Because I cultivate the indestructible golden body technique, I can use the indestructible golden body technique to refine immortal pills. Li Xiaotian originally wanted to kill me, refine the bloodline genes in my body, and obtain my lightning attribute. But now, I have killed Li Xiaotian and obtained his corpse and flesh, but I don't really know how to refine his corpse. But when I was refining the Thunder God tyrant body art, I didn't refine other people's bloodline genes. In other words, I have the Earth Emperor's body refining pill in my hands now. If I use the indestructible golden body technique to refine it, would I be able to perfectly refine and absorb the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor's body refining pill, just like how I refined the Thunder God's body refining pill? If my indestructible golden body technique can really refine the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill, then I only need to find a few other types of immortal pills, and I can become a person with a tri-attribute or quad-attribute physique. Thinking of this, Xiao Han gradually became excited. I'll give it a try. I should be able to succeed. Even the violent medicinal power of the Thunder God body enhancing pill can be refined by the indestructible golden body technique, so why can't I refine the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill? In comparison, the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill is more stable and solid. It's not that domineering. Xiao Han was eager to give it a try. With a flip of his right hand, an Earth Emperor body enhancing pill was already in Xiao Han's palm. The Earth Emperor body enhancing pill was bright and had a soft luster. It was like a gem, and its entire body was an earthy yellow color. Countless earthy yellow rays shot out continuously, and the fragrance of the earth lingered in the air. Celestial qi rose in spirals, and rays of celestial light revolved around the pill. Thick and solid earth essence qi was released violently. As expected of an immortal pill. It's indeed extraordinary. This Earth Emperor body enhancing pill is not inferior to the Thunder God body enhancing pill at all. It's an immortal pill of the same level, Xiao Han exclaimed sincerely. When Xiao Han's spiritual energy permeated the Earth Emperor body tempering pill, he was even more astonished. There was actually a small world inside the Earth Emperor body tempering pill. When Xiao Han probed it with his spiritual energy, he discovered that there was a small world inside the pill. It was filled with majestic mountains that were boundless, and it was impossible to tell how deep and how far they were. Mountain after mountain rose from the ground. Some of them were tall and towering, some of them were beautiful, and some of them were rugged and surrounded by waterfalls. It was a place with excellent feng shui, an immortal pill. A world. Such a miraculous immortal pill will definitely be able to refine a celestial body. There's no doubt about that. Let's see if my indestructible golden body technique can refine the medicinal power of this Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. Xiao Han no longer hesitated and directly put the immortal pill in his mouth. Right now, Xiao Han's Thunder God body had already begun to take shape. Therefore, he wasn't worried that his body would explode the moment he swallowed the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. At the very least, he still had the indestructible golden body technique to protect him. The moment the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill entered Xiao Han's mouth, it immediately dissolved. A thick medicinal power. Along with a thick earthy fragrance, it directly dispersed. It dispersed into Xiao Han's internal organs, meridians, and bones. Boom, suddenly. Xiao Han's body inflated like a balloon. Soon, he felt as if he was going to explode. Xiao Han didn't dare to be careless. He activated the indestructible golden body technique to the extreme, and a tidal wave of golden light washed through Xiao Han's body. The warm, comfortable, and brilliant golden light enveloped him. In an instant, it enveloped the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. Refine. Xiao Han refined the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill just like how he refined the Thunder God body enhancing pill. The golden light started to break down the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. At the beginning, the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. Like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, it surged and swelled in Xiao Han's meridians, pores, and cells. However, as soon as the indestructible golden body was activated, a golden light enveloped him, and the medicinal potency started to break down. Gradually, the medicinal potency was soothed and transformed into streams of heat that fused into Xiao Han's genes. I can refine it. It feels exactly the same as when I refined the Thunder God body enhancing pill. Xiao Han was ecstatic. In an instant, the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill was completely tamed by the heat of the indestructible golden body technique, and it started to merge with Xiao Han's blood and genes. This caused Xiao Han's body to feel heavy and sturdy. However, at this moment, when the medicinal power of the immortal pill was absorbed by Xiao Han's body, it was instantly repelled. It was forcefully dispelled. What? Xiao Han was shocked. What repelled the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill was not Xiao Han's will, but the powerful lightning gene in Xiao Han's blood. The Thunder God tyrant body forcefully dispelled the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. It feels like two tigers cannot share one mountain. Xiao Han was stunned. Immediately after, he did not believe it and took a few more Earth Emperor body enhancing pills. Just like before, the indestructible golden body could indeed refine the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. However, as soon as Xiao Han's body absorbed the supreme medicinal power, the Thunder God tyrant body enhancing pill came out and squeezed out the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. Wisps of precious medicinal power shot out from Xiao Han's pores and cells. What's going on? Xiao Han stopped trying and frowned as he pondered. After a while, Xiao Han murmured to himself. Repelled. Because my body does not have the earth element in my blood and genes. Instead, I have the lightning element. Therefore, the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body-enhancing pill was repelled. I can't absorb it at all. In other words, if I had obtained the Earth Emperor body-enhancing pill previously, I would definitely be able to create an Earth element body. However, it is impossible for me to create the Thunder God Tyrant body-enhancing body. Relying on the indestructible golden body-enhancing technique, I can only create one out of the few special body constitutions. It seems like it's not that easy to become a person with a dual special body constitution. If I want to create an Earth element body constitution, I have to dispel the lightning element gene and give up the Thunder God Tyrant body that I have painstakingly created. This is obviously impossible. Is there any way for me to forcefully absorb the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body-enhancing pill without being repelled by the Thunder God Tyrant body-enhancing body? Xiao Han fell into deep thought. After a long time, Xiao Han's eyes lit up. I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it will work. Chapter 497. After Xiao Han killed Li Xiaotian, he obtained a number of Earth Emperor body refining pills from Li Xiaotian. This made Xiao Han want to use the Earth Emperor body refining pill to try to create a dual attribute special physique. However, when he used the Earth Emperor body refining pill, there was a rejection phenomenon. Xiao Han's indestructible golden body technique could indeed successfully refine the Earth Emperor body refining pill and break down the supreme immortal pill's medicinal power for Xiao Han to absorb. However, Xiao Han's Thunder God Tyrant body simply did not allow the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body refining pill to stay in Xiao Han's body. The moment the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body refining pill spread into Xiao Han's bloodline gene, it was dispelled and forcefully squeezed out, spraying everywhere. Rumble, 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 streams of earthy yellow air shot out from every pore of Xiao Han's body. The air condensed into a thick city wall, and yellow sand stretched for thousands of miles. At this moment, Xiao Han did not give up easily. After thinking hard, Xiao Han's heart suddenly moved. The Thunder God Tyrant body forcefully expelled the Earth attribute immortal pill's medicinal power because there is no Earth attribute in my bloodline gene at all. Bloodline gene? Suddenly, Xiao Han flipped his right hand. There was actually a small piece of flesh in his hand. It was a small piece of flesh from Li Xiaotian's corpse. Xiao Han held his breath, and his mental power suddenly swept towards this piece of flesh. This piece of flesh was completely different from the flesh of an ordinary martial artist. In fact, it was only a very small piece of flesh in his hand, but it was incomparably heavy. This small piece of flesh weighed at least 100 cauldrons. At least 100 cauldrons. So heavy. It's really more than 1,000 caddies. Xiao Han concentrated his mental power, and strands of mental power, as thin as gossamer, penetrated into the piece of flesh in his hand. Very soon, Xiao Han saw that in this piece of flesh, there was a boundless land. Yellow sand and thick soil. Rivers and cities. There were even towering mountains and precipitous ridges that rose and fell continuously. This is the flesh of a person with a special physique. For example, my flesh and blood cells are densely covered with lightning, and the inner walls of my meridians have formed a spatial crystal wall. Xiao Han was also not surprised. Using his mental power, he carefully scanned Li Xiaotian's flesh and discovered that there were countless faint yellow spots of light within it. These spots of light seemed to be the source energy of the Earth attribute. Faint yellow spots of light. Xiao Han immediately understood the secret behind Li Xiaotian's body structure. It's the origin energy of the Earth attribute that forms every cell, every meridian, every bone, and even every drop of blood in Li Xiaotian's body. This is the bloodline gene that Li Xiaotian was talking about. Refine. All I need to do is refine some of these earth and yellow spots into my body. That's why I have a tiny bit of Earth-type genes in my blood. Perhaps the Thunder God Tyrant body will no longer reject the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body refining pill. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. However, how should he refine the Earth attribute source energy in Li Xiaotian's flesh? Swallowing Li Xiaotian's flesh like a celestial pill? In fact, it even ate all of Li Xiaotian's remains? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Xiao Han's stomach twisted and wriggled. He felt like retching, feeling disgusted. His hair stood on end. Xiao Han shook his head abruptly and couldn't help but say fiercely. Swallow Li Xiaotian's flesh and remains? This is no different from eating a human. He's completely an uncivilized barbarian who eats raw meat and drinks blood. If you really want me to eat a human, I'd rather not cultivate this earth physique. Xiao Han directly eliminated the method of eating a human. He once again pondered. Other than eating Li Xiaotian's disgusting flesh and tissues, is there any other way to plunder the earth attribute gene in Li Xiaotian's flesh and blood? As Xiao Han pondered, he played with a few Earth Emperor body refining pills in his hand. At this moment, Xiao Han's body was emitting a golden light. The invincible golden body technique was circulating naturally. The Earth Emperor's body refining pill was emitting a thick medicinal aura. Each strand of medicinal aura was as heavy as a mountain, pressing down on Xiao Han from all directions. However, when the medicinal aura pressed down on Xiao Han's body, the golden brilliance glow would naturally dissolve the medicinal aura of the Earth Emperor's body refining pill and refine the medicinal aura into Xiao Han's pores. However, as soon as the medicinal aura entered Xiao Han's body, it was immediately repelled by the aura of the Thunder God before it could transform Xiao Han's body. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Xiao Han's mind. Invincible golden body technique. Invincible golden body technique can refine the Thunder God body refining pill. It can also refine the Earth Emperor body refining pill. Then, can the invincible golden body technique also refine the Earth attribute gene in Li Xiaotian's flesh and blood? Xiao Han's heart palpitated. In the next moment, Xiao Han carefully held Li Xiaotian's piece of flesh in his hand. His mental power penetrated it and directly locked onto the yellow spots in the flesh and blood. At the same time, Xiao Han's body emitted a golden light. A pillar of golden light shot directly into the piece of flesh in his hand. Under the precise control of his mental power, the golden light successfully penetrated into the flesh and blood and wrapped around the yellow spots. Boom boom boom, the golden light produced by the invincible golden body technique burst out with a surging sound like a tidal wave. It was incomparably domineering and wrapped around the yellow spots, forcefully refining them. The yellow spots began to struggle and resist. Buzz 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 buzz, in the flesh and blood, the golden light and the yellow spots began to fight fiercely. The entire piece of flesh and blood was wriggling violently. Not long after, bang! The piece of flesh in Xiao Han's hand directly exploded and scattered into nothingness. Countless dust-like yellow spots scattered in all directions. I failed. Xiao Han frowned. Those yellow spots of light, the source energy of the Earth attribute, are extremely rebellious. My invincible golden body technique can't easily refine them. However, let's try again. Xiao Han took out a small piece of flesh that weighed about 1,000 cauldrons from his storage ring. Mental power fluctuations and the golden light beam. At the same time, the yellow spots of light in this small piece of flesh were even more dense. As soon as the golden light beam entered, it began to encircle and annihilate. However, pang! This piece of flesh exploded into nothingness. Xiao Han didn't believe it. He became ruthless and continuously took out pieces of Li Xiaotian's flesh from his storage ring. He used the invincible golden body technique to refine the Earth attribute energy within. After repeated failures, finally, on the 23rd attempt, the yellow spots of light in the piece of flesh in his hand began to yield to the golden light beam. Surrender. The next moment, xiao xiao xiao, countless tiny yellow spots of light were sucked out by the golden light beam. As soon as these yellow spots of light left the piece of flesh in Xiao Han's hand immediately decayed. From a weight of more than 1,000 cauldrons, it became as light as a feather. Xiao Han hurriedly threw away the rotten flesh in his hand. His mental power was highly concentrated. He saw that the densely packed yellow spots of light were wrapped by the golden light beam and moved towards Xiao Han's body inch by inch. Xiao Han's breathing. He became nervous. He suddenly restrained the aura of the thunder god tyrant body into his pores and cells, absolutely not letting it leak out. Very soon, the golden light and yellow spots of light that lingered around Xiao Han's body began to enter Xiao Han's body one after another. Please don't be repelled. Those yellow spots of light, the earth origin energy, please don't be repelled by the thunder god tyrant body. Xiao Han prayed in his heart. Time itself seemed to have stopped moving. Finally, all the golden light and the yellow spots of light, like tired birds returning to their nests, all converged into Xiao Han's body. The golden light beam was Xiao Han's original cultivation technique, the invincible golden body technique. Once it entered Xiao Han's body, it naturally circulated through Xiao Han's limbs, bones, meridians, and internal organs. It was protecting. After being refined by the invincible golden body technique, the pale yellow spots of light merged with Xiao Han's body. There was also a close connection. At this moment, once the pale yellow spots entered Xiao Han's body, they began to disperse into Xiao Han's blood. Xiao Han nervously looked inside his body. In Xiao Han's blood, there were densely packed thunder attribute genes. Every drop of Xiao Han's blood seemed to be able to brew a thunderstorm. And at this moment, the pale yellow earth origin energy particles also dispersed into Xiao Han's blood. Moreover, these earth origin energy particles actually began to fuse with Xiao Han's blood. The current situation, for example, was like Xiao Han already had a legal wife in his home, thunder attribute genes, explosive personality, and would not allow a magpie's nest to be occupied by a dove. And now, Xiao Han had a concubine, earth attribute genes. This concubine was gentle and soft, and she tried her best to please Xiao Han, wanting to be a husband with the thunder attribute genes as his legal wife. Xiao Han was so nervous that he was suffocating. Once the thunder attribute genes in his bloodline and bone structure rejected the pale yellow spots of light that had been refined by the invincible golden body technique, just like the Earth Emperor body tempering pill, the Earth origin energy would reject them. Then, Xiao Han would never be able to have dual attributes in his lifetime. Fuse. 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 The pale yellow earth attribute genes were slowly fusing with Xiao Han's blood and bone structure. The thunder attribute genes were watching from the side, as if they could expel them at any time. Xiao Han's body was covered in cold sweat. During this process of bloodline fusion, Xiao Han could not exert any strength. He could only watch quietly. Time seemed to be stretched out. He did not know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was very long, perhaps it was very short. Finally, the pale yellow spots of light completely dissolved into Xiao Han's bloodline and bone structure. They had fused with Xiao Han's life genes. The thunder attribute genes did not expel them. All of a sudden, Xiao Han felt as if he had a very intimate connection with heaven and earth, with the starry sky. This seems to have succeeded. Xiao Han was completely excited. He directly jumped down from the bed, took off his boots, and stepped on the ground with both feet. A very solid feeling, as if he had fused with the ground, directly gripped Xiao Han's heart. At the same time, a pale yellow light continuously rotated on the surface of Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's heart moved, and thunder and lightning flashed again. However, the thunder and lightning and the pale yellow light intertwined, complementing each other. They did not clash with each other, but instead fused as one. Extremely intimate. I think I have become a dual attribute special body. Xiao Han's body trembled with excitement. Chapter 498. Xiao Han had finally managed to refine the earth origin energy contained in Li Xiaotian's flesh into his bones and life genes. As a result, Xiao Han finally had one of the basic special body constitutions, the Great Earth Physique. In Xiao Han's body, the lightning and earth elements did not conflict with each other. Instead, they coexisted with each other and were extremely close. Water and milk intertwined. However, the lightning element genes in Xiao Han's body were far more abundant and powerful than the earth element genes. For example, if the lightning element genes in Xiao Han's body were as many as an ocean, then the earth element genes were just a small pool of water. Such a small amount of earth element genes could not change Xiao Han's body at all. Xiao Han stood barefoot in the room. He could feel the rhythm of the earth and the breath of the earth. The fragrance of the earth drifted in from the window and came from the mountains far away, captivating Xiao Han. This great earth physique is indeed special. Xiao Han sighed with satisfaction. However, it was far from enough for Xiao Han to activate the earth origin energy in his body for battle. This little bit of earth physique could only allow Xiao Han to be more harmonious with the heavens, the earth, the rivers, and the stars. However, Xiao Han had his own plans. After pacing around the wooden hut, Xiao Han returned to the bed and sat down cross-legged. He flipped his right hand and took out a round Earth Emperor body tempering pill from his storage ring. Now, I will do what Li Xiaotian could not do. I will use the Earth Emperor body tempering pill to refine my body. This will allow the little bit of earth physique in my body to grow into a true immortal physique, the starry sky dominator physique. I will be able to enjoy the immortal pill unscathed. However, Li Xiaotian could not do so in his entire life. Therefore, in terms of earth physique, my achievements will completely surpass Li Xiaotian's. Moreover, the body that I have created in these 3 days will definitely surpass Li Xiaotian's. It will definitely surpass Li Xiaotian's lifetime accumulation. Xiao Han was completely confident. Consume. Suddenly, Xiao Han put the Earth Emperor body tempering pill into his mouth. Boom, the pill dissolved in his mouth. It dispersed with a loud bang. The thick, heavy, and stable medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body tempering pill surged into Xiao Han's blood vessels, bones, internal organs, and life genes. As the medicinal properties were absorbed, the earth and yellow motes of light in Xiao Han's bloodline genes let out a carefree cry of joy. Like a gluttonous whale, it began to swallow the medicinal energy. At this moment, the lightning element finally stopped rejecting the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body tempering pill. That was because Xiao Han had successfully obtained the great earth physique. Right now, the berserk nature of the thunder element had already allowed the absorption of the Earth Emperor body tempering pill's medicinal power. Moreover, because of Xiao Han's current form, the indestructible golden body technique had been cultivated to the extreme. Therefore, in the next moment, Xiao Han grabbed a large handful of Earth Emperor body tempering pills and swallowed them all. Hong hong hong, inside and outside of Xiao Han's body, golden light surged. The immortal golden body incantation was helping Xiao Han's body absorb the medicinal energy. He consumed a large amount of Earth Emperor body tempering pills. This caused the surface of Xiao Han's body to glow with a yellow light. His entire body had undergone a new transformation. Li Xiaotian didn't have the fortune to enjoy this Earth Emperor body tempering pill, so he didn't know its profoundness. Now that Xiao Han consumed a large amount of it, he crazily absorbed the source energy of the earth from the celestial realm, causing the source energy of the earth in his body to soar. Ascend. Ascend again. Moreover, the medicinal energy of each Earth Emperor body tempering pill was many times superior to Li Xiaotian's great earth physique. The tiny bit of the great earth physique in Xiao Han's body had already undergone a great transformation, entering a new level. In Xiao Han's blood and bones, the earth and yellow motes of light were increasing in number and density. Vaguely, they were catching up to the thunder element gene. Li Xiaotian had exchanged a total of about 2,000 Earth Emperor body tempering pills in the storage of the giant hall. Now, all of them were being consumed by Xiao Han. Xiao Han swallowed large amounts of immortal pills, and the terrifying medicinal energy completely erupted in Xiao Han's body. Waves of medicinal energy condensed into earth dragons, earth snakes, earth flood dragons, earth birds, great walls, towering mountains. These earth dragons and earth snakes revolved around Xiao Han in a chaotic manner. Powerful life force and immortal aura were injected into Xiao Han's body. In an instant, Xiao Han's flesh and blood actually glowed with an intense earthen yellow color. Every piece of his flesh and blood was incomparably strong and sturdy. Xiao Han's entire body shone with an earthen yellow luster. It was as if his body, cells, meridians, and blood vessels had all evolved into celestial bodies, starry skies, meteorites, stars. It actually gave off a feeling of indestructibility. In the end, the blood vessels and meridians in Xiao Han's body also shone with a holy luster. Every drop of his blood seemed to have evolved into a yellow crystal. His blood seemed to have solidified into a solid state. It was as solid as gemstones and heavenly crystals. The surface of his skin was even more dazzling, and it released a terrifying defensive ability. Moreover, the current Xiao Han not only had his defensive ability increased, but his strength was also rising steadily. The strength of his body broke through the shackles and continued to soar. 200 billion ding. 3,300 billion ding. 3,400 billion ding. At the same time, the lightning attribute in Xiao Han's body also roared. Rays of lightning from the celestial world and the light of the earth intertwined and shone, forming a perfect combination. The two attributes of lightning and earth were perfect and harmonious. As a result, Xiao Han's current body not only possessed the tearing and explosive power of the lightning attribute, but also the stability, defense, and size of the earth attribute. Once this earth attribute body was created into a celestial body, his entire body could transform into a planet. Its power was definitely not weaker than the thunder god tyrant body. However, even in the celestial world, there were not many celestials who had a special body with two attributes like Xiao Han. Lightning refines my divine soul, and earth refines my body. Xiao Han was still crazily swallowing the Earth Emperor body strengthening pills. Inside his body, lightning would burst out one moment, and yellow light would spread the next. His body was also expanding and pulsing. His heart erupted with a violent rhythm, like a heavy hammer, tearing the air apart. His left eye was lightning, and his right eye was earth. His aura became more and more terrifying. Outside the area where Xiao Han was lodging in the wooden house. In the garden, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others looked at Xiao Han with astonished eyes. Looking at Xiao Han's wooden house. Junior brother Xiao Han successfully advanced into the top 8. Unbelievable. He actually used brute force to defeat Li Xiaotian. That's 300 billion cauldrons of strength. He directly destroyed the light screen. Too tyrannical. Moreover, junior brother Xiao Han improved to such a heaven-defying degree in just a few days. What did he do? Xiao Mingqiu said in a daze. The top 8 battle will begin in 2 days. Little brother Xiao Han is in seclusion again. I don't know. I don't know if this seclusion will be like the previous 2 times, and his combat power will soar again. If he can obtain another heaven-defying improvement. That's too monstrous. Luo Tianyu said in a trembling voice. Inside another garden. Naga. The bewitching man with reddish-brown skin sat beside a stone table. Naga leisurely looked at the colorful butterflies dancing on a cluster of flowers. His eyes surged with a kind of divine light that comprehended the great Tao of nature. As for the bewitching man with reddish-brown skin, he seemed extremely nervous. Li Xiaotian is dead. He died in the hands of that young man. He shouldn't have died. Oh. Naga smiled faintly. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Why shouldn't Li Xiaotian die? He was not as skilled as others, so he deserved to die. No. The bewitching man with reddish-brown skin screamed in shock. Something's wrong. That kid. In less than 10 days, his strength soared twice. From less than 10 billion cauldrons, it soared to 700 billion cauldrons, and then reached 300 billion cauldrons a few days later. He's not an immortal, how could he improve so quickly? In such a short period of time, his body accumulated such a violent power, but he acted as if nothing had happened. Naga, that kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Now. The top 8 battle is about to begin. You might encounter him, and I might also encounter him. What should we do? If it's in the next battle. If he improves again, we might not be able to resist him. What should we do now? Naga said nonchalantly. No matter how much he improves, I will only need one sword to kill him. After a pause, Naga's gaze drifted far away. On the contrary, I don't want to encounter him so early. Instead, I want him to become more and more bewitching, stronger and stronger. Let him improve as much as he wants. This way, when I kill him, it will have a different taste. A relatively stronger ant can make this boring battle a little more interesting. In a garden at an extremely high place, a white-browed youth stood with his hands behind his back. His aura oppressed the starry sky and universe, and his eyes were filled with arrogance and defiance. This person was also one of the top 8 in this time's Immortal Stone competition. Senior Martial Brother, a group of beautiful, elegant, and otherworldly girls surrounded the white-browed youth like a host of stars surrounding the moon. Senior Brother, this time, you are aiming to obtain the purple immortal key and become the strongest person under 10,000 years old in the current universe. Senior Brother, you are really ambitious. One of the young girls flattered. Humph, the white-browed youth snorted coldly. Senior Brother, looking at the top 8, there are only 2 people who can pose a threat to you. One is that terrifying Naga, and the other is the kid who killed Li Xiaotian. A young girl with eyebrows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn water said with slight worry. Forget about Naga, he is indeed a genius. Killing people above his level is like cutting melons and vegetables. However, how can the kid who defeated Li Xiaotian be this young master's opponent? He is the same as Li Xiaotian, they are both barbarians. Boorish. Nothing to worry about. The white-browed youth said disdainfully. But, Senior Brother, that youth's improvement is very fast, ha 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 ha. The battle with Li Xiaotian must have exhausted all of his potential. He has a special lightning attribute physique. If this young master's guess is not wrong, he should have used the immortal pill, Thunder God's body tempering pill. This young master discovered that the Thunder God's body tempering pill in the storage has been exchanged twice. The timing of the exchange of the Thunder God body tempering pills was extremely coincidental with the time that the kid had improved. However, the storage of the Thunder God's body tempering pill has long been exhausted. This time, that kid will not improve an inch. However, it is strange that he can enjoy the immortal pill. If this young master encounters that kid, this young master will definitely capture him and interrogate him properly. The white-browed youth said proudly. Inside Xiao Han's wooden house, all of the lightning and yellow light were absorbed into Xiao Han's body. At this moment, Xiao Han was strangely stable. His entire body seemed to be one with heaven and earth. 2108 Earth Emperor body tempering pills have all been consumed and refined by me. Xiao Han smiled slightly. I have finally become a person with a special dual attribute physique. Now, I will need around 6,000 Thunder God body tempering pills to create the Thunder God dominating body immortal physique. I will need around 8,000 Earth King body tempering pills to create the Earth immortal physique and the Star dominating body immortal physique. Once I successfully create both immortal physiques, I will have a dual attribute immortal physique. My strength has skyrocketed to 5 trillion cauldrons. My defense is incomparable to before. Moreover, my body was created with the nourishment of the immortal pill. Its quality is definitely 10 times higher than Li Xiaotian's celestial meteorite body. The current me would dare to fight against a pagoda master in the entire mortal world. Xiao Han's calm eyes glowed with a domineering divine light. Chapter 499. Xiao Han encountering Li Xiaotian in the battle for the top 16 was undoubtedly a great opportunity. This battle allowed Xiao Han to successfully plunder the Earth attribute genes, and through the Earth Emperor body refining pill, he created an Earth physique that was far more majestic than Li Xiaotian's. Now, not only did Xiao Han's defensive power skyrocket, his entire body would expand between breaths, and he could evolve into a starry-skied giant that was hundreds of feet tall. Moreover, once the Earth physique was refined into an immortal physique, then Xiao Han's body could even evolve into a planet. At the same time, in this kind of impregnable stability, Xiao Han's physique also had the tearing and destructive power of thunder and lightning. This was the strength of a dual attribute physique. If Xiao Han encountered someone like Li Xiaotian again, he could definitely explode with a few punches, like picking up grass, without any suspense. 500 billion cauldrons of strength. Xiao Han retracted all the aura in his body into his pores, wrapped in the spirit turtle true qi, and restrained his sharpness. He nodded to himself. With my current strength and defense, even if I fight against the tower master of my plane, I can still beat him to death. The strongest human in my plane, the tower master, is no longer my opponent. Xiao Han felt like a lifetime had passed. Before coming to the genius area, Xiao Han was still being controlled by the tower master, and was still not a match for this half-immortal body. But now, after experiencing the tempering of the illusory demon palace and the baptism of the immortal stone competition, Xiao Han had already grown to a level that even the tower master could not compare to. All of this happened too quickly. His improvement was godly. Moreover, with my current accumulation, when I go back and cultivate true qi, I will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. This time, the accumulation of my spirit. It even far surpasses the last time in the demon city. Xiao Han was very confident. Immediately, Xiao Han relaxed his body and came before the light screen. His spirit wave swept in. The top 8 battle will begin tomorrow. Xiao Han scanned the images of the top 8. Other than himself, the other 7 were all chosen. They were from the ordinary planes of the universe, which were as numerous as the eternal sands. They were the outstanding talents of the human race under 10,000 years old. As expected, Naga also successfully entered the top 8. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Immediately, Xiao Han's spirit wave swept into the light screen again. At this point, the various treasures in the storage had been completely exchanged. Even those dazzling array of immortal pills had all been exchanged. Originally, Xiao Han wanted to see if there were any more Earth Emperor body refining pills in the storage. But he could only return in disappointment. The only thing left in the inventory. It was a blue immortal key, blue immortal keys, each worth 50 million immortal stones. It's a necessity to enter the second level of the Absolute Blade Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. Moreover, this blue immortal key can bring 70 people into the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. Xiao Han muttered. This blue immortal key is the most precious immortal key apart from the purple one. I must obtain the purple immortal key. But... forget it. In any case, I have enough immortal stones and more than 10 immortal cards. So, I'll just exchange them for some fun. With a thought, Xiao Han took out 50 million immortal stones from his bag and exchanged for the last set of immortal keys he had in his storage. A key shimmering with an ocean blue immortal light was held in Xiao Han's hand. The key was engraved with obscure and mysterious runes. It was engraved with dragons and tigers. It was a spectacular sight. Moreover, the entire key was flowing with an indescribable power of teleportation. Xiao Han played with the key and clicked his tongue in wonder. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from the blue immortal key. Junior, congratulations on obtaining a place to enter the second stage of the Absolute Blade Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. This is an extremely high-quality blue immortal key. Apart from allowing you to enter the second level of the Absolute Blade Immortal Emperor's treasure trove, it can also allow you to bring more people with you. Including you, there will be 70 people entering the second level of the Absolute Blade Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. With you activating this blue immortal key, the number of people who can bring into the second level of the Absolute Blade Immortal Emperor's treasure trove will not be limited. It can be an ordinary human over 10,000 years old, or even an immortal. Now, you can refine this blue immortal key with a drop of your blood and absorb it into your body. Only after refining it will the blue immortal key take effect. Moreover, after refining it into your body, only you can use it. This will prevent others from snatching it. This is also to protect you. Oh. Is that so? Drop a drop of blood to refine it? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. Then, he activated strands of saber chi and gently cut his right index finger. He squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it onto the blue immortal key in his hand. Boom! The blue immortal key was burned by Xiao Han's blood. Then, it transformed into a ray of ocean blue light and entered Xiao Han's body. It seemed to have become a cell in Xiao Han's pores. It was very magical. Once I obtain the purple immortal key, I should refine it into my body like this. Xiao Han muttered to himself. Then, Xiao Han communicated with Xiao Mingchu and the others and left the wooden house. In the garden outside the wooden house. Junior brother Xiao Han, I didn't expect you to kill a fierce person like Li Xiaotian and enter the top 8. Amazing, amazing. Xiao Mingchu was amazed. Then, he smiled and said. Junior brother Xiao Han, when I was watching your battle with Li Xiaotian, my heart had risen to my throat. I was afraid that you wouldn't be a match for him. Ha 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 ha, I never imagined that you would actually be able to erupt with a mighty force of 30,000 billion cauldrons and smash Li Xiaotian alive. Junior brother Xiao Han, your improvement is really too monstrous. Little brother Xiao Han, you are truly a genius. Now, even I suspect that you are the reincarnation of an immortal. Luo Tianyu also looked at Xiao Han with a shocked gaze. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed, then changed the topic. I have only entered the top 8. There are still a few life and death battles waiting for me. I must not let my guard down. The opponents I will encounter in the top 8 will definitely be more difficult to deal with than Li Xiaotian. That's right, eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, I have nothing to do, so I exchanged for a blue immortal key and refined it into my body. I can bring 70 people into the second floor of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Hee hee. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, when the time comes, I'll bring you guys into play. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Return to the sect master. Senior brother Fong Ling, senior brother Dong Fong Qin, bring them in as well. Let them also experience the immortal fate. Sure. Xiao Mingchu quickly nodded in agreement. Immediately, Xiao Mingchu hurriedly said. Junior brother Xiao Han, tomorrow is the top 8 battle. You can take this opportunity to study the battle strength of the other 7 people and find their flaws. This. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. Then he smiled and said. I won't go and casually study other people. If I continue to study them, it will not be beautiful. I might as well focus on everything and deal with all changes. In Xiao Han's tone, there was already a kind of confidence and demeanor of a peerless expert, causing Xiao Mingchu and the others to be speechless. In the depths of their hearts, sincere admiration and admiration rose. Junior brother Xiao Han. Now that you have truly risen, when you return to the plane, you will definitely be an invincible figure. You're definitely an invincible supreme being. Even the Tower Master is far from being your opponent. Xiao Mingchu clicked his tongue and sighed. In another garden, Naga and the bewitching man with reddish-brown skin sat beside an ancient stone table. Naga, tomorrow is the top 8 battle. I hope we don't encounter each other early. The bewitching man with reddish-brown skin said solemnly. Naga, this is a matter of life and death. We can't let our guard down. Go back and study the situation of the other opponents, especially the kid who defeated Li Xiaotian. I don't need to study anything. Naga said arrogantly. Only others study me, Naga. I, Naga, never need to study anyone. I, Naga, am invincible. In a garden at an extremely high level. The white-browed man had a jade-like face, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He was leaning against the bosom of a young and beautiful woman wearing a veil, and the woman was feeding him a delicious immortal fruit, mouth to mouth. There were also a few stunning beauties who were massaging his chest and back. Senior brother, tomorrow is going to be a tough battle. Senior brother, you should rest early. A girl in a white veil said gently. Ha ha ha. It's fine. The white-browed man stretched out his hands and began to play with the white-veiled girl's chest. He teased the white-veiled girl until her entire body trembled. Her cheeks burned as she let out a whimper. Only Naga is slightly troublesome. The rest are all idiots. The white-browed man said proudly. He immediately lifted the chin of a stunning beauty. Moreover, with your help, I will be invincible. Even if I encounter Naga, I will still have the power to fight. Little sisters are willing to help senior brother. Sweep away all opponents. The group of stunning beauties vowed solemnly. At the same time, in a large number of gardens, those who were still in the giant hall area and had not been teleported away were discussing in groups of 3 to 5, it's right for us to stay. The remaining battles are getting more and more exciting, more and more classic. It's a feast for our eyes. Yes, these battles are very inspiring. After watching them, I have gained many insights that can help me improve. There are still 8 outstanding people left. Who do you think will win? I think Naga will win. I support Naga. I still support Naga. Obviously, I support Naga. Naga is indeed too powerful. One sword to kill a god is unstoppable. However, the kid who defeated Li Xiaotian has made great progress in every battle. He might be able to pose a threat to Naga. Ha 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 ha. Childish. That kid, when he defeated Li Xiaotian in the last battle, he did burst out with 300 billion ding of strength. However, it was all brute force. How can he defeat Naga with brute force? Isn't that a fool's dream? That's right. True experts still compete in true chi cultivation, divine martial arts, and not strength. Naga's swordsmanship is godly. Legend has it that he received guidance from a sword immortal. He can't defeat Naga with just a few gene of brute force. Yes, when skill reaches Naga's level, it has already surpassed the level of strength. Don't mention 300 billion ding of strength, even if that kid had 400 billion ding or 100 billion ding. He still wouldn't be able to defeat Naga. Naga will most likely become an immortal in the future. He will definitely become an immortal. It's a pity that Naga uses a sword. The 4th floor of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure has the inheritance of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's supreme saber Dao. I wonder if Naga can inherit Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy. To be continued. Chapter 500. After bidding farewell to Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the rest, Xiao Han returned to the wooden house and sat cross-legged on the bed, recuperating. I heard that many of the spectators are discussing the upcoming quarterfinals. Their views are very consistent. They all believe that Naga will be able to enter the finals and defeat all his opponents without shedding a single drop of blood. He will become the champion and obtain the only purple celestial key. Xiao Han smiled lightly. Ah. Only one person can survive. Then, according to everyone's wishes, Nagas should live. I, Xiao Han, and the others should naturally die in battle. However, there are many things in this world that don't always go according to one's wishes. Shockingly, Xiao Han's eyes were filled with battle intent. His left eye was filled with thunder, and his right eye was filled with the earth. His entire aura changed, and he exuded an invincible aura. You are a peerless expert. If I, Xiao Han, am able to defeat you in the arena, the accumulation of my soul will be indescribable. When I return to the ethereal plane, I should be able to convert my Jinshi into true talismans, and my results will definitely far surpass those of the expanding acupoint realm. It was a quiet night. That night, Xiao Han did not cultivate at all. His mind and body were completely relaxed. He adjusted his vitality to its peak. The next day, noon. After a night of complete relaxation and rest, Xiao Han's current state of mind was extremely full. His entire person was filled with spirit, as if he had been reborn. The embryonic form of the thunder god tyrant body and the embryonic form of the starry sky dominator body were becoming more and more integrated. They were inseparable. All of Xiao Han's bones, blood vessels, and cells were filled with an invincible aura. He walked steadily to the front of the light screen. The battle for the quarterfinals. If everything goes smoothly, including this battle, then there are only 3 battles left. The genius area exploration is finally about to come to a perfect end. Xiao Han's lips curled into a steady smile. Right at this moment. Wang on the screen. Suddenly, the sound of a flute could be heard. Xiao Han tensed up slightly. Then, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded, "Ha ha ha ha, 3 days of rest. The 8 strongest heroes must have adjusted their vitality and mental state to the best, right? Ha 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 ha. Good, all of you should be impatient. Now, we will randomly draw your opponents for the quarterfinals." It's about to begin, after Xiao Han refined the embryonic dual attribute immortal physique. His every movement was filled with the conviction of victory. At such a young age, he already had the bearing of a grandmaster of a generation, a lofty person. Xiao Han smiled calmly. Who will be my opponent? But it doesn't matter anymore. At the same time, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the other evil heroes who were watching the battle. They all stared at the screen nervously. They all knew that the quarterfinals would once again be a time when the degree of brilliance and cruelty would reach the peak. 4 battles, 4 peerless geniuses would fall. Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the rest were all praying and cheering for Xiao Han, hoping that he would win again and enter the top 4. Who will be the dead soul under my sword? Ha! I can't wait. Naga's mouth curved into a sinister smile. He used the eyes of killing gods and demons to sweep across the other 7 evil heroes on the screen. When his eyes swept across Xiao Han's image, he could not help but mutter to himself. Your progress is very fast. In these 3 days of rest, you must have made new progress, right? This potential, even I am a little moved. I hope that I don't meet you so soon. I, Naga, hope that you have enough room for improvement, so that when I kill you in the end, it will be a different kind of fun. Otherwise, everything will be too boring. Outside the wooden house, in a garden filled with the fragrance of flowers. At this moment, in the sky above the garden, there was a canopy of 5 emperors. Under the canopy, there was a white-browed man with a jade-like face, gentle and radiant. His eyes were cold and indifferent, looking down on the world. He sat under the canopy, and from all directions, there were a total of 36 enchanting and graceful girls, serving him attentively. The orioles sang and the swallows danced, and the fragrance of cosmetics drifted in the air. The opponents for the quarterfinals will be randomly decided soon. Junior sisters, follow me to battle. The white-browed man said with a cheeky smile. Yes, senior brother, the girls answered in unison, their voices soft and lingering. At this moment, some of the evil heroes who were watching the battle poked their heads out from the wooden house. Some of the evil heroes who were watching the battle could not bear to see the white-browed man's extravagance, and could not help but mutter. In a battle of life and death, he actually came up with such a gentle atmosphere. What a weirdo, how dare you? Presumptuous. Dog mouth. Hearing this, the girls around the white-browed man all scolded him. You're dead. The white-browed man stretched out his finger and pointed at the evil hero who spoke rudely to him. I'll remember you. When we leave the genius zone, I'll destroy your entire family. In other words, he's only at the 9th level true chi realm, at this moment. 7-colored treasured umbrella. Heaven suppressing suppression. Suddenly, waves of true chi shot out from the true acupoints of the white-browed man, condensing into a 7-colored umbrella. In the sky, petals fluttered, and it was a spectacular sight. Junior sisters, lend me a hand. Suddenly, 36 girls turned into rays of light and entered the 7-colored umbrella, turning into maids in palace attire on the umbrella. At the same time, the white-browed man's cultivation soared. From level 9 true chi treasure realm, it continued to climb, and finally reached level 10 True Chi Treasure Realm. Furthermore, a vertical eye directly bloomed between his eyebrows. He actually relied on the help of these girls to directly open the heavenly eye. Rays of divine light that could destroy everything bloomed from the white-browed man's body, descending to the world. The evil hero who had previously contradicted the white-browed man immediately wet his pants in fear and directly fainted. Go, the white-browed man, holding the umbrella, turned into a ray of light, and flashed into the wooden house. Xiao Han stared at the light screen. At this moment, hum, on the light screen, the images of the 8 evil heroes began to spin at lightning speed. The speed of the rotation was abnormally fast. Faster and faster. At the very beginning, Xiao Han could still rely on his tyrannical and boundless mental strength to grasp the positions and trajectories of the 8 images on the light screen. But towards the end, the images of the 8 evil heroes were completely distorted, turned into rays of light, and even Xiao Han's mental fluctuations could not be seen clearly. At this moment, boom! The light screen shook. The images of the 8 evil heroes suddenly changed. One by one, matched in pairs. In an instant, it became a situation of 4 groups against each other. 4 groups against each other, half of the 8 evil heroes would fall on the arena. This was a cruel battle. In the end, there would only be 4 evil heroes left. Evil heroes, the battle of the top 8 officially begins. Your respective opponents have been randomly chosen, after 10 breaths. You will be teleported into the arena. The Immortal Stone's reward for the battle of the top 8 will exceed 20 billion. You can exchange for at least 20 immortal cards to use in the second floor of this Emperor's treasure. Enough idle talk, the battle begins. You will be teleported into the arena. Good luck to everyone, the opponent was chosen. Xiao Han scanned with his mental strength. He discovered that the opponent matched with him, on the light screen, matched with Xiao Han's image was a white-browed man, handsome and elegant. The corners of his eyebrows and eyes were filled with an evil aura. In his eyes, there was a kind of invincible, cold arrogance, as if he was looking down on the common people. This white-browed man held a flower umbrella in his hand. The umbrella was overflowing with colorful lights. It was magnificent and magnificent. My opponent for the quarterfinals is him. Previously when I watched this white-browed man's battle, he seemed to be relying on a true treasure, an umbrella, to fight and defeat his opponent. Xiao Han nodded slightly. At this moment, boom, in the light screen, a divine light burst out, a whirlpool bloomed, directly pulling Xiao Han in. It was chaos in all directions. In the middle, there was a square arena. Xiao Han stood quietly on the arena. In front of Xiao Han, it was the white-browed man. He held a rainbow-colored treasured umbrella. His whole body was glistening, giving off an unfathomable feeling. In between the white-browed man's eyebrows, there was actually a heavenly eye. Mystical and extraordinary. Oh. Immortal Eye Realm, opened the 101st True Meridian, opened the heavenly eye, is a pagoda master level. Xiao Han suddenly understood. Pagoda master level. Xiao Han raised his head and smiled faintly. Oh. I didn't expect that my opponent for the quarterfinals would be you. The white-browed man was also startled for a moment. He waved his hand, the treasured umbrella immediately floated above his head, continuously rotating, emitting a divine light that could destroy everything. In a trance, the shadows of beautiful women appeared in all directions of the treasured umbrella, slowly swimming around. Not bad, not bad. The white-browed man looked at Xiao Han from top to bottom with the eyes of an animal, and finally, he laughed disdainfully. Barbarian, N? Xiao Han frowned slightly. Your brute force is not bad. To be able to defeat a barbarian like Li Xiaotian, you also have some ability. The white-browed man sneered. There must be some secrets on your body. This young master observed before, your strength did not even reach 10 billion ding, but it soared to the limit of 700 billion ding. In the battle with Li Xiaotian, your strength once again exploded, reaching 300 billion ding. You must have used the rest time between the battle to cultivate in seclusion, that's how you obtained such progress. You have a lightning attribute physique. When you were in seclusion, this young master discovered that the lightning god's body tempering pill in the storage was continuously exchanged in large quantities. I believe that it must be you who exchanged for it. Your improvement is so monstrous. No matter how I think about it, only an immortal pill can do it. However, the lightning god's body tempering pill in the storage has long been empty. I believe that you won't have any more improvements in this battle. The limit of your strength is 300 billion ding, right? The white-browed man's expression was as if he had grasped everything. It was as if nothing could be hidden from his discerning eyes. Oh. You really guessed correctly. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. The lightning god's body tempering pill has indeed been used up a long time ago. I wanted to exchange for a few more, but I couldn't. You're actually able to consume an immortal pill. Not only did your body not explode, you even obtained a huge benefit and your battle strength soared. How about this? Tell this young master the secret of how to consume an immortal pill. This young master promises you that in this battle, I'll let you die peacefully and without pain. How about it? Since you're going to die soon anyway, it won't do you any good if you keep this secret to yourself, right? If you insist on doing things your own way and refuse to tell me this secret, then after I leave the genius zone, I'll definitely find your realm and behead all your family and relatives. I'll bring all your wives and concubines back to my realm and sell them to the brothel, where they'll be humiliated every day. How about it? You're courting death. The muscles at the corner of Xiao Han's eyes twitched a few times. I'll let you die a rhythmic death. Chapter 501. Throughout the course of the Celestial Stone competition, every opponent that Xiao Han encountered was extremely arrogant. They were all disdainful when facing Xiao Han. This white-browed man even threatened Xiao Han, demanding him to tell him the secret of how to consume the celestial pill. Otherwise, he would destroy Xiao Han's entire family. However, judging from the looks of this white-browed man, he did indeed have some ability. His current state was that he had opened 101 true acupoints, and each acupoint was filled with raging true energy that could shake the heavens and earth. As the 101 acupoints revolved, the illusion of a dragon and a tiger coexisting with each other was produced. His aura was extremely powerful and encompassed the 4 seas, as if he wanted to sweep all the time and space in the world into his acupoints. This kind of aura was almost invincible. Opening 101 true meridians and successfully opening the heavenly eye were the limits of a mortal's cultivation. One more step would be immortal ascension. In other words, the white-browed man Xiao Han was facing had almost reached the peak of a mortal's cultivation realm. He was a pagoda master. Moreover, this white-browed man held a treasured umbrella in his hand. The umbrella emitted an extremely powerful aura that made it hard for people to breathe. As the treasured umbrella spun, the space around it was completely destroyed, leaving behind only the majestic aura of the mythological realm. The power of the epic realm and the legendary realm was breathtaking. He is indeed a powerful enemy. In terms of aura, he is even stronger than the pagoda masters of my plane. Xiao Han was well aware of this. However, I have the embryonic form of a dual-attribute immortal physique. Even if I am facing a pagoda master, I don't need to show any weakness. My goal is to defeat all my enemies, crush them with brute force, survive, and obtain the purple immortal key. A mere pagoda master is nothing in my eyes. As he thought about it, Xiao Han's aura continued to rise, and his entire body began to tremble. In the blink of an eye, they were standing on the ground and pointing at the sky. He was like an ancient heavenly god. His left eye was filled with lightning, and his right eye was filled with the earth, staring at the white-browed man. You really don't know what's good for you. The white-browed man didn't expect Xiao Han to be so stubborn. In an instant, he was enraged. His face was filled with killing intent. Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll give it to you. Since that's the case, I will capture you, break your arms and legs, gouge out your eyes, and interrogate you to my heart's content. Humph. Barbarian. The way you fight. It was extremely simple, primitive, and violent. In other words, it was a clash of brute force. Then, today, this young master will also give up on techniques and use the power that you are most proficient in to defeat you. Crush all your so-called confidence. A mere 300 trillion cauldrons of strength is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. As the white-browed man spoke, the umbrella above his head slowly rose and gave off a brilliant divine light. A sharp aura enveloped the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Images of women in palatial attire swam in the air like heavenly maidens, scattering beautiful flower petals. At the same time, the sky turned dark, and all the light on the arena seemed to be sucked away by the treasured umbrella. The white-browed man's aura continued to rise to the limit. The heavenly eye between his eyebrows emitted wisps of immortal light to judge all living beings. Inside Xiao Mingchu's wooden house, Xiao Mingchu didn't dare to move as he stood in front of the light screen, watching the intense battle between Xiao Han and the white-browed man. Strange sounds burst out from Xiao Mingchu's throat. His heart was in his throat. Powerful. Too powerful. The aura of this white-browed man is definitely much stronger than the tower master of our plane, especially that umbrella of his. It's so majestic that it can kill people and devils. Let's not talk about the battle. If I were to encounter him, he only needs to take out his treasured umbrella. Just that aura alone would be enough to crush me. Junior brother Xiao Han is really not easy. He is actually as calm as usual when facing the white-browed man. He doesn't seem to be suppressed by the aura of the treasured umbrella at all. However, I don't know what junior brother Xiao Han's chance of winning this battle. This white-browed man is many times stronger than Li Xiaotian. Inside another wooden house, a demon warrior who was watching the battle was wearing a big red robe. There was a faint mark between his eyebrows. It was obvious that he had opened the heaven's eye and was a domineering figure in the world. Oh. Young Master Beihai. His sect only has one male disciple and many female disciples. In every generation, there is only one male disciple. He has a high position and authority. The most outstanding female disciples in the sect are at his mercy. During the battle, he can even absorb the power of the female disciples and use it on his own body, condensing it into a true treasure umbrella with violent power. Among the tower masters, he is an outstanding talent. However, this young Master Beihai's cultivation base is only at the 9th level of true qi. Right now, he is relying on the help of many female disciples to increase his cultivation base. Even if he defeats his opponent, it will be an unfair victory, on the arena. It's over. I'll crush you with one strike. The white-browed man suddenly roared. From the rotating treasured umbrella, a large hand suddenly appeared. This large hand was surrounded by dense talisman characters. Moreover, there were countless women in palace clothes waving banners and shouting. The momentum was extremely terrifying. This large hand covered the sky and suddenly grabbed towards Xiao Han's head. The great power swept over, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. It was as if the entire world had fallen into a dark apocalyptic disaster. All living beings must be annihilated. Xiao Han did not make a sound. All of a sudden, a thick earthen yellow aura gushed out from every pore and cell in Xiao Han's body. The yellow aura condensed into a great wall, mountains and rivers in the void. Xiao Han's aura suddenly rose. Indomitable spirit. Connecting heaven and earth. At the same time, the light screens in all the spectators' wooden houses emitted a destructive vibration. Then, a golden number rose up, 600 billion ding. The white-browed man's ultimate attack had actually reached the level of 600 billion cauldrons. Although this was a power that exploded from true qi and was different from the pure physical strength of Li Xiaotian and Xiao Han, its power definitely far surpassed the physical strength of Xiao Han and Li Xiaotian in the battle. Ha 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 ha. Lose to this young master. Brat, your mere strength of 300 billion ding is not a match for this young master. The power of this young master's true chi attack is twice as powerful as yours. Reaching 600 billion ding, it can destroy a plane and destroy a planet. You die. This young master's true chi divine technique can sweep the world. Dominate the world. Just a barbarian like you is a match for this young master? On the arena, the white-browed man's arrogance was heard. It was an unbridled and wild laughter. At the same time, roar. Xiao Han finally exploded. His entire body exploded with earthen yellow light. His entire body began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rise. Rise again. The violent earth aura, containing abundant immortal chi, wrapped around Xiao Han. In an instant, Xiao Han's physical body, blood vessels, and bones. Even every cell, every pore, every drop of blood, was filled with earth genes. One after another, the Earth Emperor's secret marks. Like a lotus flower blooming. 10 feet. 20 feet. 30 feet. 40 feet. Xiao Han's body continued to expand. The void was distorted, and a powerful force fluctuated. Xiao Han's frail body suddenly changed, and in less than a breath's time, he actually changed. He became an even more powerful physique. In the end, Xiao Han actually reached a height of more than 2,000 feet. His head was in the starry sky, and his feet were on the thick earth. He dominated everything. He seemed to have become an ancient giant, the ruler of the starry sky. A powerful force erupted from every inch of his flesh and blood. With a step, the space trembled. With a move of his body, the wind and clouds in all directions rolled. His power covered the sky and earth, and everything in all directions trembled under his power. Xiao Han activated the earth genes in his body to the extreme and completed the transformation. At this moment, after Xiao Han's transformation, his defense was many times stronger than Li Xiaotian's by who knows how many times. This was because Li Xiaotian relied on the earth genes in his body to continuously dig out his potential and cultivate to the limit. As for Xiao Han's earth body, it was tempered by immortal pills. In the blink of an eye, the white-browed man's attack, the limitless giant hand from the treasured umbrella, had already hit Xiao Han's giant body. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The sky fell and the earth cracked. When the attack dissipated, Xiao Han still did not move and stood there majestically. The white-browed man's attack that could destroy heaven and earth actually could not hurt Xiao Han. Ha ha ha. Good. The defense of the earth body is indeed indestructible. The defense of this earth body is far stronger than the thunder god tyrant body. I have swallowed more than 2,000 earth emperor body strengthening pills. With my body, it is a piece of cake for me to withstand a few trillion ding of true energy attack. Xiao Han let out a long roar, feeling very satisfied. In the process of this attack and defense, the advantage of the earth body was displayed vividly and vividly. As for the white-browed man, he originally thought that this attack would definitely kill Xiao Han. He did not expect that at the critical moment, Xiao Han would transform. This caused his all-out attack to not be able to break Xiao Han's defense. At this moment, the white-browed man lost the initiative. In his eyes, what appeared was Xiao Han's towering figure that was 600 feet tall, like an immortal god of war. What's going on? It's obviously a lightning body. Why? Why does it contain the aura of Earth? His defense is extremely abnormal. This. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? Is it? Dual attribute special body. It's the legendary dual attribute special body. The white-browed man let out a heart-wrenching scream. I miscalculated. To actually encounter such an abnormal person. It's a complete miscalculation. Previously, he was holding back his strength. Your attack seems too weak. Xiao Han looked down at the white-browed man who was like an ant on the arena. He took a step forward and directly stomped on the white-browed man. No. Monster. Get lost. The white-browed man waved his treasured umbrella continuously. Colorful divine rays burst out and poured down on Xiao Han's huge body like the pattering of raindrops. Every ray of divine light had the power to crush mountains and rivers and destroy everything. Every ray of divine light that burst out from the treasured umbrella had the power of 600 billion ding. Bang! 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 In less than a breath's time, the white-browed man had already launched a total of 999 attacks. Every attack had the power of 600 billion ding. With such a powerful attack, even a plane would definitely be destroyed. Die. Still not dead? How many attacks can you withstand? In the midst of the smoke, the white-browed man screamed ferociously. Pooh 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 pooh. Suddenly, rays of golden light shot out, blowing away the smoke and lingering true qi in the arena. In an instant, Xiao Han's body that looked like an ancient heavenly god appeared. His body was covered with a yellow luster and the indestructible golden body was pushed to its limit. There were even thunder and lightning entangling around him like dragons and snakes. The continuous attacks just now still did not break through Xiao Han's earth defense. His entire body was practically immortal and indestructible. Indestructible by 10,000 tribulations. Are you done? Is it my turn to hit you? Xiao Han grinned. Chapter 502. Ah. No. How is this possible? Why can't I break his defense even after using all my strength? Why? Even the pagoda master of my dimension would be severely injured if he did not block it with all his strength. Why? Why is this brat unharmed? What kind of freak is he? The white-browed man retreated continuously. Fear and despair finally appeared in his supercilious eyes. All of his self-confidence and sense of superiority had vanished without a trace. Moreover, after going through the storm-like attack just now, the true qi in his 101 acupoints was almost used up. He looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. No. No, die. I, your father, will beat you into ashes. At this moment, Xiao Han's huge body started to shrink. The earthy yellow halo around his body started to fade and was replaced by the heavenly thunder. Crackle. Thunder and lightning. Xiao Han's aura also changed abruptly. From being thick, sturdy, and impregnable, it became restless, unstable, full of danger, and full of tearing power. The earth physique suddenly changed to the thunder god tyrant body. From defense to offense. On Xiao Han's side, his aura rose again. As for the white-browed man, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. In terms of aura, Xiao Han had completely suppressed the white-browed man. He could not turn the situation around. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Han rushed towards the white-browed man. Xiao Han was domineering and indestructible. His body turned into an electric current and tore through the air. His whole body vibrated and mysterious thunder marks rose in all directions. At this moment, Xiao Han was like a dragon or a tiger, wolf or a leopard. He was like a god that had descended from the heavens. In an instant, he arrived in front of the white-browed man and punched. No one could describe the speed of this punch. No one could describe its domineering power. It dominated the heavens and the earth, shook time and space, and twisted the universe. The moment the punch was punched, a crystal-clear color appeared on Xiao Han's skin. The heavenly thunder flowed within it. The earthy yellow airflow and the golden glow surged within it. Xiao Han's internal organs let out a thunderous sound that sounded like a heavenly drum. The power of 5 trillion cauldrons was punched out. This punch was so powerful that it could even shatter a steel mountain. Bang! It was like a meteor streaking across the sky, like an ancient divine arrow. The punch that could kill all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens directly landed on the white-browed man's treasured umbrella. Pooh! Puff! 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 Pft! The power of the punch had destroyed all the forbidding auras and formations inside the umbrella. Moreover, the screams of countless women could be heard from within the treasured umbrella as fresh blood spurted out. The 36 stunning beauties that the white-browed man had taken into his treasured umbrella were all killed by Xiao Han with a single punch. Shatter. A beautiful woman perished. At the same time, the white-browed man's aura plummeted like a deflated balloon. The realm of his true qi cultivation. It also plummeted. His Jinqi had fallen from Jinqi 10 to Jinqi 9. One by one, his Jinqi acupoints were sealed shut, and the heaven eye at his glabella had also dried up. Oh. Ha 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 ha. He is just a level 9 Jinqi cultivator who relied on external forces to reach level 10 Jinqi and open his heaven's eye. I was wondering how strong he would be, but it turns out that he is just trash. Die. Bang. Xiao Han threw another punch at the white-browed man's body, causing a shocking dent to appear on his body. His bones were crushed and his tendons were broken. His internal organs were crushed and sprayed out from his mouth. Bang. Another punch. Bang. Another punch. Xiao Han was like a ferocious tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. With a few punches and 2 kicks, he had beaten the white-browed man into a pile of minced meat. Congratulations, outstanding Yao Rao, you have defeated your opponent and successfully advanced to the top 4. You will receive more than 20 billion celestial stones as a reward and take all the celestial stones from the loser's brocade pouch. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice reverberated in the arena. Boom boom boom, endless celestial stones were sucked into Xiao Han's brocade pouch like a river or a tide. Xiao Han retracted his aura and calmed down. He thought in his heart. Top 4. Finally, top 4. Currently, countless evil heroes that had been watching the battle in the giant hall had rushed out of their wooden houses and were discussing it crazily. The top 8 battles had all ended. The top 4 had been decided. However, among the 4 battles of the top 8, the most exciting one was undoubtedly the battle between Xiao Han and the white-browed man. Xiao Han had completely crushed the white-browed man with a crushing advantage. However, from the crowd's point of view, the white-browed man's battle strength was not weak. A single strike of 600 billion cauldron strength was enough to compete with a tower master. He was definitely not a weakling. However, such an expert was unable to break through Xiao Han's defense even after hundreds and thousands of attacks. In the end, he was destroyed by Xiao Han's punches. The disparity between the strong and the weak was enough to make one's hair stand on end. We have underestimated him. We have all underestimated the kid who defeated Li Xiaotian. He is far more than just a tyrannical attack. His defense is also abnormal enough. Among the top 4, it is definitely the strongest defense. Naga is in trouble. That kid has really hidden his strength. So it turns out that he has a dual attribute special physique. It seems that the final winner has been left in suspense. Naga might not be able to laugh until the end. That kid's attack and defense are both good. But Naga's sword is unconventional, coming and going with that one sword. This is hard to say, however, I still favor Naga. Naga's sword is known as the killing god's sword. No mortal in the world can block this sword. Not necessarily. As long as Naga's sword fails, he will most likely be defeated by that kid. Naga's undefeated legend might be ended by that kid. What a fool. How could Naga be defeated? In the top 8 battles, Naga also faced an opponent who had opened his heaven's eye and had 101 true acupuncture points in his body. Naga still killed him with one sword without any hesitation. I favor Naga. I still favor Naga. At the beginning, the spectating evil heroes were all one-sided and all favored Naga. However, Xiao Han's strong rise caused these spectating evil heroes to look at Xiao Han more highly. There were even a small number of evil heroes who thought that Xiao Han could defeat Naga and become the champion. In a garden high up, Naga leaned against the railing and looked down. A mocking smile flashed across his mouth. That kid. He is indeed not bad. He could actually defeat White Brow so easily. Dual attribute physique. Among them, his earth physique is even more perfect than Li Xiaotian's. Killing such an opponent is so satisfying. Really satisfying. I can't wait. At this moment, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, Xiao Han's 5 evil hero slaves, and a small number of evil heroes from Xiao Han's side were all extremely excited. A lot of supreme experts are praising junior brother Xiao Han. I heard that some Tower Master level demon heroes are now very afraid of junior brother Xiao Han and even said words of fear. Xiao Mingqiu said with a trembling voice. Little brother Xiao Han used his strength to obtain dignity. Too monstrous. His progress is as fast as drinking water and eating rice. Luo Tianyou's voice was choked with emotion. I don't know how he did it. Junior brother Xiao Han seems to be in seclusion again. The top 4 battles are coming up soon. We must not disturb him. Xiao Mingqiu said seriously. Xiao Han's wooden house. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed. Dual attribute physique is indeed powerful. Just now, I actually managed to easily kill a Tower Master evil hero. When I obtain enough Thunder God body tempering pills and Earth Emperor body tempering pills, I will truly create a dual attribute immortal physique. Then, I will be invincible. I will definitely be invincible in the human world. Even if I meet an ordinary immortal, I will be able to fight against him. Xiao Han was indeed a little complacent. But very quickly, Xiao Han restrained the pride in his heart. The battle is not over yet. There is still the top 4 battles and the final battle. Just now, I saw the screen of Naga's top 8 battle. He still killed his opponent with 1 strike. A powerful evil hero that was not any weaker than White Brow was killed by Naga in a flash of thought. Naga must be my ultimate opponent. Naga is very strong, very strong. Moreover, Naga must have noticed me. He must have watched every single one of my matches. Naga is very clear about my battle strength. In the final battle, if I meet Naga, with my current methods, I might not be able to win. After all, Naga's sword was too strange. Not only was its attack power sharp and decisive, it even had a profound soul attack. The concept of that sword must have been great. My physical strength and special physique might not be able to block Naga's killer god's single sword. I must cultivate again. I cannot relax at the slightest, I cannot fall at the most crucial moment. Then, let's cultivate the extinguishing sky decimating earth mental technique. Suddenly, Xiao Han's entire being calmed down. There were no distracting thoughts in his heart, and his sea of consciousness was clear. The liquid mental power star in his sea of consciousness slowly rotated, emitting obscure mental waves. It was comprehending heaven and earth, comprehending the great Tao. Naga, perhaps you will never guess that my greatest trump card is actually not my physical strength, nor is it my special physique, but my mental strength and saber intent. Break through to the 20th spiritual finger technique. Before this, I successfully broke through to the 19th spiritual finger technique. However, when I was trying to break through to the 20th spiritual finger technique, I was restricted by my physical body and could not break through. I wholeheartedly wanted to break through to the 20th spiritual finger technique, then continue to break through to the 21st spiritual finger technique, solidifying my mental strength. However, before this, my physical body was very weak and could not support such a violent mental strength entering my sea of consciousness. And now, my Thunder God Tyrant body has formed. Starry Sky Dominator body has formed. Raising my hand, I have 500 billion ding of strength, dominating the world. I cannot be compared to before. So what if I cultivate the extinguishing sky decimating earth mental technique again? Chapter 503. Xiao Han was trying to break through the 20th finger seal. In the end, Xiao Han was not satisfied with the increase in his physical strength. Because Xiao Han knew that mental energy and saber intent were his foundation. After solidifying his mental energy, the ripples of his mental energy could transform into a tangible killing weapon, killing people without a trace. Its power was not inferior to an immortal equipment. It could behead someone from 1,000 miles away. After solidifying his mental energy, it could form a horrifying mental energy star. With a slight tremble of the mental energy, a plane would explode. Furthermore, the cultivation of mental energy and saber intent complemented each other. Xiao Han believed that as long as he cultivated the extinguishing heaven and earth mental energy to the 28th finger seal and reached consummation, he would be able to open the door to the ancient saber realm hidden in the cracks of space and receive the ancient saber soul, allowing his saber intent to enter spiritual mastery. Spiritual mastery saber intent could kill immortals. Furthermore, to kill the demon god's soul in Xiao Han's heart, a strong physical body was useless. He had to use spiritual mastery. This was the only way. The strength of my physical body and the embryonic dual attribute immortal body are actually the perfect foundation for me to cultivate the extinguishing heaven and earth mental energy. Xiao Han's mind was extremely clear. Soon, Xiao Han entered a profound meditative state. He had no thoughts, and his thoughts were clear. His hands were like butterflies flying through flowers, forming many profound and simple hand seals. The many hand seals followed the heavenly Tao of the universe and started to connect, breaking through to the 20th finger seal. This 20th spiritual finger incantation consisted of a total of 100,000 subtle and profound hand gestures. In order to complete the 20th set of spiritual finger incantations, to complete the 20th set of finger seals, he had to connect these 100,000 hand seals. He had to connect them perfectly. Like moving clouds and flowing water. There could not be any mistakes or delays in the middle. Previously, in the illusionary demonic palace, Xiao Han had tried to break through to the 20th finger seal. However, when he reached the 200,000th hand seal, he encountered a bottleneck. It was difficult to surpass the 20001 hand seal. If he forcefully cultivated it, his entire body would feel like it was about to collapse. It was like a lamp that had run out of oil. All the vitality in his body seemed to have been squeezed dry. This was because his body was not strong enough. It was far from being able to contain such blazing mental energy. But now, Xiao Han's body was definitely enough. Xiao xiao xiao, Xiao Han's hands danced rapidly, drawing out faint silhouettes that seemed to possess a life of their own, as he struck out several mysterious runes and talismans. In Xiao Han's brain, it also exuded layers of spiritual energy halos, shining like stars. Very soon, Xiao Han successfully completed the last bottleneck, the 20,001 hand gesture. Moreover, he still had strength to spare, and it was very easy. A portion of the hallucinatory demonic realm fragments that he had collected in the hallucinatory demonic palace still remained in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, and he had yet to completely refine them. Now that the strength of his flesh shell had been guaranteed, Xiao Han began to practice the 20th psychic finger art. Every hand gesture connected together, he slowly melted away the fragments of the hallucinatory demonic realm. Xiao Han's mental strength, which had been dormant for a long time, rose once again. The liquid spiritual power planet began to boil, and more dark golden metal fragments appeared. Hong hong hong, in Xiao Han's entire sea of consciousness, waves after waves of mental energy were emitted. The mental energy star was beginning to solidify. Countless dark golden shards began to form a combination. Secret rune shuttle. Xiao Han deeply felt that after the shackles of his physical body were gone, his mental power could freely fly out. Boundless and unbridled. There was no bottleneck. Even his life level had taken a leap. The spiritual power planet in his sea of consciousness became increasingly condensed, sturdy, and dazzling. The density of his mental power had increased. His mental power was highly concentrated. His essence, chi, spirit, and bearing were flawless and extraordinary. In this strange and profound cultivation process, Xiao Han's mind was without any impurities. His entire mind was as clear as crystal. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt that his spiritual power and soul were suddenly released, soaring into the sky, and permeating into the endless void. This feeling was as if his soul was floating out of his brain. Out of body. N. It's the same feeling as when I practiced the 19th psychic finger art. Out of body. My soul is in an out-of-body state again. Because he had a similar experience, Xiao Han was not so nervous and frightened now. Xiao Han's soul flew higher and higher. In the end, it seemed as if it had flown out of this genius zone, out of this space, and out of the 9 heavens. It's so light, as if I can fly to wherever I want. The whole world seems to be free of the shackles of space. What a strange feeling, as if my mental power can do all kinds of spatial jumps in this mysterious void. In the next moment, in the void, endless spacetime storms appeared. The heavens and the earth, the sun and the moon dimmed. In an instant, Xiao Han's consciousness was lost in an endless spacetime. He felt alone and helpless. In the depths of the spacetime, he felt as though he would never be able to return. All around him, he could see an endless storm howling and howling. Just like the last time, I felt the ancient gate of the Saber Realm again. Xiao Han had experienced the same thing before. Now, Xiao Han knew how to deal with this matter. His mental power directly condensed. As expected. In the depths of the spacetime storm, Xiao Han vaguely saw a gate. However, this gate was very blurry, and its specific shape could not be seen clearly. However, that door seemed to have formed an instinctive attraction for Xiao Han. This caused Xiao Han to have a strong desire to rush over and open the gate to see what was inside. Buzz buzz buzz, shockingly. The great accomplishment stage saber intent that was floating in Xiao Han's soul suddenly let out a howl. The gate of the Saber Realm. The gate of the Saber Realm. I want to open the gate of the Saber Realm. I want the ancient saber soul to be infused into my saber intent. Xiao Han's soul. Completely trembling. Deep in his heart. He let out a heart-wrenching howl. Extreme excitement and desire. Xiao Han's soul. All of them slowly swam towards the gate of the Saber Realm. However, when Xiao Han's soul was still a long distance away from the gate of the Saber Realm, it suddenly came to a halt. A dangerous aura that could crush the starry sky rushed towards him. The spacetime storm, the turbulence of the starry sky. They came one after another. Xiao Han's soul was like a canoe in the middle of a vast ocean, and it began to shake. A feeling like a moth flying into a flame welled up in his heart. This caused Xiao Han to feel a sense of imminent danger. No. It still won't work. My soul still can't get close to that gate. If my soul moves a little further, it will be completely crushed by the aura radiating from the gate. Annihilation. Although, this time, my soul is getting closer to the gate. It's already slightly shorter than the last time, but it's still far from enough. My soul is still too weak. Retreat. If this goes on, my soul will be shattered. Xiao Han's thoughts flickered, and he deliberately forced his soul to return to his body. After an unknown period of time, back again? Xiao Han's body trembled, and he realized that his soul had returned to his sea of consciousness. He opened his eyes again. Xiao Han's body was now soaked in cold sweat, and there was a large pool of sweat beside him. However, when his soul had left his body and roamed the void, Xiao Han's soul and mental strength had once again received an indescribable baptism and tempering. Suddenly, boom, the last gesture of the 20th mental finger technique was completed. This caused the density of the liquid mental strength star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness to soar once again, and his mental strength had increased by a huge level. Wang wang wang, the liquid mental strength star in his sea of consciousness let out a joyful roar, and waves of throbbing could be heard. Xiao Han looked inside, and he was surprised to find that at this moment, the surface of the liquid mental strength star was already covered with a layer of dark golden mysterious patterns, and on it was the outline of an ancient, mottled, and magical mark. However, this mental strength star was only solid on the surface, and its interior was still liquid. In the vast sea of liquid mental strength, there were a large number of floating metal fragments. It hasn't completely solidified, but it's almost there. Xiao Han was clear in his heart. However, although Xiao Han's mental strength hadn't completely solidified, the density of his mental strength had increased by who knew how many times, causing Xiao Han's mental strength to be more tenacious, more sacred, and emitting the light of the great Tao. The great success stage natal saber chi entrenched in the mental strength star like an evil dragon, and it was even sharper and larger than before. Its lethality was even more terrifying. When a wisp of great success stage natal saber chi slashed out, it would be able to forget the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and not be in the 6 paths of reincarnation. It could kill people and ghosts, and slash through everything with a single thought. With my current saber intent, killing Li Xiaotian and the white-browed man is practically just a thought. They can't block it at all, can't dodge it, and can't resist my great success stage natal saber chi. Although it was only from the 19th finger gesture to the 20th finger gesture, the power of Xiao Han's saber intent had increased by who knew how many times. Phew, next, it's time to break through to the 21st finger gesture. Once I succeed, my mental strength will solidify, and my soul will also become stronger and stronger, and I'll get closer and closer to the gate of the ancient saber realm. The power of my saber intent will also reach a new level. I have a feeling that as long as I complete the 21st finger gesture and solidify my mental strength, then I will definitely be able to defeat Naga. As long as I complete the 21st finger gesture and solidify my mental strength, then opponents at the level of Naga will never be able to catch up to my footsteps. My level of existence will be far behind that of people at his level. Just like the difference between a mortal and an immortal. Xiao Han stood up and stretched his body. He walked in front of the light screen, and his mental strength swept across the light screen. So, I've already been in seclusion for a day and a night. There are still 2 days before the battle of the top 4 officially begins. Xiao Han had already spent an entire day and night cultivating the 20th finger gesture. And there are still 2 days left. I'll try to break through to the 21st finger gesture. Once I complete the 21st finger gesture and solidify my mental strength, then I will be able to sweep through everything. To be continued. Chapter 504. While Xiao Han was concentrating on his secluded cultivation, in the garden area outside, countless monsters gathered in groups of 3 to 5, discussing the top 4 battles that would take place in 2 days. From the top 32, to the top 16, to the top 8, and finally to the top 4. For the many spectating monsters, there were thrilling classic battles. Countless peerlessly talented and powerful demons had fallen, dying to even more dazzling opponents. The cruelty and tension of the competition was suffocating. It was even enough to make people collapse. The final top 4 would fight against each other. Then, the only winner would be decided. This would also be the craziest, most glorious, and most intense moment of the Immortal Stone competition and the entire Genius Zone exploration. It was also the most unbearable cruel moment. It's finally over. Some monsters were sighing. The long Immortal Stone competition is about to end. We will also end the Genius Zone exploration and temporarily return to our respective planes to prepare for the exploration of the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. The Immortal Stone competition is indeed cruel to the point of making one's hair stand on end. But fortunately, it has nothing to do with us. We all obtained the treasures we wanted. All kinds of immortal pills, immortal equipment, and even offensive and defensive immortal equipment. Come to think of it, we are also extremely lucky. In fact, there is no need to fight for the purple immortal key. It is wisest to quit while you are ahead. What's the point of sacrificing oneself for some empty reputation? In the top 32 of the Immortal Stone competition, there are some geniuses who will definitely become tower masters in the future, and even have the possibility of becoming immortals. But to die here, it is truly a pity. They all have the hearts of the strong. To be able to die here, perhaps it is the most perfect fate, in another garden. Naga strolled leisurely in the garden, admiring the flowers of the immortal world. The reddish-skinned man with a golden sword hovering above his head stood behind Naga. His expression was one of shock. His expression was slightly uneasy. Naga, 2 days from now, it will be the semifinals. If I meet you, I'll definitely kill you. If I meet you, it is very likely that I will not be a match for you. But from the looks of it now, there's another troublesome fellow besides you. If I were to encounter you, even if I were to die in battle, I would accept it wholeheartedly. But if I were to encounter that brat, I really won't accept it. He has a special dual attribute physique, and is considered to be a natural-born lucky person. His cultivation base has been refined by relying on the special advantages of his bloodline genes. He wasn't like us, who relied on our talents to cultivate to a higher realm and battle prowess. To lose to such a person, you really won't be able to rest in peace. The devilish man with reddish-brown skin said angrily. Kid. Naga turned around. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Now that you've encountered me, you'll definitely die. You cultivate the way of the sword, and so do I. But your sword is still too weak. However, if you encounter that kid, you might be able to defeat him. Naga. He has a dual elemental special body type. The earth body type has abnormal defense, and the lightning body type has quick and violent attacks. The devilish man with reddish-brown skin, Jida, argued. In fact, the scariest thing about that kid isn't his power. Instead, it was his defense and the speed of his improvement. At the very beginning, in the top 32 battles, he only had an attack power of 700 billion cauldrons. But now, yet, it has reached 500 trillion cauldrons. In such a short period of time, he has improved so much. This monstrous level is truly frightening, ha 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 ha. Naga let out a disdainful laugh. Kid, your swordsmanship should be considered outstanding in your realm, right? Gid was stunned for a moment before he spoke in an unconcealable tone of arrogance. Among sword cultivators under 10,000 years old, I'm the best in the realm. Moreover, my swordsmanship can be ranked in the top 3 on the devilish hero ranking list. He's only second to some old antiques. Your talent in swordsmanship is indeed strong. Naga commented. However, there are some flaws in your mind. Furthermore, your insight is lacking. As such, you will never be able to reach the pinnacle of the sword Tao. Let me tell you. Suddenly, Naga's aura became fierce. Swordsmanship and saber skills are specialized in breaking through body cultivators. No matter how strong a body cultivator is, even if he has a special physique, he will not be able to pose a threat to a sword cultivator and a saber cultivator. Gid was stunned for a moment before he spoke in a serious tone. Naga, please give me some pointers. Whether it is a body cultivator or a special physique, their bodies are strong, but the cultivation of their souls will not be too strong. The Creator is fair. If he gives a strong body, then he will not give away the soul and true chi realm. This world follows the order of stability and fairness. Body cultivators, true chi cultivation, and soul cultivation cannot be at the same time. In that case, if you fight that kid, your sword chi and sword intent must not attack his physical body. Ah. Naga. I understand now. Jida's eyes lit up as a feeling of enlightenment surged through his body. Naga, you've really woken me up from my daydream. Why should I care about his physical strength and defense? Just use your sword essence to attack his soul. My sword essence has long reached the great accomplishment stage, and my body has produced natal sword chi. Natal sword chi slashes through nothingness. It has the power of a soul attack. When I fight with that kid, I can directly attack his soul and kill him in an instant. After pausing for a while, Jida became even more confident. That kid is the same as you, Naga. His jinchi cultivation is a mess. He is only at the expanding acupoint realm. Furthermore, he doesn't cultivate any superior jinchi divine technique. He only focuses on body tempering. Yes, yes, yes. If Naga did not remind me, then when I fight with him, I will definitely use my strongest sword chi to cut his body, and instead neglect to attack his soul. That kid only cultivates the body, while Naga, you walk the path of the soul and sword. Gid was very excited. Thank you for your pointers. But, come to think of it, Naga, what realm has your swordsmanship reached? Could it be that you have already opened the door to the sword world in the cracks of space? Ha 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 ha, opened the door to the sword world? This only exists in myths and legends. But don't try to guess the realm of my sword Tao. Naga smiled coldly, and then turned to leave. It is said that Naga once received pointers from a sword immortal, and obtained the teachings of a sword immortal. He is indeed invincible. Originally, I hoped that Naga and that kid would meet in the top 4. It would be a fierce battle, and both sides would be injured, allowing me to reap the benefits. But now it seems that Naga has found a way to deal with that kid. If that kid meets Naga, it is very likely that he will be killed in one strike. Could it be that I, Gid, will die in Naga's hands in the end? This. Gid looked at Naga's back, his expression desolate as he muttered to himself. I still underestimated Naga. Thus, just like Li Xiaotian, I had the mentality of getting lucky and entered the top 32. But Naga's strength is beyond my imagination. Xiao Han's wooden house. Xiao Han was using all his strength to break through the 21st finger technique. Once the 21st finger technique was completed, it was a new level of life. In terms of spiritual power, it was a qualitative leap. Simply put, the 21st finger technique and the 20th finger technique could not be mentioned in the same breath. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. There was a heavenly chasm between them. Hence, in terms of the difficulty of cultivation, the 21st spiritual finger technique definitely crushed the 20th spiritual finger technique. The 20th finger technique is made up of 100,000 complicated and profound hand gestures. However, the 21st finger technique is made up of 1,000,000 hand gestures. The more hand gestures there were to form each finger technique, it meant that to complete these hand gestures in one go, a large amount of spiritual power was needed. Insufficient foundation. Without enough accumulation, it was impossible to complete these hand gestures. When Xiao Han was cultivating the 21st finger technique, he finally encountered a bottleneck. He was stuck. The 21st finger technique, 1,000,000 hand gestures. At the 999,980th hand gesture, Xiao Han's accumulation of spiritual power in his sea of consciousness was completely used up. The countless psychedelic magic mirror fragments that he had accumulated in the psychedelic magic palace were all refined and absorbed, but in the end, he was still unable to complete the last 20 hand gestures of the 21st finger technique. Xiao Han tried many times, but all of them ended in failure. Every time, when he was trying to break through the 999,981 hand gestures, he would be completely unable to continue. His entire brain would suddenly go blank, and his head would hurt. It was as if there was a terrifying magical force that had sucked everything out of his brain in an instant. This feeling was extremely frightening. Phew, I failed again. The liquid spiritual power star in my sea of consciousness and the metal fragments were about to completely condense and form a solid body, but at the crucial moment, I always fail. Xiao Han weakly sat on the bed and gave up on trying. The last time I failed to break through the 20th finger technique, it was because my flesh shell foundation was insufficient. This time, I failed to break through the 21st finger technique, it was because my spiritual power foundation was completely used up. Xiao Han was extremely speechless. Difficult, too difficult. Cultivating this extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual power technique is too harsh. I must have both the spiritual power foundation and the flesh shell foundation at the same time. Now, I must once again accumulate a terrifying amount of spiritual power, only then can I complete the 21st finger technique. I'm too tired. After continuously trying to break through the 21st finger technique, not only did he not succeed, but it also caused Xiao Han to show signs of exhaustion and exhaustion. He had no choice but to give up on cultivating, and his eyelids were as heavy as lead. Dragging his tired body, Xiao Han arrived in front of the light screen and swept through it with his spiritual power. Oh no. There's less than 4 hours left before the battle of the top 4. Xiao Han's mind tensed up, and he immediately returned to the bed. I must seize the time, have a good rest, and adjust my condition. Otherwise, if I encounter a strong opponent in the battle of the top 4 a few hours later, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous for me. Xiao Han quickly lay down, got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, and entered a deep sleep state. After an unknown period of time, the light screen in Xiao Han's wooden house shook, and immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice came out. The most outstanding and the most amazing demon heroes, the battle of the top 4 that you have been waiting for a long time has begun. I believe that all of you are already prepared, right? Then, this emperor will not be long-winded. Prepare to randomly pick the top 4 battles and choose your opponents. Chapter 505. After 3 days of rest and reorganization, the exciting semi-finals had finally begun. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice came from the light screen in the wooden house. Xiao Han had forcefully cultivated the 21st spirit finger technique, causing his spirit power to be overdrawn, and he was extremely tired. After sleeping for a few hours, he gradually recovered and jumped to the front of the light screen. At this moment, on the light screen, there were only the images of 4 fiends, including Xiao Han. The last 4 people. Naga, and a brownish-red skinned sword cultivator, and a black fiend with a white cloth wrapped around his head. Xiao Han scanned with his spirit power and frowned slightly. Who will be my opponent this time? Suddenly, on the light screen, the images of the 4 fiends began to spin rapidly. It was so fast that even Xiao Han's spirit power could not keep up. Random pairing. Xiao Han stared at the light screen. Boom! Suddenly, the light screen shook. The images of the 4 fiends suddenly lined up one by one, matching each other in pairs. In an instant, it became a situation of 2 teams against each other. It was clear at a glance. In this cruel battle, there would only be 2 fiends left. Dear heroes, the battle of the top 4 has officially begun. Your opponents have been randomly selected. In 10 breaths of time, you will be teleported to the arena. The prize for the battle of the top 4 will be more than 40 billion immortal stones. It can be exchanged for at least 40 immortal cards to be used in the 2nd floor of this emperor's treasure. Let's cut the small talk. The battle begins. You will be transported to the arena. Good luck to everyone. The opponent had been selected. Xiao Han scanned with his spirit power and discovered that the opponent matched with him. On the light screen, Xiao Han's image was matched with the brownish-red skinned fiend man. Above his head, there was a golden misty sword light flashing. Jida. The brownish-red skinned fiend man. It was Jida, who was on good terms with Naga. On the light screen, Jida's image looked extremely fiend. The golden sword light above his head flickered and had a kind of aura that could slash through the void and sweep through the wilderness. It's this person. This person's previous battle scene. I have seen it many times. It is a sword cultivator. His sword Dao cultivation has reached a higher level and has reached the great accomplishment sword intent. He is an extremely difficult opponent. It should be compared to Li Xiaotian and the white-browed man. Even more troublesome. In this world, the martial artists with the strongest attack power should be sword cultivators and saber users. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Just then, Hong, in the light screen, a beam of divine light burst forth, and a vortex bloomed, directly pulling Xiao Han in. It was chaos in all directions. There was a square arena in the middle. Xiao Han stood quietly in the arena. Standing in front of Xiao Han was the devilish man with reddish-brown skin. Jida. Xiao Han remained calm and collected. He quietly observed his opponent. Although Xiao Han had an embryonic dual attribute immortal physique and had completed the 20th finger technique of the extinguishing heaven and earth mental art, his grand completion saber intent was even more condensed and glorious. Xiao Han would not let down his guard just because of this. None of the chivalrous heroes who could enter the top 4 were weak. The reddish-brown Jida also looked at Xiao Han with a sinister expression. Whoosh, suddenly, from the top of Kid's head, a golden sword light soared into the sky. The golden light directly connected the sky, the clouds, the sky, and the earth, like a giant pillar supporting the sky. This sword light flickered. The dragon and the snake moved. Jida was wearing a red robe. His hands were empty, and he did not carry a sword on his back. However, his entire body was showing off. His aura coincided with the supreme way of the sword. Just by standing there casually, there was a feeling of tearing through the sky and cutting through all things. It was as if the aura from his body could even pierce through the crystal walls of space, explode and tear them apart, and turn all things into powder. In his eyes, there was also the supreme sword chi brewing and surging. Two sword lights appeared in his eyes. It was earth-shattering, and it was extremely sharp. He must be an extraordinary person who had mastered the supreme sword way and the secret ancient sword techniques. His life experience must be legendary. When Xiao Han faced him, he could clearly feel that the aura on his body was indeed stronger than that of Li Xiaotian and the white-browed man. As soon as he saw Xiao Han, a golden sword chi shot out from his body. This meant that his battle intent had been aroused by Xiao Han. It's you. It really is you. Suddenly, Jida spoke. I have been paying attention to you. Oh. Xiao Han was stunned. You have been paying attention to me? Jida nodded slightly. He forcefully restrained the sharp sword chi that was about to burst out. He locked his aura on Xiao Han and said slowly, my good friend, Li Xiaotian, was also a peerless and fierce person. He had the great earth physique and was unparalleled in the world. However, he died in your hands. Oh, on the stage, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Li Xiaotian was defeated by me because he was not as skilled as me. Xiao Han smiled indifferently. For example, one of us will soon fall. You have indeed developed the temperament of a peerless expert. Jida nodded slightly. Kid, you are indeed worthy of my attention and research. In the beginning, your battle prowess wasn't even worth mentioning. At that time, if I had met you, I would have killed you like a pig or a dog. However, your improvement is too monstrous. In such a short period of time, you actually became an opponent that caught my attention. I have to say that you are unique. You must have had many fortuitous encounters and many secrets, but today, you have met me. This is the end of your journey. Your life will come to an end here. Oh. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. You are dead. Jida said heavily. You will die under my sword. There is no doubt about it. At this moment, Jida's tone was filled with incomparable confidence. This was a state of mind and method that a sword cultivator must have. The path of a sword cultivator was to advance courageously and kill all enemies that stood in their way. Jida's spirit, chi, and spirit were highly condensed. It was as if he had reached the best state of his life. Naga's analysis of Xiao Han was beneficial to Jida. Because of Naga's guidance, Jida was able to find Xiao Han's weakness and fatal weakness. Thus, after the drawing of lots for the quarterfinals, Jida knew that his opponent was Xiao Han. He planted the belief that he would win in his heart. You are too confident. In the face of Jida's surging belief that he would win, Xiao Han didn't move, but he also started to speak with confidence and composure. It should be known that an ordinary person would easily collapse in the face of a supreme sword cultivator's confidence. This was because the attack power of a sword cultivator was known as the strongest and sharpest among martial artists. A sword cultivator's spirit was also extremely condensed. When a sword show exerted mental pressure on the opponent and displayed the belief that he would win, the invisible sword essence that could cut through the void could easily penetrate and destroy the opponent's mental defenses, subduing the enemy without a fight. However, Xiao Han's willpower. What kind of perseverance was that? The liquid spirit star in his sea of consciousness was already infinitely close to solidifying. Thus, Xiao Han was not moved at all. Before this, every single opponent I faced looked down on me. They were very disdainful towards me. But I'm sorry, their final outcome was extremely tragic. They all died in my hands. I think today will be no exception. You will become a stepping stone for me to enter the finals. Strong confidence that did not lose to Jida, also came from Xiao Han's body. A violent aura rose. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's veins, bones, and blood surged. The earth physique gene and the thunder attribute gene in his body started to burn. Unknowingly, Xiao Han started to activate his aura, the embryonic form of the thunder god tyrant body and the embryonic form of the starry sky sovereign body. They complemented each other and brought out the best in each other. On Xiao Han's body, there was a strong battle intent. His confidence in victory surged out like floodwaters. His body seemed to grow taller and taller, until he looked like a giant from ancient times, like a god descending into the mortal world. His power continued to rise, and as he circulated his power, a sound like that of an army of thousands upon thousands of men and horses galloping forward, charging forward, trampling everything in its path. There was even the sound of thunder and lightning that seemed to destroy the world. Xiao Han's aura was also overwhelming. In an instant, it formed a situation where it was equal to Jida's ancient supreme sword intent. The two powerhouses had not yet clashed, but each of them activated their own auras to resist each other, creating an atmosphere of turbulence. This caused this battle to be filled with suspense and excitement even before it officially began. Not bad. The muscles at the corner of Jida's eyes twitched a few times. I can see that you're not even 100 years old, but you've already cultivated the aura of a true powerhouse. Good, good. If you did not meet me today, you would definitely rise in the future. It is not impossible for you to become an immortal, but you will die by my sword today. After a pause, Jida's eyes burned with a crazed look. Sword intent and saber intent specialize in breaking all kinds of special constitutions. Kid, you have no chance of winning today. Just as the fierce battle between Xiao Han and Jida was about to erupt, in another battle of the top four, Naga had already defeated his tyrannical opponent with one strike and became the first heavenly son of heaven to enter the finals. Naga's battle was always so calm. It was as if no opponent could escape from Naga's sword after meeting him. At this moment, Naga had returned to his wooden house and was watching the battle between Xiao Han and Gid with great interest through the screen. Jida is too useless. Facing a barbarian who only knows how to refine his body, he can't even finish the battle quickly. How weak. However, if there are no accidents, Jida will kill that kid and meet me in the finals. Naga smiled indifferently. It's a pity that I told Jida about this kid's weakness. Otherwise, it is very likely that this kid will meet me in the finals. But it doesn't matter. To me, no matter who the opponent is, it's just a routine battle. Apart from Naga, every monster warrior who was watching the battle had their attention firmly focused on the battle between Xiao Han and Jida. The atmosphere before the battle had already made it clear that this was a real battle between the strong. In the vast and endless universe, it was a collision between the strongest peerless geniuses under 10,000 years old. If it was not for the treasure of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, such a peak battle would not happen even once in a billion years. The monster warriors who were watching the battle all held their breath. Both of them are gathering their auras. At this moment, their auras have been brewed to the peak limit. They are going to fight. They are going to fight soon. Once they fight, it will be earth-shattering. A world-shaking battle. To be continued. Chapter 506. At this moment, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the others from Xiao Han's camp were so nervous that they were about to collapse. They could feel the aura of Xiao Han and Jida from the light screen. They also understood that Jida was the strongest opponent Xiao Han had encountered in the Immortal Stone competition until now. An extraordinary sword cultivator. Junior brother Xiao Han's opponent in the top four is a peerless sword cultivator. In the realm of cultivators, the ones with the strongest offensive power are sword cultivators and bladesmen. This sword cultivator's sword intent is divine. He is extremely difficult to deal with. At this moment, all Xiao Mingchu could do was pray for Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han is actually a swordsman who has reached a higher level. However, after entering the genius zone, he gave up on his saber intent and focused on his body. It seems that junior brother Xiao Han's greatest trump card is the strength of his body and his special physique. His saber intent can't be easily displayed, otherwise, he will be directly suppressed by his opponent's sword intent. He will immediately be in a passive situation. On the arena, a storm was coming. Xiao Han and Jida's battle intent, spirit, vitality, and aura were indeed at their peak. The two of them could unleash a fatal blow at any time. At this moment, Jida could feel that Xiao Han had activated his dual attribute physique to the extreme. His body was surrounded by lightning and thunder. The earth was thick and the earth was so oppressive that the space in all directions was distorted and the air was destroyed. At that moment, Jida became even more fearless. His entire being was relaxed and filled with a carefree aura. He took a deep breath. What a powerful physique. A guy with a special physique is really extraordinary. However, as Naga said, the stronger your physique is, the easier it is for me to defeat you. This is a battle. I will control it. This battle, I'll be the master. Then, let's see what you have. Ice and Fire Universe Divine Sword. Suddenly, Jida took the initiative to attack. Boom! Around Jida, sword light burst out. The sword chi broke the void. At this moment, his body was like a sharp sword. In a breath's time, the spatial crystal wall was cut open like tofu. He instantly displayed the essence of the supreme sword Tao. Fuse with the sword, fuse with the way, fuse with the way, fuse with the heaven, fuse with the heaven. Suddenly, ancient sword chi burst out from his body, and two swords that were formed from true chi and sword chi flew out of his body. Boundless radiance. These two treasured swords. One was of the ice attribute, the other was of the raging fire attribute. The two swords combined to attack each other. Like two swimming dragons, they danced in the air. With a flash, they formed an ice-fire taiji sword formation. Subtle and profound, transcendent and saintly. The densely packed sword patterns revolved. Ice and Fire Tai Chi, the twin swords combined and blasted towards Xiao Han. In an instant, the entire arena erupted with lava, snowflakes filled the sky, and sword chi was oppressive. Jida's aura was like that of an invincible swordsman or a grandmaster of the sword Tao. He stood proudly in the cold snow, at the peak of a volcano. He was proud, emotionless, lonely, and cold. He drew his sword and looked around. He was the only one who could seek defeat. He could not find an opponent. Moreover, Jida's Ice-Fire Cosmos Divine Sword formation not only contained the two extreme powers of ice and fire, but it also displayed the profound mysteries of swordsmanship to the fullest. The Ice-Fire Cosmos Divine Sword formation was ever-changing. In the blink of an eye, it displayed thousands of supreme swordsmanship techniques that could only be encountered but not sought. It was unpredictable. Hack, slash, slice, press, wash, stab, pick, drill, spin, all sorts of wondrous swordsmanship techniques were displayed. Jida's first move was an ultimate killing technique. He had unleashed the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The Ice-Fire Cosmos Divine Sword formation blotted out the sky and covered Xiao Han. The true chi vortex continuously expanded, contracted, and changed. It stirred up the airflow and distorted the light. It exploded with destructive power that could destroy everything. How good is Naga's eyesight? He pointed out this kid's weakness with one sentence. Now, when I meet him, my confidence in defeating him continues to rise. Now, I will first use my ultimate swordsmanship to attack his physical body. If I can break through it, then I don't need to waste my mental strength to attack his soul. If I can't break through his defense, then I will use the method that Naga taught me. I will use the Great Accomplishment Stage's natal sword chi to pierce through his soul and kill him instantly. Jida controlled the battle. However, he did not attack Xiao Han's soul right from the start. This was because to attack Xiao Han's soul, he needed to use the Great Accomplishment Stage's natal sword chi and a specialized soul attack sword technique. This would also consume a lot of energy for Jida. Jida had to strive to kill Xiao Han with the least amount of effort. Then, in the finals, he would face Naga in his best condition and fight to the death. Heh. The power of this swordsmanship can't even break through my defense. Xiao Han was fearless in the face of Jida's ultimate swordsmanship. Roar. Suddenly, Xiao Han roared and his body began to expand. His entire body shone with a dazzling earthy yellow light. His body began to grow taller. In a breath's time, he had grown to more than 200 feet. His aura was like that of a god descending to the mortal world. On the surface of Xiao Han's skin, a pale yellow earth armor condensed. Clang. 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 In the blink of an eye, Jida's ice and fire cosmos Tai Chi sword formation had already enveloped Xiao Han. Hundreds of millions of meteor-like sword lights directly pierced Xiao Han's huge body. Countless extremely cold, extremely hot, and Gingjin's sword chi burst out, circling and strangling. It presented the most mysterious arc of swordsmanship, cutting a large area of Xiao Han. Every sword had the power to pierce through the void and cut through all living things. On Xiao Han's earthy yellow skin, dense sparks burst out. There were thunder and lightning flashing in between, and there was also the golden glow of the indestructible golden body surging. The scene was so dazzling that it was impossible to know the situation of the battle immediately. In Xiao Mingchu's wooden house. Xiao Mingchu, who was staring at the light screen, felt as though his heart was about to be crushed. The power of this sword is enough to destroy the world. Can junior brother Xiao Han block it? Can junior brother Xiao Han block it? The other chivalrous spirits who were watching the battle also made their own assessments. This is a battle between a shield and a spear. A battle between a sword and a body. The defense of the earth physique is indeed unique and impregnable. However, I don't know if it can block Jida's storm-like sword chi attacks. In Naga's wooden house. Naga sat cross-legged on the couch, a faint smile on his face. This Jida has underestimated that kid's defense. He had underestimated that brat's defense too much. With the special physique of the earth, it was absolutely not a problem for him to withstand his sword chi attack. He can only use soul attacks. Only then can he defeat that kid. In the arena. Amidst the countless destructive sword lights. Impressively, a giant hand covered the sky. It was grabbed out. His 5 fingers were filled with lightning, and all of them were ancient behemoths. The roar of a divine beast from the heaven realm. Absolute power surged out. This was not an ordinary power. It was mixed with the tearing and destructive power of the heaven realm's thunder and lightning. The stability of the starry sky earth was absolutely invincible. Unparalleled power that transcended the mortal world. Pucci, all the sword lights were destroyed by the grab. All the principles of swordsmanship were shattered. Amidst the shattered sword lights, Xiao Han took a step forward. The earthy yellow armor on his body was sliced into countless hair-thin cracks, but it wasn't damaged at all. As the golden light of the indestructible golden body washed over it, the cracks on the earthy yellow armor quickly healed. Jida's killing blow could not break through Xiao Han's defense at all. The tyrannical earth physique, coupled with the great perfection realm and the indestructible golden body's healing ability, allowed Xiao Han to easily block Jida's attack. Is that all you can do? Xiao Han walked towards Jida step by step. With every step he took, Xiao Han's aura increased by a notch. Too weak. Xiao Han let out a ferocious roar as he threw a punch at Jida. A force of 5 trillion cauldrons was unleashed as he launched his counterattack. The power of this punch violently vibrated, and circles of ripples radiated from the center of the fist. In an instant, the space in the arena shattered like tiles. There were also lightning bolts that looked like dragons and snakes flying and biting. He's too strong. Jida's sword was actually blocked by that kid. That's too easy. Moreover, that kid immediately launched a fierce counterattack. Jida's attack is all bark and no bite. He can't even break his opponent's defense. In terms of attack power, Jida's sword can actually penetrate everything. However, his opponent's defense is too abnormal. He has a special physique. This is what a special physique is like. It seems like Jida is going to be defeated. I didn't expect this kid to be able to defeat Jida, a sword cultivator who has inherited the ancient sword Dao. He is the dark horse of this celestial stone competition. In fact, the reason why Xiao Han could perfectly block Jida's heaven-defying sword was because he had consumed too many immortal pills. His physical defense could be said to be perfect in the entire human realm. If it was Li Xiaotian, even if he could block this sword, he would definitely be injured. Sword Qi Barrier. In the face of Xiao Han's desperate counterattack, Jida did not panic too much. He also roared, and layers of sword aura shot out from every pore of his body, forming a barrier. Puchi, Xiao Han's punch landed on Jida's sword Qi barrier, shattering it into pieces. However, Jida had already used the sword Qi barrier to block. His body turned into a stream of light and dodged the attack. While attacking and defending alternated, Xiao Han had the upper hand while Jida was in a difficult situation. However, Jida's expression was still fearless. His body was suspended in the void of the arena. His aura was disdainful in all directions as if he was the king of the world. Forget it. I should have used the method that Naga taught me earlier. Kid, my sword Qi is still unable to break through your defense. If not for Naga's reminder, you would have had the upper hand in the attack and defense just now. Then, would have definitely panicked and lost my composure. It is very likely that I would have been defeated by you. However, before this battle, Naga told me all your weaknesses, so I have two plans when facing you. The first plan is completely ineffective against you. Then, I will use the second plan. This time, you will definitely die. Heh, the second plan. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Many of the heroes who were watching the battle in front of the light screen also heard Jida's words. What? Jida has a second plan? However, he has already used all his strength in that sword strike just now. He has displayed his ultimate attack power. What second plan does he have? That's right. In the face of absolute power, swordsmanship techniques are useless. Wait. I think I have guessed the second plan that Jida mentioned. In the arena. Die. Great accomplishment stage natal sword Qi. Infinite shadow sword. Xiao xiao xiao. Suddenly, the golden sword light floating above Jida's head split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. The golden sword light that filled the sky was like a swarm of locusts, strangling Xiao Han. Every strand of sword light seemed to be extremely tiny, and did not possess any particularly powerful offensive power. In fact, they were soundless and traceless. However, Xiao Han suddenly felt that each sword light seemed to avoid his physical defense and strangled his soul. Pooh pooh pooh, it seemed that each sword light was forcibly pulling Xiao Han's soul. The other heroes who were watching the battle in front of the light screen, what kind of move is this? The power of this wave of attack seems to be far inferior to the previous sword strike. Such a weak attack, it is impossible to defeat that kid, right? Why is Jida still so confident? No. This is not a physical attack. This is a soul attack. A sword cultivator's essence, spirit, soul, and natal sword Qi evolved into a sword light and directly pierced the opponent's soul, crushing the opponent's soul. Ah. Too powerful. I can't believe that Jida still found a way to defeat people with special physiques. Yes, yes, yes. We have all forgotten that the sword intent of the great accomplishment stage can kill nothingness. As for people with special physiques, their bodies are as strong as the abyss, but their souls are definitely weak. Jida is going to turn defeat into victory. That kid will definitely not be able to block a soul attack. Chapter 507. At this very moment, the battle between Xiao Han and Jida in the top 4 was in full swing in the arena. Two powerful experts were about to meet. One had to die, and the other had to survive. Only then could they advance to the finals. It was extremely cruel. One was a peerless abnormal young man with an embryonic dual attribute immortal physique. His physical defense was invincible and impenetrable. The other was a peerless sword cultivator who had obtained the secret inheritance of the ancient Tao of Sword. His great accomplishment Sword Intent could sweep through everything. However, in this peak battle, Xiao Han had an overwhelming advantage. Jida's peerless sword Dao could not penetrate Xiao Han's defense at all. At the critical moment, Gid, who had received Naga's instructions and was given strict instructions, finally used the killing move that was deemed to be enough to kill Xiao Han. Soul Attack. Using the great accomplishment Sword Intent and Natal Sword Chi as the foundation, using mental strength and soul as the driving force, he displayed a sword technique that specialized in attacking the soul. In the blink of an eye, the arena was densely covered with sword chi that was as thin as gossamer rain. The sword chi was very gentle, and did not display any offensive power. It was very dense, and every strand of golden sword chi was engraved with psychic patterns. As they weaved through the air, they emitted a depraved sound, and like a swarm of locusts, they completely enveloped Xiao Han. Kid. It's over. I have found your weakness. Fatal weakness. Jida was like a monarch who had everything in his grasp. He looked at Xiao Han with disdain. He had completely crushed him. Indeed, this is a tough battle. You are outstanding enough. In terms of body refinement, I'm afraid that in the countless ordinary planes of the universe, among all living beings under 10,000 years old, you are invincible. You are invincible. You are as tyrannical as an ancient beast. His body moved, stirring up trouble. However, you also have a fatal weakness. That is, your soul. You have such a majestic body, but your soul must be very weak. It is almost impossible to have both the soul and the body at the same time. Might Spring Silkworm Drizzle's soul-wounding sword Chi specializes in attacking the opponent's soul. It is all-pervasive. Everything is over. Jida was very satisfied. However, as he spoke, his complexion became increasingly pale. It was clear that he had overexerted himself. That's right. Every strand of golden sword chi that filled the arena was imbued with Jida's essence, energy, spirit, and soul power. All of them were released at once to attack Xiao Han. It also caused his vitality to be greatly damaged. Generally speaking, when a sword cultivator faced an enemy, they would not be able to use their full strength. After all, the risk was too great. Once the opponent's spiritual energy was stable, not only would the spiritual energy sword chi not be taken advantage of, but it would also backfire on the sword cultivator. However, Jida had been forced into a corner by Xiao Han. He only had one move left. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death by Xiao Han on the stage. However, Jida was extremely confident that Xiao Han would definitely die under this move. There was no way he could turn the tables around. Xiao Han did not move at all. At this moment, the golden sword chi that filled the sky had already completely wrapped around Xiao Han, causing him to look as if he had been wrapped in a golden cocoon. These golden sword chi contained a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. They emitted a deep and dignified Buddhist chant. It was like an elegy at dusk, heart-wrenching. Every strand of golden sword chi had the power to absorb the opponent's soul, causing the opponent's soul to cave in and collapse. Boom boom boom, within Xiao Han's body, the power was still circulating. The aura of the earth was erupting. There were also thunder and lightning dragons dancing in the air. The golden rays of the indestructible golden body were also gushing out. It was as if he was trying his best to use his physical strength to resist the endless golden sword chi. However, it was completely useless. The golden sword chi was like a silent drizzle. It did not seem to have any physical attack power. It gently seeped into Xiao Han's skin. Then, it followed Xiao Han's blood vessels and entered Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. There was even a large amount of golden sword chi that directly entered Xiao Han's brain. It went straight into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Xiao 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 xiao, in an instant, countless golden sword chi swarmed into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. On the contrary, it was completely harmless to Xiao Han's body. Ha 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 ha. You still want to use your physical strength to resist it? Jida, whose face was as white as paper, saw with his own eyes that his soul sword chi had completely entered Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. He finally let out a long sigh of relief. I have won this battle. All of my soul sword chi has already successfully entered your sea of consciousness. Your sea of consciousness has no defensive ability at all. It's like an empty shell, so my soul sword chi can enter without any obstruction. In the next moment, with a single thought of mine, thousands of soul sword chi will mince your sea of consciousness into powder. As he spoke, Jida's hands formed a sword sign. At the same time, Xiao Han's entire brain began to swell and squirm. Above Xiao Han's head, there was a terrifying illusion of thousands of swords descending. Ha 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 ha. With just a thought, your head will explode and you will die. Jida was getting more and more proud. Xiao Han did not move. The expression on his face was slightly strange. Inside Xiao Mingchu's wooden house, oh no. Junior brother Xiao Han is in a bad situation. Xiao Mingchu witnessed the reversal of the battle and his face turned pale with fright. Originally, junior brother Xiao Han had the absolute advantage. It was very likely that he would be able to decide the outcome of this battle in an instant. However, the battle was full of ups and downs. At the last moment, this Jida actually used a soul sword chi attack. Junior brother Xiao Han seems to be too careless. This Jida is an outstanding sword cultivator. His sword intent has reached the great success stage. His soul and mental strength are naturally tyrannical. However, junior brother Xiao Han is also an extraordinary swordsman. He also has the great success stage saber intent. Furthermore, in the illusory Devil Palace, he displayed a terrifying mental strength. Logically speaking, even if Jida used his soul sword chi, junior brother Xiao Han should be able to block it with all his strength. However, from the looks of it now, junior brother Xiao Han did not make an effective defense at the first moment. It was as if he opened the door to the thief and allowed Jida's life sword chi to enter his soul. Too reckless. Junior brother Xiao Han is too reckless. How could he do this? For a heaven-defying sword cultivator like Jida to casually send a wisp of sword chi into his sea of consciousness. It could cause great damage. Sea of consciousness. Soul. These are all very fragile. Such a round of soul attack, even if it does not kill junior brother Xiao Han, it will definitely injure junior brother Xiao Han's soul and cause him to go crazy on the spot. At the same time, the other evil heroes who were watching the battle also expressed their opinions on the battle at the first moment. It's over. This battle is about to end. It's going to end soon. The sword chi that specializes in attacking the soul is already very difficult to resist. That kid actually allowed countless soul sword chi to enter his soul. In just a moment, his sea of consciousness will definitely shatter and he will die. He really has all brawn and no brains. Indeed, if his physical body is too strong, his brain will not work well. He still wants to use his physical strength to resist the soul sword chi. Is there such an idiotic person? The soul is the weakest part of the human body. Jida is such a powerful sword cultivator. Even if it's just a little bit, once it enters the opponent's soul, the opponent will immediately be crippled. Not to mention the huge amount of soul sword chi that entered this kid's brain. Even if this kid has a backup plan and doesn't die on the spot, he will definitely become an idiot after such a torment. Jida is still one step ahead. In terms of intelligence, he completely beats that body refinement kid. At the crucial moment, he turned defeat into victory. He grasped that kid's weakness. He turned defeat into victory and completed a complete reversal. Between life and death, he turned defeat into victory in a breath's time. This will definitely sharpen Jida's temperament and cause Jida to undergo a transformation. In terms of sword Dao, he will definitely advance bravely. This way, in the finals, when facing Naga, who is even more powerful and terrifying than himself, Jida might be able to create a miracle. Now, we can start looking forward to the pinnacle battle between Jida and Naga in the finals, inside Naga's wooden house. If I had used this move earlier, I would have won in an instant. Why go through so much trouble? What a fool. Naga shook his head in disappointment. Naga, really can't find an opponent. I originally thought that this body refinement kid could bring me surprises and excitement, but he was too stupid. He allowed Jida's soul attack to enter his sea of consciousness. Who does he think he is? With so much sword chi swarming into his brain, even a great principal golden immortal can't save him. Looks like I've overestimated this idiot. He's far from being a match for me, Naga. As for Jida, he is also a fool, on the stage. At this moment, Xiao Han did not make any movements. His expression was very strange. And inside Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, Xiao, dense golden sword chi gathered inside Xiao Han's sea of consciousness like a swarm of locusts. Every strand of golden sword chi contained Jida's soul force. They were extremely sharp and could explode at any time. However, Xiao Han's mental energy had already condensed into a star. On the surface, there was a layer of dark gold that was engraved with terrifying spirit patterns. At this moment, Xiao Han's mental power star was completely unaffected by the countless golden sword chi that Jida had sent into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Xiao Han's mental power star was still very stable. There was not the slightest bit of disorder or fluctuation. So many soul sword chi attacking my sea of consciousness. These soul sword chi are actually like the hallucinatory demonic territory that I encountered before. My extinguishing heaven and earth mental technique can perfectly refine these soul sword chi. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, in the depths of Xiao Han's heart, a burst of wild laughter burst forth. This daddy cultivates the extinguishing heaven and earth mental technique, the 21st spirit finger technique. I want to solidify my mental energy, but I am still a step away from perfection. The reason is that my own mental energy accumulation has been exhausted. My mental energy foundation is insufficient. And now, this idiot Jida actually directly transformed his soul force into sword chi and sent it into my sea of consciousness. This is no different from providing me with nourishment. Ha 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 ha. As long as I completely refine these soul sword chi, I can possibly break through the shackles and complete the last 20 hand seals of the 21st spirit finger technique. Then, my soul will directly soar, my mental energy will explosively increase, and my mental power will solidify. Ha 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 ha. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are really helping me. I didn't expect to encounter such an idiot. At this moment, I won't waste any more time. Then, everything is over. Jida looked at Xiao Han indifferently. Then, he pointed his sword chi at Xiao Han. Explode for me. All the soul sword chi. Directly explode. Explode for me. To be continued. Chapter 508. Jida finally triggered his killing intent. He wanted to kill Xiao Han in one go. His face showed a fierce and savage expression. At the same time, he displayed the attitude of a victor. His words and laughter turned into ashes. He formed a sword seal with both hands. With a single thought, he directly communicated with the sword chi that had entered Xiao Han's soul and exploded. Just like that, thousands of golden sword chi, under Jida's control, were about to explode in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. This kind of explosive force could almost destroy a planet. It could destroy a mountain range. Even if it was a powerful tower master, if they dared to recklessly let so many soul sword chi into their sea of consciousness, Jida would definitely destroy their soul with a single thought. Barbarian, die. Following Jida's hoarse roar, there was a sudden burst of rolling thunder in Xiao Han's brain. Boom. 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 A terrifying, earth-shattering, tsunami-like fluctuation and earth-shattering natural disaster erupted from Xiao Han's brain. It directly shook the surrounding space of the arena, causing it to shatter. Such a powerful explosive force acted on the brain. His soul would definitely be shattered. In Xiao Mingchu's wooden house, the light screen shook violently. Rumble. It's over. This terrifying explosion completely acted on junior brother Xiao Han's brain. Xiao Mingchu's face was ashen as he sat on the ground. Some of the other evil heroes who were watching the battle had a frightened expression on their faces. He died so tragically. His soul was blown into pieces, at this moment, Xiao Han, in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Densely packed golden sword chi. As expected, they all exploded together. They turned into countless sword chi and soul fragments, crazily bombarding Xiao Han's spiritual power planet. However, the mind power planet only wiggled a little, yet it easily neutralized these terrifying explosions. As for Xiao Han, it did not cause any harm at all. After Xiao Han completed the 20th spiritual finger seal, the surface of the spiritual power planet had actually solidified. The surface of the spiritual power planet had already solidified. However, the interior of the spiritual power planet was still a viscous liquid, with countless metal fragments floating around. Xiao Han's spiritual energy star was solid enough. This series of explosions didn't even leave a shallow mark on Xiao Han's spiritual power planet. Heh. This Jida's soul spirit and mental strength are nothing compared to mine. I casually let his sword chi explode in my soul spirit. It doesn't hurt me at all. It just makes my brain. It's just a little swollen. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Ha 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 ha. It was over. My top 4 battle is finally over. I've also defeated a prodigy and turned defeat into victory. This is also a form of training for my mind. When I go back, my swordsmanship will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Jida put his hands behind his back and was full of smiles. However, at this moment, he realized that not only was Xiao Han's soul not destroyed, his face was calm and his eyes were full of vitality. What's going on? Suddenly, Jida's eyes bulged out as he stared at Xiao Han. His eyes looked like they were about to fall out of their sockets. Impossible. Such a fierce soul spirit attack, no mortal or pagoda master would be able to withstand it. What's going on? Jida was shocked to the core. What an idiot. Xiao Han curled his lips in disdain. He took a step forward and slowly walked towards Jida. You trash. You're a complete trash. How could a piece of trash like you possibly harm me with your lowly, insignificant tricks? You're too childish. I can't believe that after cultivating for so many years, your mind is still so childish. Impossible. Jida let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, both of his hands formed a sword art and pointed at Xiao Han's head. Soul Spirit Sword Chi. Explode again. Explode. 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 Boom. 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 The golden sword light that densely covered Xiao Han's sea of consciousness was controlled by Jida's mind. Once again, it went on a rampage and exploded violently, bombarding Shao Han's spiritual power planet. But it was to no avail. This level of soul spirit attack could not cause any harm to Shao Han's soul. Shao Han moved his neck and let out a sinister smile. He walked towards Jida step by step. He walked extremely slowly, but every step seemed to step on Jida's heart. This caused Jida to panic and his mind to be on the verge of collapse. At the same time, in every wooden house that was watching the battle, there was a deathly silence. The expressions on the faces of every chivalrous hero watching the battle were completely stiff. Their thoughts had completely stopped. They were going crazy. None of the spectators dared to accept what was happening on the light screen. He allowed such terrifying and dense sword chi to attack his soul and then explode one after another, causing the most direct damage to his soul. Yet, he was completely fine. Once these sword chi exploded, it could easily destroy a worldly kingdom. How could a mortal's soul be harder than a worldly kingdom? But the truth was that Shao Han was calm and composed. He was completely unharmed. This guy, was he still human? Naga's wooden house. What was happening on the light screen was completely out of Naga's expectations. Naga was finally moved. That arrogant, unruly, and indifferent expression of his all year long had finally revealed a look of shock. He rushed to the front of the light screen, his pupils constricting as he looked at Shao Han. Even this didn't kill him? Not only did it not kill him, it didn't even cause him any harm. This is such a terrifying soul, such powerful mental strength. He paused for a moment, ha 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 ha. Wahahaha. I, Naga, have finally found an opponent worthy of the sword in my hand. Ha 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 ha. Dual attribute special physique, invincible body. Coupled with such terrifying mental strength, amazing. Enough to be my opponent. Enough to make me, Naga, serious. Ha 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 ha. Defeat such an opponent. My Naga's nature will be honed. Finally, an opponent of this level. Jida, you look like an ant now. Very quickly, Naga's solemn expression relaxed. He revealed a pleasing smile, and his entire person seemed very happy. He was ready to make a move. Deep in his eye sockets, a never-before-seen berserk battle intent blossomed. On the stage, Jida was hysterical. He continuously activated the soul sword chi, detonating it in Shao Han's sea of consciousness. However, Shao Han did not care at all, and walked towards Jida leisurely. What's going on? What kind of pervert is this? Not human. Kid, you are not human. Jida was in a daze. Suddenly, Jida closed his eyes and sensed with his soul. His soul began to sense the released soul sword chi. Shao Han did not interrupt him, and allowed him to sense. Finally, Jida saw it. He saw Shao Han's sea of consciousness. In Shao Han's sea of consciousness, there was a huge dark golden planet. On the surface of the planet, there were spirit patterns carved on it. It emitted a domineering spirit wave that caused people's hearts to palpitate. Ah! His mental strength has already condensed into a planet. Jida subconsciously formed a sword seal, his face ashen. Soul sword chi. Come back. Jida wanted to retract the soul sword chi that had entered Shao Han's sea of consciousness. However, ha 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 ha. Shao Han's hands formed a few hand seals. Boom boom boom, suddenly, the spirit power planet in Shao Han's sea of consciousness moved a little, and it actually absorbed all the soul sword chi that Jida had released. Then, the spirit power planet was like a furnace, and it began to refine these golden sword lights. It refined all of Jida's soul power on these golden sword lights, turning them into nourishment for Shao Han's mental strength, which was then absorbed by the spirit power planet. Ah! Suddenly, Jida let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. His soul was twitching in pain. Most of his soul power was attached to the sword chi to kill Shao Han. But now, this soul power was being forcefully refined by Shao Han, causing Jida to be unable to retract it. This way, 90% of Jida's soul power was being refined by Xiao Han. Ah! Miserable. Miserable. I, Jida, was a hero, an invincible genius, and a shocking talent. But in the end, even my soul was devoured by the enemy. Ah! Jida could not bear the pain of his soul and actually fell to the ground. He kept hugging his head and rolling, twitching, foaming at the mouth, and rolling his eyes. Nourishing. This soul's sword chi is indeed nourishing. Xiao Han, on the other hand, had obtained an unparalleled benefit. How strong was the soul of a sword cultivator with great accomplishment sword intent? Now, 90% of his soul had become Xiao Han's nourishment. How impressive was this? Now, Xiao Han's mental strength was rising steadily. Forget it. You can be considered as helping my cultivation. I will give you a quick death. As he spoke, Xiao Han used his divine strength and pressed his finger. Pfft! Jida was directly pressed into powder. The top 4 battle has ended. Xiao Han raised his head slightly. The final battle against the Nagas, at this moment, congratulations, Junior. You are strong enough to fight your way into the finals. You have also obtained a huge amount of immortal stones as a reward, as well as all the immortal stones in the pouch of the opponent you defeated. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice reverberated in the arena. A dense amount of immortal stones were inserted into the light yellow pouch above Xiao Han's head. Then, a spatial whirlpool appeared and wrapped around Xiao Han. It was about to transport him out of the arena. Suddenly, Xiao Han raised his head and looked at the sky. The corner of his mouth drew a faint smile as he murmured. Nagas, let's fight in the finals. Inside Nagas' wooden house. Nagas looked at Xiao Han's face on the screen. He seemed to feel Xiao Han's declaration of war. In Nagas' eyes, the battle intent had also reached its peak. There is a feeling of an old enemy. It seems that I will have to face this tribulation in the unseen world. Let's fight. If I can overcome this tribulation, my achievements will be limitless. Kid, your appearance is the perfect foundation for my Naga's rise to power in this starry sky. Let's fight. Finals. To be continued. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.